more bad government in Nigeria. Nigeria what? The only media that have been consistent speaking against the bad government and for the purpose for reformers. Nigeria what? Yo! No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. The only media that have been speaking. No more bad government. The voice of the voiceless. No more bad government. No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. For the poor. No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. Niger what media? No more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. In Nigeria. No more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. The only media. No more bad government. The number one media in Nigeria. No more bad government. That have been speaking against government. No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. Niger what you? The voice of the voiceless. The voice of the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Niger what? Voice for the voiceless. Niger watch media. The only media that have been speaking against bad government. Being consistency since 1944. Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Umuwame. Voice for the voiceless. Umuwame. Voice for the voiceless. 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 Niger watch you. We have been seeing all you guys have been doing, and he recommending to everyone in Nigeria, saying that you guys are the number one. Niger what you
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. Thank you very much for your time with us today. Yes, we don't come again. We're not talking about politics today. We're talking about different things entirely, as you all can see already on the screen. But meanwhile, let me quickly acknowledge the people that is right here with us as we listen to, before we listen to the videos that I have for you guys. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy. Good evening to you. Thanks for all that you do. Happy Sunday to you. Thank you very much, everyone. Right there, Abu Azi, thank you very much. I appreciate you, sir. Thanks for all that you do. Peggy Modi, I can see you in the building. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Clifford, thank you. Mr. Johnson, Emmanuel, as usual, you are with us again. Thank you very much, sir. Austin Prince, I can see you. Thank you very much. Good evening, my people. Everest, I can see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Clifford once again, CXL, Sabovo Kongai, Ade Edobo, and many others that are going to be joining us later on. All right, my people, I appreciate every one of you. Today, we're going to be talking about polygamy. And I have some, should I say, strange video that I'm going to be playing today that might baffles you to say, okay, now so the thing be, or now so it's supposed be. But I'm going to play some couple of videos so that we all can listen to, at least particularly just three videos. To be specific, then we'll take it from there. Let's discuss this holistically. If you're listening to us, if you want to join the panel, you can after the videos so that we can discuss this on the phone as well, so that we can discuss this together. Where's Madam Love of God is my strength? We have not heard from her for like a week. My love of God is my strength. Wherever you are, we miss you. Where have you been? And everyone right there that we have not heard from, we want you to know that we miss you and we're looking forward to hearing from you. You know, when we don't mention all names, we commit offense. Most people want us to mention everybody's names. We cannot, not be every names It don't mean say important to us, but I feel no you remember your name, or if you not come in at that time, or maybe my panelists now remind me, oh, this is so name before I now get to say, oh, because I'm a human being. Yes, my people, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I bet we're gonna press on the like button, I have to quickly come in. I have to quickly come in this time so that to acknowledge the few people right there before the comment section get. All right. We only have 25 likes, although the visibility is quite low right now. So, but yes, we can take that out of that 25. We already have over 100 people listening to us. So press on the like button, my people, and take our voices far. You're listening to me right now, but you should press on the like button. Even though we know not everybody that likes us, that is watching, that want to. Most people watching us, they don't like us, and they don't want to press on the like. They are not interested. So if you know, say you are one of the people that like what we are doing here, you can do your part by just pressing on the like and helping us to share so that our voices can go far. But meanwhile, as you can see right there, Kanayo, a couple of weeks ago, he said, I don't believe in one wife. Because say time not day, I don't get time to discuss all this why. Now, another one don't come out again now. Okay, Bakasi. They say polygamy is best form of marriage in Africa. Okay, Bakasi, I talk this one. How is that possible? That's another one right there. How is it possible for polygamy to be the best form of marriage? These are the things we're going to be listening to, and I want us to discuss it holistically so that everybody can understand why or why not. So, yeah, that's why we're here. But the last one that we choke, that's actually shocked me. It might not shock you, is that I can't be submissive to a man. Neither my 6 children, 6 daughters, can never be submissive to a man. I was like, wow. But what can cause this one? Submissiveness is what actually keep marriage. Yeah, it is. Some people might not agree. For me, I believe submissiveness, it doesn't mean you should become a fool, or your husband should see you as a slave of a thing and all that. No, submissiveness is when you respect your husband. And if your husband is responsible, he need to respect you back. But the woman must be submissive to her husband. What is the definition of submissiveness? Because some people might just think, oh, I want to turn me to something else. Anyway, depend. Because some men, anyway, don't also deserve the respect. Depend. But I don't want to draw more than my shadow at this particular early time. I would like us to listen first, then we'll take it from there. But just listen to this intro first.
Submissive to a man. Neither my 6 daughters submissive. Total bullshit. I'd rather be a single woman any day, proudly, so I knock my chest. Marriage is not visa to heaven. Why do you think is your wife a lap dog? If you want an Alsatian dog or a lap dog or a poodle that you say, sit down.
Unayera, now we hear more of that, right? Yes, it's crazy. I can never be submissive to a man. I was like, okay. Although when this particular video were posted on social media, to be precise, on Instagram, in fact, I actually spent time reading comments on that particular day, because this video is also a couple of weeks ago as well. But I was just focusing on the comments section, where we now see some girls that came in saying that, hey, must a woman be submissive? Blah, blah, blah. If marriage not work with rest. Why some men also came in by saying that's why a lot of you are single today, because you believe that you know better and all that, blah, blah, blah. So there's a lot of opinionism on this particular topic. But I want us to see our own opinion on this platform as well. Submissiveness, is polygamy. Are you welcoming polygamy? Are you saying that, because according to Kanayo, I don't believe in one wife? Why Okay Bakasi saying polygamy is the best form of marriage in Africa? How? Me myself, I want to know why. How? Yes, so our people, thank you very much. Patricia, I don't feel my dear sister. I can see you right there already with us. Good evening to you. Divine Cross in the building. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my brother Mike Akambare. Thank you. God bless you all, my people. Thank you, CXL in the building as well. God bless you all. Divine Cross already saying you go married to your daughters. Hey, Divine Cross, it did shock me, but maybe we listen first now. There are reasons for people to say things like this, or it cannot be justified at all. I don't know, because seeing an elderly woman saying, I can never be submissive to any man, and I will not also allow my daughters to be submissive. So you get the way that want to be. Because I cover that place, yeah. Said I can never be submissive to any man, and neither my 6 daughters. See, so it's strange. So that one I miss we could discuss. So we could see him. I go be. But meanwhile, let's listen to this quickly. Help us to share our videos and let our voices go far. Now God bless you. My papers is just coming in. Please do your part. He's also said, good evening to you. I hope you don't press on the like button already. Amaka E in the building. Amaka E, good evening to you. I better go press on the like. Amaka Afojabi. Madam, we don't miss you. Where this is. Good evening to you, man. Thanks for joining us today. I beg, press on the like. Press on the like, my people. I appreciate you all. And those of you that want to buy me coffee, the dollar sign is right there. Encourage what we do here. Agio Deborah just coming in. Good evening to you. I appreciate you. But meanwhile, make we listen to this quickly.
I will play to polygamy here. I still think that polygamy is the best form of marriage for Africa. I still think that polygamy is the best form of marriage for Africa.
Okay, now hear that one. Well, I don't hear them now. I go play all of them. Now you chose just this, so I want to know why polygamy is the best form of marriage in Africa. Why? Me myself, I want to know why. I've tried to visualize it, to digest it, to understand it. It's still not making any sense to me yet. Where our traditional men, Epa Oduwa, Midwest people, Prince Collins, these are really me. I know my people where they discuss politics, but for this matter, you get people where they fit dig and finish. People like Oga Chris as well can dig this kind of things. Mr. Jonathan, I don't know whether Mr. Jonathan good with this kind of thing, because that one our analyst. Black Panther, our Agberangbiri, I don't believe say good with this kind topic. If you could do, I don't know, but in a biblical way, give us a mother is good with this. And then our women, Mother Origi, but I love God is my strength, and many others. Yeah, Mother Debbie as well. I really want to know, I want to hear more, concerning this particular matter. As I know, say we are quite young and we want to be sure why people are selling this kind of narrative at this particular time on social media. But let's move on with what we have for you guys. God bless you all.
Grandma,
Try to keep up.
you try to keep up. Grandma, one warning. If you go to Unilag looking like this, you will cause problems there because you're too much. But we are really very grateful that you are here. We are so honored to play host to you. And we are very convinced that at the end of this episode, as many people who go through life thinking about or worried about uncertainty because they don't know what tomorrow holds, they would be emboldened to take on challenges and live the very best life so that they'll be happy. Once again, thank you very much. God bless you, man. God will keep you alive and well in sound health of mind and body, and would have people like you around.
Mandarita go with this kind of things. Thank God say she don't come. Yes, Mandarita. When Mother Luke was with us, Mother Luke is also good with this kind of things as well. I don't know how people will go with this kind of topic, but I really want to learn today. Hey, I don't get super chat already from Amaka Fojebi. I'm very, very grateful, ma. Thank you so much for this. At least make I get the energy to vibrate. I'm not sure say this one will vibrate today not to learn. No vibration, but let me have the energy, and the time, the smile to listen. I appreciate you all. But maybe listen to this, my people.
To continue to impact young people. God bless you, Grandma.
Thank you.
So, Grandma, I'm curious, and I think it's a very good place to start. I saw a video of yours where you said you have been married for over 4 decades. Over 4 decades is over 40 years. To be married for over 40 years. And so if I do plus or minus, we're looking at the 80s. The 80s, if I use my age, can't check them, early 80s, you know. And I would like to ask Grandma, because in this age and time, I cannot mention the statistics exactly, but when you sample opinions, people have the opinion that I will just so it will appear like it's easier for people to just wake up and then decide that they are done and they leave. I would like to ask Grandma, from your wealth of experience, what do you think is lacking, or what do you think is the major difference looking at marriage during your time and marriage in this day and age?
There is no difference. Marriages were breaking up in my time too. Everything happening now happened in my time. But I find that there are certain, I'm not talking about my marriage. I'm not a relationship expert, far from it. And I don't give unsolicited advice. I talk only about, because of my age, what I've come to know and experience in life. But I find out again, ground rules have to be established from when you start a relationship. And in many marriages, particularly, I have a lot of complaints in my DM, and 90% of the complaints are from the women. And you are treated as, it is the way you start in a relationship, that's how you are going to be regarded. So, a man can be married to 2 women, and I'm your first wife, and I start off by being a doormat. I come with a weak personality. I'm so thirsty. I'm bending myself into a pretzel for no reason to please you. You will take me for granted and treat me the way I've put myself out there to be treated, a doormat. So you are no longer with me, or even if you are still with me, you are also with her. And she, from the get-go, she gives you a lot of respect, because our men, they seem to mix the word submissive as if I'm a dumb. We are not talking of 50 Shades of Grey story. Total bullshit. I can never be submissive to a man, neither my 6 daughters, but we will have mutual respect. I respect you. I don't use foul language. I don't disrespect you. I know my role. I know what I should do in the house. So when you now meet a woman who is secure, a woman who has total self-confidence, who is not ready to take crap from you, nor give you one to, you from the get-go treat her with respect. And that first woman wonders and says, look at what she is taking from her. I can't try it at home. Because you set yourself there. You said, my middle name is Matt, Doormat. So you are treated like that. So marriages have been the same from time immemorial. It is just your, maybe the level of tolerance, the level of acceptance, the type of parental advice. I don't advise my daughters. They are grown up, they are adults. I have daughters of 50 years to 37 years old. They are married many years. You wear the shoe. You know where it pinches you. And most people who come to meet you for advice anyway, they don't really want your advice. You are just a sound bite to them. They know what they want to do. They just want you, hopefully, to confirm what they've already made up their mind about. Because when that shoe is pinching you, you don't need any person to tell you whether to stay there or not stay there. I'd rather be a single woman any day, proudly, so I knock my chest, than be an unhappy, miserable wife. What for? Marriage is not visa to heaven. Why do you think I kill myself in the marriage? For what? It's not worth it. So even in our times, We all have different reasons. Maybe before my time, even my mother was highly educated and financially okay. People stay in a marriage for different reasons. Now we are not talking about love joining you. When there is love, you are not going nowhere. Others, the women are not financially independent. So they can't leave because they think of a roof over their head, the well-being of their children. So they take what is being given to them. And a lot of them, even in my generation and this generation, takes it because the single woman, the single mother out there, you the married woman, you are no better off than her. Because one, you have an absentee father. Half of the time, these guys are not at home. They are going pursuing their normal work to bring in, to run the home. Many of them close from work. If they are, say, members of a Ikoyi club or a club where they go to play tennis or go to the gym or just hang out with the boys, just drinking, just fun. So they come back late. If you have a regimental home where the kids go to bed at about 8, and then with the traffic and all, so you barely see your kids until weekends. So you're an absentee father. A lot of the guys to cheat out there is normal. So you are also an absentee husband, and it's now and again, you even remember to make love to your wife. And so many things. It's the wife that is holding down the home front. Now, the single mother out there, how are you different from her? The only thing the man is providing is a roof over her head. But when you are financially independent, and I advise all women to be financially independent. I advise all women to be financially independent, not because of you are thinking to check out, but because you would also be a backbone, the spinal cord to your husband. My last talk, I said, imagine marriage as a basin of water, and two people are carrying it. However strong you are, and you are putting the most weight, when somebody helps you to carry it, it's lighter. In this day and age, my grandchildren, I know the humongous school fees they are paying. Then they may be staying in homes where they are talking this nonsense about band-aid or no band-aid and B and C, electricity bills. They're maintaining cars, like coming to your place, the bad roads will spoil, knock your engines and the rest, your shock absorbers and all. Why should a man is not a beast of burden to carry all the weight. When you have a wife who is financially independent, she helps. A good wife should help you lift the burden. Then it's light. It's light. You don't even need to ask her. She on her own. So it helps for a woman. Then it helps further when you have all this, then you know that if the worst comes to the worst, you think of a woman, you don't think only of if the marriage breaks up or if she's not happy, she lives with the children. No. What if the guy dies? You can drop dead.
True.
You can have a motor accident. You are not even traveling within town. Look at a scenario where the man is no longer in existence. A wife should be able to run the home.
Yes.
Interesting.
Sorry, mommy. You mentioned something. You said you can never be submissive. Neither can your sis daughters be submissive to a man. And I have a series of questions on that submissiveness. But before then, what do you think? You said respect. So what do you think is the difference between a woman that is submissive and a woman that gives respect?
Respectful. There's a world of difference. Guys come at me and say something, oh, you don't listen to advice, you young women. That's how you think this is how life is. Go and get married and not be submissive. Those who don't use the word submissive and don't be obedient, is your wife a lapdog? If you want an Alsatian dog or a lapdog or a poodle that you say, sit down, don't wet the carpet, go out to poo, and is trained to do that, that is being submissive. But a partnership, your husband is your partner. It's like a board of directors. One is not over the other. It's not a chairman. So you sit and take decisions together. You know, our kids are about to go to school now. I think I prefer Queen's College. No, Queen's College, hypothetically. Queen's College has gone to the dogs. I think I like this private school. You talk. I respect your opinion. You respect mine. We want to go on holidays. The days when we still had money and could go on holidays. You are dreaming of Dubai or Puerto Rico or somewhere, and you say, okay, you like, but you know me, I've always wanted to go to Cuba. Okay, let's meet each other halfway. We'll go to your Puerto Rico and this other place, but also include, that is mutual respect. Submissive is, I'm not really keen on this Puerto Rico. I dare not even say that I want to go to Cuba. And anyway, my Cuba will be brushed out. I'm talking that we are going to Puerto Rico. You are talking of Cuba. Sit down there. And we don't go to where I like. You should take my likes, my views
into consideration.
I should not be the only one taking your likes and views into consideration. We should both take each other. We should both respect each other's views.
True.
We should, because we are both bringing different things, all right, but we are bringing things to the table of marriage. You are operating on this wavelength. I'm bringing maybe home stability in the home. I'm freeing you from the stress of if it is domestic servants or whatever. You are freeing me from cars, or like me, I have no clue about a car. I don't know. Even when I drive the car and it's raining, I don't know where to put on the wiper. I can drive. My husband is the mechanic and engineer, anything to do with cars. You are saving me all that. I too, it's a partnership.
It's a symbiotic
when you
thing.
Put two hands, you clasp your hands together. You rub the two hands.
True that.
Not one pressing down on the other, not liking.
Do you think a lot of relationship will spaz? They are just managing, then go just reach points when they say they not feel whole them again, then go just do anything where they go just scatter. Because I turned on the mic the other day on the radio and I said, if your marriage expired yesterday and they say make you come today, come collect certificate. Another certificate you go collect, now you go make the marriage continue. You go collect them. Mama, if you see, Mama say, if women not call, 99.9% said they not go collect the certificate. One says
they don't renew.
They don't renew marriage. Because the marriage is renewed when you collect the certificate. One says she's married for 32 years. So I can't do. I'm not saying my husband a bad person, no.
Yes.
But he they try, he they take care of this one, they do this one. But you see that man, no. Which one be I go there for house? I not go they go anywhere. Which one be? Oh, because he go eye me. Men go they eye me. This one. I did that for how many years? Let me leave that to you.
Many things. That I like that comment that woman passed.
Yes.
Two very good people can get married and the marriage won't work. There is something called being incompatible. Oil and water cannot mix.
Never.
So like I was say, you've lived abroad, you've schooled abroad, you're even working there. You come on holidays, you now meet a babe. Outwardly, she's very glamorous and sophisticated. You go to her apartment, it's all nice, and you see how she knows wine glasses. She dots her T's and crosses, dots her I's and crosses her T's. And you, to use the word fall in love or infatuation or whatever, you too, you are thinking of a wife that you say, oh, this is the type of wife I like.
My spec.
She will fit into, yes, she will fit into, and I am so in my company, all those cocktails and corporate dinners that we have. She knows how to handle her cookeries, and then you start cutting her. She's putting on her best behavior because you're on holidays. You wine and dine her in all the best restaurants. She comes, you are based in London. So you do long distance. You are in 2 continents.
Mm-hmm.
You can do that for a year. But you don't really get to know each other. You don't know her character. She doesn't know his character. But those periods you are dating yourself, which is the best, then you get married. Then she leaves Nigeria and she comes to live with you. And then you start having cracks. You find out that she's somebody with a strong personality. A strong personality does not mean rude or anything. She has a mind of her own. So you love drinking stout or beer. And, oh, take this beer, it's so nice. Oh, no, I don't like it. Drink it. It's an acquired taste. The longer you drink, you get to like it. I don't like it. I don't want to drink it in forever. Just 1 sip is enough. I don't. She knows what she likes and what she does not like.
To it.
And so the husband tells her, there are 3 seats there. All these seats. Sit down there. And she said, why? Why this seat? I think I like this position. I like that view. I said, you should sit there. No, you can't dictate to me where I should sit. I want to sit here. Chair, not be chair. Which one can be all this one? Say, by force, I must sit on that chair. So she's already showing streaks of that. Or you are watching, say it's today's period, you have Netflix. We all have different genre of movies that we like. You may like horror comedies. I may like action, thrillers. Some people would like horror, romance, and all. And then you sit and you want to. You are arguing over the remote control. No, I don't want all these motorcycle. Those people.
All right, guys. Do you guys agree with her with a style definition for this submissiveness? Because if you listen to this woman, she started by saying, I can never be submissive to a man, neither my 6 children. Then she now started explaining what she means by her own submissiveness. Then, for me particularly, I can't confuse. Because do we still have men that will say, sit down there? You now say, no, this position is not good for me to watch the TV. I want to sit somewhere. The man will say, no, you must sit down there. This explanation for our submissiveness doesn't make no sense to me. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Doesn't make no sense. Yes, that's why I was saying that. What is the proper definition of submissiveness? This woman doesn't know it. With all due respect. Look what she's saying now. Look at her explanation. I cannot be watching a TV and I told you I want to sit down in this chair. Then my husband now says, sit down there. Then you cannot tell me where to sit down. What's that? Then she's talking about going for holiday. In this postmodernism, we still have people that will say, it's a must. Your bundle, your wife put for luggage that we must go to this holiday. Obviously, it's something that you, your wife, your husband, your kids discuss. Even sometimes, yes, you and your husband might like it. Your kids might not say, they might say, no, I don't want to go there. There was a holiday that we wanted to go. My wife supported that holiday. Although she brought the holiday up, that particular location, then I supported. Then we brought it before the kids. The kids said, no, now Nigeria, then they come. You see? They just change everything. My wife brought it to me. Then I supported. Oh, that's fine. Okay. Let me tell the kids, at least, see. They changed the narrative. Said, no. They are going to Lagos. They are going to Nigeria. So this is what you put to the table. Everybody go talk. Say this woman, they talk, say, You sit down there, you carry remote, you not say no, I want to watch this one. That's not the definition of submissiveness. If you are watching a movie, you like horror, you like action movie and all that, these are not the definition of submissiveness. For me, I don't want to talk about definition of submissiveness because that's why I said I don't want to run more than my shadow. Maybe at the end of the broadcast, if nobody can get it how I to the best of my knowledge, then I'll bring it up. So for me, I disagree with her 100%. You cannot say I cannot be submissive to a man. 6 of my daughters can never be submissive to a man. Now, you're not telling us your reason. Your reason is remote control. Your reason is a share. Your reason is a movie we are watching. What's all that? Anyway, maybe because now let me day for now. I never know, but I'm going to post out a link for those of you that want to join us. Because I want to learn today. But this woman's reason for submissiveness, me, I disagree. But particularly, me and you disagree. It don't make sense to me particularly. So, all right, yeah. Okay, see, people there, Alice Onofeta said, I disagree with her too. Because we can look at her reason now. Look at her reason. How can you, taking the full title of spending 2 hours on the media saying that on a broadcast, you can never be submissive to a man. Neither my 6 daughters, they can never be submissive to a man. Now you are giving your reason, now remote control, now share. Now sit there, now movie where I like, or holiday will be one go. Is that your definition of submissiveness? I beg, I would like us to move on. Let's move on to the next topic. We're going to discuss all of them together. We only have 2 topics here today. We have 2 topics here. Black Panther, I have you on the backstage. Mother Busy Brains, I have you, but I've not seen you to confirm, say now you be that. Thank you. Yes. Okay, Mother Busy, I don't see you, man. You can off your camera. Thank you. Yes. So let's listen to that woman who I don't finish with her in case I want to go watch her more and go watch her somewhere. Why this one here? Let's take this.
That will play to polygamy here. Me, I see. Forget all the lip service that will play to polygamy here. Me, I still think that polygamy is the best form of marriage for Africa.
Why?
Yes. Monogamy is not working. We are pretending.
Why do you think monogamy is not working?
It's not working. Now, what is the difference between polygamy and monogamy? Polygamy says you can marry 2 people at the same time. Yes. Monogamy says you cannot marry them at the same time. You have to let one go.
Mm-hmm.
What if you don't want to let that one go?
Okay, Makasi. See your definition of.
Now true they talk now. If you cannot let one go, how you go take do am?
This guy like a young man, man. Everything like that, man.
Mr. Elvis.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Elvis, see.
That is African way now.
Mr. Elvis.
Yes, sir.
With respect to submissiveness on this topic, if anyone say he or she is not agreeing with the woman, the person should give us his own definition. Don't just say you don't disagree, so that we can learn.
Exactly.
That's why whether it will just be flat to just say I don't agree. Then what is your own position?
Exactly.
How do you define it?
Everybody go talk, including me. Everybody go talk our own. No worry. But
it is very easy. Oga Jonathan.
We yes. Never talk first. Calm down. You will get different submission today. But that woman say the definition of submissiveness and remote control.
It is very wrong.
The share where you sit down, the only day where you want to go, that's our own definition of submissiveness. And she said, in her entire life, she can never be submissive to a man, and her 6 daughters can never be submissive to a man. For me, that was extreme. But we are coming. Let's take this one quickly. Let's listen to Kanayo.
So, okay. Earlier in the course of this conversation, you talked about how Igbos don't like to divorce. They
The
don't-
Igbo man.
The Igbo man. Or you know,
Prefer
don't
to die in the
die
marriage.
in the marriage than to divorce. That was when you came to Lagos that you started hearing that.
Saying
So
divorce.
people are divorcing. Really. Is it the naivety of the Igbos? Or you didn't go deep?
No,
I didn't
because
quite
it's
get
not
that.
it's not a platform. I just wanted to mention it because what happened is that then in the Igbo land, because it has also crept, the divorcing has crept in now. Then men were in charge, and women called their husbands master, just like Sarah called Abraham my lord. And they respected the institution that
God married.
food has to be. You call 9, food has to be ready before 9 comes back because he goes to fend for the whole family. There was no lack in his house. Men were known by how many wives they controlled. Because don't forget where we're coming from. How rich a man was how many bands of yarn he earns or he walks on. People even attacked other villages based on the number of children they have and take over.
Igwe.
That's it. That's where we're coming from. So, if a man has a first son and the wife of the first son is disobeying him, he goes to his father to go and say, this woman I married is doing this. The father will call the lady. So, what is this? My son said this. Okay? That also shows you democracy has been operating in Igbo land. My son said this. Okay, you guys live in peace. Do this. And then, if it continues, the wife's attitude, the son comes again. The man calls his brothers, Homonna, to intervene. If it doesn't change, they will go to the girls,
Our people.
our people, and say, take her. They will take her for 6 months or 9 months. And when they take her to her place, they are not taking her to serve her rice and beans. You're the first one who has come back. You are our ambassador there. Marriage is a fight or protest or this in between, not physical fight. It's a thing of, you are the ambassador of Mbise people in Mbano. You go be our representative. If you fail, we fail. So by the time she stays with her people, being disciplined for 6-9 months, she comes back here, her hair don't cool.
Okay. So instead of divorce, that's the
So that's the society we're coming from.
okay.
But now, and again, let me also, before I get into how were marriages conducted? Chukwude will be on a road path as a 9. He will see a girl he likes or a lady he likes. Onyemoge, who born you? I'm the daughter of Mazi. Hey. Because maybe greet the man. Hey, I like Motisi work name. I like how you greeted me. Okay. You know good. And while she's talking, she'll be picking a leaf here. That was a natural state of women. I like you. Can I come and see your father?
Like that?
That's how the marriage was celebrated. So the man will now carry his. So when she goes home, she will now tell her mother who she met on the road, the questions that were asked. There was no situation where they had opportunity for this kind of courtship that goes into they start touching and so on. So they will not, because that's what has destroyed a whole lot of things. You see the G-string before, you see the thing before you even see the G-string. Now, she will now tell her father, he said it's going to the next Eke market day. So in the next Eke market day, he will tell his brothers to go and meet
Lucky flower.
to go and meet the family. They have to make inquiries.
Okay.
Okay? Because what we are men known for in those days, wrestling, hunting,
Farming.
Hunting.
that's it. So you were not liking a girl based on boobs or this. Because it's all covered. So she brings
the thing is celebrated, brings her home. If there was a wife in the house, she would even join to go and bring this one because it's an extra hand in the farm.
Senior wife.
Secondly, that's one way marriages were celebrated. Another way was Mama Nuku.
Mr. Destiny, I bet off your camera now. Off it, please. What you are showing, I don't want to be seeing it. Thank you.
That's the first wife. Has a good friend. That's why all this sharing you people are not doing these days. It's not helping matters. It's leading to profligacy and so on. Now, Mama Nuku will call the husband after serving him food. My master, Chukwu Abiyama has blessed you. In my next word, I wouldn't dream of having any other husband aside you. But this farm work is getting too much for me and the children because I need an extra hand. Nah, anyway, do and read history. That's what is causing a lot of divisions and so on. So, Nanyi will say, she will not say, I have a friend who will come and help me. So women brought in their friends to be wives.
Troopers.
Lol.
Go and read. It's not what I'm saying on this program.
Lol.
And she will never. Just like Sarah brought Hagar now. Do you understand? So when she now brings that one, now
the year now. So we may now you dey selfish, so they come out to share. Una know they share. Una the year now. Elders they talk, so don't be me talking more.
Will allocate room and she starts procreating. When it is another time, that one may see her friend or say, nah, I need an extra hand. That's why men had wives. Because the strength was in the farm. And the more hand you had, the more you were. So, but these days, what do you see? People who are pushed up here. That's what I'm seeing. No character. No character. And character is everything. Whether you like it or not. Character. We're not saying we should go back to the dark ages. We're saying there are values we must bring from there. I don't believe in one wife. It's not our culture. It's not our tradition. It's not who we are. These are imported things into our environment. Our strength lied in, so Oyibo would support mistress, but they won't support polygamy. Are we not stupid to be still aligning with them? I don't want to mention names, so do you know who I'm talking about in the world? Started a mistress here and then become something. I don't want to mention names. If you're a historian, you will know.
Yes.
So why wouldn't they support?
I know.
Oh yeah. And what is mistress in Igbo, in our culture? Iko.
Really?
Napumia.
That's what they call mistress.
Now, Iko comes to cook. And Iko holds the child for the wife to go and cook. Iko would even feed the child. Okay? And what Iko is mistress.
Iko dia is even a name.
Yes. When the man closes from work, he goes to the Iko's house. The wife knows that's where he is.
Sorry,
Side
sir.
chick.
Sorry, sir. Did he marry? He married the wife properly, right?
Of course.
But Iko doesn't want to get married.
In the culture where we're coming from, that's how it is. They may get married later. I heard a woman in my village who used to call me Kum. Yes. She liked me that much. I've never had an affair, but it was something whenever she calls me Kum, I would start laughing. And she knows I was shy. Do you understand? So what we're talking about here is what Oyibo are brought to us through their own culture and so on. There are certain things we must start saying, it's not working with us. So that's what I was talking about, divorce. So there was no occasion for that. Because one an abomination. It will not end. It will be that when the next girl is going to be married from that family, they'll say, Hana alakwa alao.
That's
Hana notana.
you want
Hana, they say for husband house. Madness is because what they used to ask in those days is when you see a girl, the inquiry you make is this: does madness run in their lineage? Akoko, do they die young? Does the mother always oppose the father? If these things are absent, you go and bring the girl in. Don't ask whether she's fine. No. Every woman was fine. And that's the original society we're coming from. How she is, you did fine like that. But these days, you get money. I hope the guy, they drive. We're not saying people should not be exposed to comfort. What we're saying is this. There are certain things you're asking for that is out of the question of how to build a thing. So I would take leverage from stability of how our fathers did it. Just like part of what I will have to tell you on this program. The Igbos have the best definition for election. Ndoro. Ndoro chichi.
What does that mean?
Power is not freely given.
Oh, okay.
You have to drag it. Do you understand? So it is with this marriage thing that there was more peace when men were in charge. Men are no longer in charge. And that's what is leading to all this. A woman is married. She has 3 kids for another man. And the kids are all fathered by somebody outside. 15, 20 years before you find out that your kids are not yours. Arrow, abomination.
Okay, you talked about how men used to, men should take charge. Take, when they take charge, they earn the respect by being the head or, Do you believe in, because this society right now, everyone is working. So some men believe that, let's do 50-50. You bring, you are earning too. You might even be earning more than me. Let's do 50-50. Do you believe in 50-50 or do you believe that the man should take charge and then whatever the woman brings is okay? If you don't bring, no wahala.
It also falls within the context of who we are, where we're operating. There's nothing like 50-50 in Nigeria. I don't want to speak from Ghana or Togo and so on. There can't be 50-50 in Nigeria because men will not accept that because it will also belittle you in your own house. Men want to be in charge by provision. Men want to boast with, this is Tona, my Yoruba wife. I'm one a dozy fan. I mean, they keep sustain this embassy. Do you understand? So this embassy cannot give visa if she contributes 50%. So the man wants to be in charge by buying anything. But what we're saying in the present economic realities, Onya Kadi, person will hold, make him bury him, Papa, not be the first son kill him. So having said that, it means women must be empowered, not to the extent of disrespecting their husbands, but be empowered to the extent that if anything happens to the man, they won't have to struggle too much to bring the children up. But must not be to the extent that you now oppose your husband because you earn more. It cannot be. This is Africa. We, as much as we support our women, we still come from that background where a man will finish eating and leave his plate. It doesn't make it right. Neither does it make it wrong. Babe, I know Sabi cook because of how I was brought up. Because they chased men from the kitchen. You know that. I did them. Were you your brother's not chased from the kitchen?
My brother,
that you will not, because the thing was that if you Sabi cook, you can't appreciate your wife. That's always the thinking of our fathers. So they restrain the men from coming to. So a lot of us only know how to cook water, boil water. Do you understand? So this is the background we're coming from. And that background has restrained some of us from the things we do. And we still live with it. So there's nothing bad in helping your wife bring out the soup from the deep freezer before she comes back from work. But it must not be a situation where you come back and start making Indomie for the man. It won't work. We're Africans. And the way we live is communal. If you meet us out here and you start calling me Kanayo, I'll give you a knock on the head because this is true. As an Igbo man, you cannot call me Kanayo. Who born you? That's our culture. Why do you Yorubas lie on the floor? You see Oba, you know, go. Very good. That's what it is. So please, if you live in Africa, especially Nigeria, live within the bounds of your culture.
I agree.
If you want to do Oyibo, go abroad. Igbo people want to shake you. You put two hands. That's respect of the highest order. Can't be shaking someone who's your senior with one hand. It's not done, no matter how much you have. Even in your place, if somebody like the Abribas, ETMs, and so on, if their son is governor and their old men are talking, the governor go there, you're not going to say that him be governor self. He can't talk. That's where we're coming from. And we must maintain it. You don't Ndichi are talking. And because you're the governor of a state from that community. No, you won't come back there. That's the kind of culture we come. That's the kind of background we relate. Because there's hierarchy in everything. Which are governor. You don't come back.
Do you think there are some practices that are harmful? Like, especially to maybe women and the girl child?
Of course.
Like the cooking one is a survival skill.
Of course. No, the cooking one cannot be amongst the one. That should be an understanding. The harmful ones, I don't want to start quoting law here. The harmful ones, like inheritance.
Okay.
Woman cannot inherit. Of course, the Supreme Court has ruled on it that a woman can inherit. Do you understand? It wasn't the case. Don't also forget that when election.
Okay. I'll stop that right there. Make we for move on. But before that, we hear this one once again.
Submissive to a man. Neither my 6 daughters. Submissive. Total bullshit.
Okay. Now don't hear that part. Even Bible, they say Bible talk, and somebody started me just now with a quote in the Bible saying that, in Ephesians 5:23 to 24, verse 24. Now, as the church submits to Christ, so also wives should submit to their husbands in everything. And I say, postmodernity does change many things. So, but meanwhile, I'd like to hear from people. Everybody have a different view on this. Although the first view what we don't see, I disagree 100% with that woman. So we'll see. Maybe we will later come across to agree with somebody later on. I don't know, because our definition of submissiveness was sit down in one chair, press remote, go holiday, and what again? One more thing. Movie, watch horror movie or action movie. So it doesn't make no sense to me. But meanwhile, I appreciate every one of you, my people. We are going to start talking right now. We have a full screen. So let me pick some calls quickly. For those of you that want to call in, because Mother Deborah and other, you guys were calling in already. Yes, quickly call in and let me take your call. Maybe I might just take 1 or 2 calls quickly. Move on to the panel. I really want to hear from people. Like as I talked about before, me come here, come learn for especially this particular topic today. Now learn, let me want you learn. I want to know why, a man should have 2 wives or marry more than 1 wife, or submissiveness, is a bad thing. Mother Deborah, thank you very much, man, for joining us today. Good evening to you.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. I better talk to us. Good evening to you, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you.
Good evening to all our viewers at home and all our commenters. This is a very interesting conversation, and I would just want to contribute a little to it.
Okay, ma'am.
First and foremost, I think, Mr. Elvis, if you listen to that woman submission, because I think I pay attention to what she's saying, a lot of people just took a bit of what she just said and they ran with it without really understanding the context of what she's trying to say. And that's the problem with a lot of our people. They listen to something, but they don't really critically look at what that person is trying to say, and they take what the person is saying out of context. Like you were trying to say that she was making reference to holiday, to remote control. I think she's just using that as an example. She's not saying that is the main reason of what submissiveness means. If you listen to the earlier part of our conversation, she talked about mutual respect, where she said both parties should respect each person mutually. And then she went on to talk about incompatibility, that's one of the reasons why there are problems in relationship or marriage. Is when she talked about incompatibility that she make example with maybe remote control, people not being compatible in their likes and dislikes. So I think if you really listen to her conversation critically, you understand where she's coming from, and not just think, oh, she's saying submissiveness is when somebody said, no, you can't go on holiday, or no, you can't. I don't think that's what she meant.
Okay.
So,
but she mentioned remote control. Now make me talk. And she mentioned share, Ojoko. She mentioned.
So she's just making an example.
Oh, okay.
She's saying people can be incompatible. That, for example, maybe both of them.
So you are saying now that a statement by saying I can never be submissive to a man, neither my 6 children. You support that statement, right?
It depends on you. You are not getting. I think if you listen to this is the issue I'm trying to say. People are not looking at the context. I think if I have to listen to her critically and analyze what she's trying to say, I think she's trying to say that, you see, she even make example with like a dog, like telling a dog, you sit here, don't stand up. So try to understand the context that she's trying to say. I think she's trying to say she will not want a situation where somebody is about control. She's trying to say that she will not want to be in that situation where she can be controlled like a dog. That you will say, sit here and don't do this. And it's only the man that will always want what he wants to work, but he will never listen to what the woman wants. That she doesn't want either herself or her children to be in that situation. So to me, I feel her what she's trying to say, if you really listen critically without being biased, I think she's trying to say she wouldn't want to be treated like a dog, that you will just say, sit down and don't go here. So if she's talking about control.
No, okay. Mama.
A situation whereby the man
Madam Deborah, are you aware? Yes, because I wanted to wait to hear from others before I would pass my own understanding of submissiveness. This woman, for me, I totally 100% disagree with her, because you cannot come in and be giving irrelevant reasons to that bogus statement. I can never, the word never, be submissive to a man, neither my children. Then your examples, according to how you are reinterpreting it now, is still not, according to our statement, still doesn't make no sense. Submissive, submissive to your husband is an act of honoring and respecting one's husband, while also trusting his leadership. Let's get that right. Trusting his leadership and feeling empowered to share own opinions. It is not about living in fear. It's not about living in fear or being a dominant or dormant, but rather about being strong-willed, or rather, okay, let me put this the different perspective. Humbly submissive to your husband means that you are humbly sharing your own opinion. I mean, humbly. Maybe your husband comes in the evening. Hold on, man. You will speak. Your husband comes in the evening and you have something to discuss concerning the kids. He don't eat, he don't do everything. Honey, there's something I want us to discuss. Different from you passing it as you like, after all, at 50-50. So humbly sharing your opinion with him, it means not invalidating him, especially in front of others. Right? With that statement from that woman, that is a low. You can see how many girls or women are not treat their husband. Invalidating him especially in front of others. It means trusting his decision as the leader of the home. Trusting his decision as the leader of the home, while feeling a power to give your own point of view. So, Oni, you are right on this. I agree with you. But don't you think we should also do it this way? That is submissiveness. Not that your husband is talking, you are saying, no, 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 no. We can never do it like that. We can never do it like that. Then,
excuse me, Mr. L.
yes, ma'am.
You are correct in your own context. I want to analyze this. Let's assume we are in a master's class. But you see, there's no right or wrong. It depends on the context that you're coming from. And I agree with you 100% in your own context. But you now try to look at the context that woman is saying, making her own.
The reason why I'm not listening to her at all, using the word I can never, and I will not allow my 6 children to be submissive. A lot of children's life will be destroyed by that statement that you saw. Not every children that will have the patience like you, madam, to wait till the end of that video.
Mr. Elvis, you see, this is why I said sometimes we need to how will I put it? We need to understand. You see, no one's glove fits everyone. That's the more reason why if discussions like this are held, you cannot just look at one particular context and just say, okay, this is the context that fits everyone. So you have to look at it holistically. Don't just, I can understand where you're coming from, and I'm still trying to understand the context that woman is talking about. That woman is talking about the context of where it becomes like control.
Do you know that the context she was trying to pass would have fly if she did not start by saying, I can never be submissive to a man, neither my 6 daughters. That word have devaluated a statement to me. But let's hear from others. Thank you, ma'am.
Then secondly, let me just talk something briefly about what's his name, Kanayo was trying to say. Trying to take us back to the olden days of the practice that was done so many years ago and trying to bring it to this modern era. I don't think that is realistic, because as at that time, the life then is completely different from what we have today. So trying to bring us back to the way our forefathers or the way our parents lived and comparing it to this to today's time, I think Kanayo should have a rethink to know that the time we are now is completely different from those days. And thirdly, the issue of polygamy, in my own opinion, I don't think there's justice and fairness in a polygamy setting most of the time. I remember when I was growing up in the north, even the northerners that we think they married 4 wives, I remember as a child when I was in the north, I saw some of my friends that marry into polygamy, and I always see how unfair some of the women are being treated. For example, when
Mother Deborah, you don't support polygamy?
No, because I saw, like I was born in the northern parts of Nigeria, and I saw some of my friends that were married into polygamy, and I saw the gross injustice that was taking place. For example, now, I remember after our primary school, they marry quite early. I have a friend out there, the man married her as a fourth wife, and the man was treating her 100 times better. The other women, he wouldn't give them money for food, but he will give her money. The other women who were there.
Maybe that one, they cook better food for her now.
But that is injustice, that is unfairness. And the truth of the matter is that there's no way on earth I think a man can be able to love
all his wives at the same time, equally.
The same way.
That's true. Okay.
Because if one is younger than the other, you will prefer the younger one and then become unfair to the others. So
okay.
in my own opinion, it depends on choice.
Then treat your husband well, not to think of getting married to the second wife. Simple.
Yeah, in my opinion.
That is where the submissiveness came in now. When you are not telling me it's 50-50 in the house.
Elvis, we have situations. You have to know that there are equally situations where some women are good and they do everything, but the man will still choose to.
Yeah, that's true. We have some useless men like that. Yes.
We have had situations like that.
I agree.
The same thing too. We have had situations where men are very good and the women will still
I agree.
treat them badly. So one situation does not fit everyone.
Okay, thank you, man. Let's move on. Thank you.
The case of your leader chair and his wife.
Thank you. It be like say, Mother Deborah, you like this topic, oh? You don't want to leave phone.
Yeah, it's a way of life, and we need to look at it
Okay.
critically and understand that what works for one might
Thank
not
you.
work for another.
Okay.
And people should not be forced into something that they cannot deal with. If a man wants polygamy, you shouldn't force it on the woman if the woman doesn't want it.
Then you divorce. You divorce and pack your load, go to your father's house.
Well, if somebody, instead of you to be in perpetual, if you know you cannot tolerate it emotionally, don't forget that those days women don't have a choice. Probably that's why a lot of them.
No, you guys have choice in abroad, though. You know, say they're not they go to your papa's. Even though I buy a house and the pursue us come off our house for abroad.
I don't support that.
God bless you.
In my own opinion,
God bless you, man.
I still stand on the ground that for marriage to work, both parties have to work to make it work.
God bless you, man.
It shouldn't be one-sided, and no one should think, okay, me, I can eat my cake and have it.
Okay, Mother Deborah, thank you. Thank you, Mother Deborah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elvis.
Bye. Mother Deborah, I don't want to leave phone. Anyway, I want you guys to understand that this topic is a very wide one because me know some people on this panel now don't they warm up, they wait for me, you know, but still. Now so we'll go take to it today, but still. Although we have some useless men, regardless of how the wife will take treat them, he can never appreciate that woman one day. But for those of you that are speaking against polygamy, if you cannot be submissive to your husband, then don't cry whenever he go carry 3310, you know, for outside. He can't put join you for house. Thank God say we don't get married woman we talk and just now say she's not part of the people sending men away from their house where they buy for abroad. Because you cannot try those rubbish in Nigeria. Say you did my house, you know me and you, 90 can happen, you constantly say come out from my house. No, now only abroad they flex all these satanic muscles. That's why you see most marriages is crumbling every day in abroad because most women are taking charge. You know, submissiveness has become something else to them. Submissive to your husband doesn't mean that you are becoming a slave. For example, let me put this on screen. As you can see, that's another definition, you know, about submissiveness. Submission in marriage is a spirit of respect a wife has towards her husband. It is an attitude intended to help her and her husband to live a more contentful, peaceful life together. Problems and disagreement between a husband and wife in marriage are inevitable. Just be submissive. Know the right time to speak to your husband. Know how to approach your husband. You know how to calm him down when things are. That is part of the submissiveness. You don't need to be submissive and say, go and wash my car. Go and do this. Go and clear all the bush in the area. I don't understand. You know, pressing remote. See that dead. Nobody is doing that, my friend. Now only village men, how they treat their wife like that. Just be submissive means that you know the right time, even though your husband is passing an opinion that is against your wish. Let him speak, finish. When he now finish, approach your husband with so much respect. Okay, honey, I've been listening to you. You know, I really understand. Just like the way Madam Deborah they talk just now. I really understand where you are coming from. You know, but don't you also think we should look it in this area? The husband will say, not true, I don't say it like that. But not be saying, you'll be saying, oh, before you come from work, your wife don't go paint living city room purple. Say, why? No, I just saw it. I think the living room should be purple. Without not seeking permission from you, nothing at all. Is that submissiveness? So there are a lot of things that is going on in marriages that not making marriages to work today. That many of us are not seeing. Many of us cannot digest it. Argument or egoism and all that will not allow us to understand that, no, it shouldn't be like that. Although, like I said before, there are so many useless men, no matter how you compose yourself, restructure and reaugment yourself to approach them with a vital discussion, they will still not understand. They were created, those kind of men, they were created to be useless forever and ever. So we know them. Yes, but let's talk about the realistic view, understanding, perception of submissiveness. Because if you cannot be submissive, that's where the other topic will come in. Polygamy will come in. If you don't want to give me divorce, I'll marry another woman. Now you go give yourself divorce. That's it. Because you are not submissive. No man like to be right on. Everybody should know that. God created men, with so much ego. You should know these things. You cannot ride on me. Just like Kanayo said earlier on. You are any more than me, for example. You don't respect me anymore. You don't want to listen to me anymore just because you believe you earn more than me. Marriage cannot work like that. That's it. Any respectful, responsible wife, no matter the amount you are earning, even though you are earning 90%, or over 10% that your husband is earning, you're still supposed to be respectful. Respect your husband. Even though I know that respect should be reciprocated, but we know what we're talking about. Let me hear from others. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. Help us to press on the like button, help us to share. And let's take it from here. Maybe we might hear a different opinion that will take us there. But meanwhile, more and others, make I play this particular video again. Now, just 30 seconds.
We'll play to polygamy here. I still think that polygamy is the best form of marriage for Africa.
Why?
Yes. Monogamy is not working. We are pretending.
Why do you think monogamy is not working?
It's not working. Now, what is the difference between polygamy and monogamy? Polygamy says you can marry two people at the same time. Yes. Monogamy says you cannot marry them at the same time. You have to let one go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. Let me call on the first person on the panel today, which is Black Panther. Black Panther, Bila saying that the women for life will hear from first too.
Let me talk first when I get my wahala come for road. First of all, you can't jam me for head.
Okay, talk to us, my brother. Go ahead. 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Nigerians. May God bless you. Today's topic is a topic that those of us that are in it has a lot of experience and has a lot to say. But before I go further, I will say thank you to all the panelists. Thank you. May God bless every one of us. I will say also thank you to our great mother. You are mommy in diaspora. You are a diamond to me. I treasure you. And one thing I ask from God is for God to continue to give you divine health. Very, very important, so that you can reap everything, you can harvest what you have planted. In Jesus' mighty name. And I have to thank those and the comment section. Top notch to you guys. Today is like in the front of a lot of people's eyes, like we have built a wall between the male and the female. It's not like that. But there's one thing I want to say here, first and foremost. Here, the first video I watched, a lot of people say contest. She's speaking from the contest. You see, when you are trying to pass an information that will affect the life of people, that will change the doctrine that you did not put in place, but you are trying to change it, you must be very mindful of your word you use. Because your word can make and it can break. People come and the other say contest. Nobody's, see, critical thinkers are few, while the regular thinkers are in billions. So what you're saying in retrospect is that you need critical thinkers. Then therefore, you need critical thinkers to hear this before they go and marry. How many women is ready to be a critical thinker? That's the problem we have in our society. And one thing about this marriage issue itself, it's an institution whereby you cannot be outside and be dictating it. You cannot be standing in your palace and be saying you are telling somebody on how to go on a marriage. Marriage is a school. Everybody got to be in it, to know it, and design your own way that it will work for you. But you don't go against the norms, the ethics. They lay down rules of it all. If you go against it, it starts affecting you directly or indirectly. One, Mr. Niger was made mention of submissive, and he gave a very strong definition which everybody should agree with. But when from the part where that woman was talking about, that woman was talking from the point of she has gotten a very bad experience. You see, people that talks like this, they have bad experience. And that is why I say marriage is two ways.
But if she has bad experience, she shouldn't drag her children into it now.
That is what, before she will say, I can never, that means she has bad experience. You cannot experience good and start saying evil.
Yeah, but she should follow that bad experience on her own and leave her 6 daughters alone.
That is it. That is one thing. If you have encountered bad experience, you have to sit down and look at it from your point of view, where you went wrong, where the other person went wrong. And when you want to advise, you advise the ones that are going in, how to process it, how to go about it, and these are the norms. Don't break this. If you break this, you get this. These are what are we expecting from our mothers. It's not, you know what is going on now, eh? You know, like what is happening in when some men want to become women. And I would take it like this: you cannot change the norms, the rules laid down on marriages by just pronouncing or try to change it that, oh, women I cannot allow my daughter to be submissive. If you are not submissive, therefore, don't get married. It's even in the Bible. If you don't want to be involved, don't abstain from it. If you want to be involved, follow the rules and regulation of it all. That's it. And you got to be committed. When you are committed, everything goes well for you. But in the aspect of you coming out to say you will not allow your children, 6 of them, that is not good, and that does not go well with your kids, because your kids might experience different things which you have not experienced. So on that context, you cannot say you will not allow your children, because your children, if they are themselves, why you are yourself. You can only win some, while some will not agree with you because of their own experience, because the way they see the person they are going to get involved with. Those are the kind of things. And one thing about it is that marriage is patience, endurance. It's not meant to be violent. But when the violence comes into it, then you can either opt out of it or you seek for something that will amend it. But not when you just come, if you are not involved in marriage, you just come and say, oh, if you don't do anything, just divorce. You see what our actor, the great actor, just said here. I understand and I totally agree with him. You see, you know I agree with him. We are trying to use another tradition to ride on our own tradition and change the totality of our own tradition. What are we getting? You see people having breakdown of marriages and breakdown of institution. Now, if you look at the Jews, what our elder brother said about marriages in Africa, in Nigeria especially, the Jews still follow the same process. Before you get married, you go and meet the parents, you meet your parents, for your parents to go and meet the other parent. The Jews still practice it up to date. Humility, humbleness, submissiveness, they still practice it. That is why you see, if you go and check the breakage of marriage with the Jews, it's very, very low. Come and check it in the Western world. It has broken the roof. And that is what we are practicing. We want to go and emulate. That is why I say tradition, don't throw away your tradition. Try as much as possible to amend it. But in amending it, don't try and take away the pillars that encourage humility, humbleness, the submissiveness, love each other. Don't try to remove that, because in your removing it, you are trying to fashion now, you are trying to override your own tradition. And that is why you see a lot of broken home. You see, that is why you see before you our tradition doesn't encourage people sleeping with a woman before you get married.
Mr. Black Panther, is polygamy also your tradition?
Polygamy has been our tradition. Yes, I'm proud to say it.
Okay.
So there's nothing I cannot.
Do you embrace that, or you see it as a matter of choice?
Polygamy is a matter of choice.
Okay.
It's not compulsory. You are not, before it was under compulsion. It's like a norms. But now, because of the change of the world, you have to manage what you have. You don't have to indulge in what you don't want to because somebody is doing it. So in this case, please, everybody should talk on his own experience and bring your experience to encourage and advise the people coming in. You don't need to come and change the norms of marriage. If you change it, you are going to have a catastrophe. And that is what we are having here, where you override your own tradition, override it with Western world. That is what you can amend your own tradition and make it suitable for you. But don't take away the pillars that hold marriage, because marriages all over the world is being attacked. So please, I indulge in everybody to speak with good, just speak it out according to how you have experienced it. Don't use the book. The book will not work. If you use the book, it's not going to work. It's experience that makes it to work, so that people will look at it and amend their own way when they get inside. That's the only thing I want to say. Thank you, Mr. Najawatch.
Thank you, Black Panther, my brother. Thank you. Maybe other people's submission later on might trigger you to come back again. But meanwhile, let's just move on to others quickly and hear what they have to say on this. Midwest people, thank you very much, sir. I'd like you to talk to us. Good evening to you, sir. Okay, you are not there. I'll just move on to Madam Busy Brains. Madam Busy Brains, thank you very much, ma. You were here first, but at least you logged out and came back again. If you are there to speak right now, let us know. Good evening to you.
Hello, Guy Elvis. Good evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Good to hear from you.
My connection was playing up, so I had to change my device.
Oh,
yeah. Happy Sunday. Good evening, my fellow panelists. Good evening, Mommy D. I hail you, Mommy. Honestly, really, really appreciate your consistency. I now know where Mr. Elvis got it from. This level of consistency is by the grace of God. It can only be God.
Thank you, ma'am.
You've brought a topic here today that is very, there's no one fixed, everybody's opinion would differ, but it doesn't necessarily mean it is wrong. Most people will bring their own experiences, what they've observed, what they've seen, their own learned experience to it, But I think the scripture is the main place that we go to, except if you do not prescribe by the word, you are not a Christian. That is different. Your angle you approach marriage would be different from any. So your ideology and the doctrine that would guide you in the decisions that you make while in marriage will definitely differ from somebody who is a Christian. And unfortunately, a lot of people, now I'll narrow it down to my fellow Christians, a lot of people who prescribe that they are practicing Christians, most at times it is lip service, or when they want something, when they want to get out of a situation, or when they want to use the gospel to manipulate you to see them as holy than thou, then they come to you in the guise that I am a Christian, so that whatever, that is the first point of manipulation, so that you just assume this person is Jesus Christ's younger brother. I will start by what this lady said about submission, and I think you gave a concise definition of what submission is in marriage. But what is submission according to the English dictionary? So it says submission, right, is the action of accepting or yielding to a superior force or to the will or authority of another person. So for example, they were forced into submission. So being submissive is subjecting your own will under another person's authority. Yeah? As a Christian, the Bible says that wives submit to your husbands. But it also goes on to say, husbands, love your wives. Now, which husband can you love two women at the same time? Even God knows that you cannot love him and love money at the same time. You will have to choose one, and one will definitely have to suffer. Even in the Islamic religion that advocates for polygamy, you can marry as much as 4 wives. It also puts a caveat, as long as you can treat each one of them equally. So as a Christian, for me, submission, if I'm going into a Christian marriage, it is expected that I will submit to my husband. Hey, but now this is where it goes haywire. It means that as a woman, the onus is on me, seriously on me, that I do not get a fool, a stupid man, a nincompoop, a sit down, go do, a 50-50 man, and expect me to submit my will. Total submission, no? You submit your will under such a fool. It is only by God's grace. It is only by God's grace.
And I'm busy brain does scatter everywhere.
Brain, I love you so much. Carry go.
Why you don't go love her before, Madarita?
No, but now the truth now.
I have loved her before. The love has increased.
Oh, bless you.
Mother busy brain, they come for you. Finish first.
Okay. So for you to be able to submit to such a person, which is the action of accepting or yielding to a superior force, that man has to be superior to you as a woman. That man has to show leadership qualities. That man has to be able to provide for you. That man has to be able to make good, sound decisions for you, your children, and for his wider general family. That man should be able to lead you and to ultimately to love you, so that when he says, sit down here, give me your first child, let me go and sacrifice, you will sit down and allow him to take the first child to go and sacrifice, because you ultimately know whatever he does, it is for you and him. When two people become one. So this submission, that it is easy for men to say, I agree, I will submit. In fact, show me a woman who has been loved, treated well and fairly, that has not yielded to the man, that has not submitted her, except that woman is the devil's first daughter. In fact, she will be senior devil. She will be over, even the devil will be copying her. If a man will show a woman love, treat her with respect, honor her, provide for her, make sure that her children are his priority, their safety is paramount, then you tell me that a woman will not be submissive? I would not side with that nonsense. That would be demonic and evil woman from the pit of hell. So for a man that expects submission from a woman, are you ready to lead her? Are you ready to have that wisdom, God's own wisdom, that you are able to do things right, make decisions right by you, by her children, by the wider community that you live in? Are you able to lead, show by example? A lot of people, we have been indoctrinated to say that our African culture will tell you that the success of a marriage depends on the woman. I stand here to disagree. The success of a marriage depends on the man. If the man is said to be the head of the home, the leader of that home, he is supposed to lead by example. And what is leadership? For those who are in management position, they will be able to tell me what is leadership. Even Christ was a leader, but he served. So that man is supposed to serve his family, and that woman has no choice but to follow his leadership.
But Madam Busy Brain, Madam Busy Brain, just quick one so that you can deal with it. Then, do you believe in the saying that the success of a man, that no man succeed without
behind a successful man,
something like that? Do you believe in that?
I agree with that as well.
I agree with that,
but it's not in totality. There are some men that succeed with useless women behind them that are a burden. So it is, those kind of words cannot be generically used for all situations. But in the majority,
but your word is contradicting now.
No, it's not. Let me finish. Even the Bible says it. He who finds a wife finds a good thing, and it does not stop there, and obtains favor from the Lord. So you have found a wife. If you see that wife as a good thing, you will find favor from God. And how do you see the wife as a good thing? A lot of things, but I'll just mention a few. You see her as a good thing when she says, my darling, I don't think this is the right thing for you to do. I think this is something that if you do this, it might not all go well. If he sits down and reason with you and say, I see your point, but you know what? Let us try it. If it doesn't work, we'll come back another way. At least he is acknowledging her presence. A man that is listening to the wife, even when he does not take it, he is listening to it. Because believe it or not, women are more in tune with their spiritual side than the men. So when we say a man, out of the success of a man, behind every successful man is a woman. To a large extent, yes. But there are also very dumb diddly women that sit there that do not even know what is remote control. So for me, that is where, I have a lot to say about this submission thing, but it is not clear-cut that woman should just submit. The woman, for any single girl out there, it is a Herculean task. You need to be in a relationship, in a marriage that will last, and you need to submit. But be careful who you submit your crown to, who you submit your head to. Be very careful, because when you are in it, you've got to submit, because you are going in it as a Christian marriage. And I will say to the men, you want a woman to submit to you. This is just what you need to do. Show leadership. Show her that you love her. I'm telling you, you will go far in this life. In order to talk, so I think I've even addressed the Kanayo and Kanayo was talking about in our tradition, our culture, that women will bring wives for their husband to say, oh, they need to. He was coming from it from an economic point of view, where it is even the woman that is now seeking for a helpmate for her husband. But how did that even all go with it for Abraham? When Sarah went and brought him another wife, how did that end for him? Did Abraham have peace? Let me tell you, a man that will successfully do polygamy is a man that is able to give his all equally. I have been around polygamous families. Mine escaped it. We were in it for a period of time, but God brought us out, brought my father and my mother out of it. My father found Christ, yeah? And I can tell you there is nothing like 50-50. From what I have seen, what I have experienced, there is nothing that the man can say he will love 50-50. There is something that will endear him to one wife more than the other. And that in itself, God does not want. God hates. Did you think that God was happy with Adam when he was treating Sarah, the love of his life, better than he was treating the one that was the mistress? No. So polygamy, sorry, I'm going to round up now. Polygamy, as far as I'm concerned, in the age of our forefathers, he made an argument for economic reasons. But now, what is the economic reason? When a man is there asking to do 50-50 with a woman, in this current Nigeria, our Nigerian men, they are asking for, in fact, I have heard of one, the man is seeking divorce as we speak because the woman was doing more than 50-50. Now she's saying, I'm going to do 40-60. At least you to do the 50-50 in the house. The man is now saying,
Madam, can I just give you 10 seconds, please? Can you give me 10 seconds?
I don't have time anymore, please. Man, I've rang the bell already.
Thank you, sir.
I will ask you a question. You will answer next time. I beg. Why did the man show love to the woman? Is it by giving money? So you will answer next time.
Okay. It is easy to answer. You too, you know how you give love. It's not by money. It's not by money.
Thank you. A lot of people are waiting. I wanted to get to everybody on time. Thank you very much, Madam Busy Brace, for your submission. But before I will move on to the next person, I would like to also give another definition again about submissiveness. You know, even though you've mentioned some men that doesn't deserve to be given a submission and all that, but above that, you will still need to be submissive to your husband. It's very, very important. You know, okay, let's take this one. Like you can see on the screen. How do I practice submission in my marriage? Somebody were asking this, and the answer was communicate openly and honestly with your spouse. Listen to your spouse's needs and desires. Serve your spouse and help meet their needs. Respect your spouse's opinions and decisions. That I've heard talk since. Not be sit down there, give me that remote, watch television. No, that is slavery. That is slavery. Any man that is telling his wife, don't sit on this chair, don't do this, that's slavery. That is not submission anymore. You know, you are enslaving that woman. But how many women can actually discuss, have a conversation with their husband in this description that I put on the screen now? Without without no argument, and the ego is. Who's speaking? You know, so let's move on. Let's move on. Let me call on the next person to speak to us, which is Midwest people. Midwest people, I called you before, sir. I don't know if you are back now.
Good evening, Najawash. I greet the house. I greet everybody.
Good evening to you, sir. I beg you have 8 minutes to talk, sir.
Okay. I greet listeners and viewers across the globe. You know, this topic is a very sensitive topic. The only thing I will say is this. Like that woman, I agree with her to some certain level based on explanation. But that word that she made directly that she can never be submissive, that one is very wrong. If we are talking about marriage, there must be a foundation to it. And most cases, what really guide marriage is culture. And the second one is religion. However, people always transfer that culture into that religion when it comes to that very issue. So that's why even when people are Christians, the way they treat their marriage differs from one place to another. Even when people say they are Muslims, they also treat it differently because they brought in their culture. Because culture was already there before even most of these religions have. So that's my own take on that. And what I will say is, the Bible said, be submissive to your husband. It make it clearly to all women. If you are not submissive, there's no way you're going to win your husband's heart. I'm talking about good men, not just anyhow men. Because if you are not submissive, like what she said, both of you can discuss issue, and I decide on issue. But at times you can come to a point in issue whereby the man will just make up his mind and say, no, my decision must lead on this. So what are you going to do if you are not a submissive wife? That's the question. If I were there, that's what I would have asked her. Because there are issues you can deliberate upon as a partner. But sometimes it gets to a point where the man will look at it and say, no, what I've decided, please, you have to lead on this issue. So the woman must, follow it up. But the danger of that is that even when it didn't go the way you expect it, you should be ready to say, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. Don't pump as if I'm the man, always the man. Even the woman, sometimes she can agree on certain thing, and that thing will take a different shape. And in that case, she should be ready to also admit her own, error over that decision. So it goes that way. But my advice is this: both male and female, they should look for their type. All men are never the same. All women are never the same. This marriage is like, I don't know how to, it's like something that needs different treatment and different ailment. So you must apply the rightful medicine to that very particular issue. Or else, if you take what's supposed to be given for another purpose for another purpose, then you're going to have more problems. That is how I see it. People should carefully watch over the kind of partner and look at your future from their character. It goes a long way to help marriage. No marriage that is perfect, like first definition you put there. Yes, my brother, differences that is in marriage is not a joke. You understand? It's not a joke. So I also thank God my own is working. And I brought my wife from Nigeria. We have been here in Europe for many years. We passed through a lot, so we are still passionate by the grace of God. And when I look at what is going on today, my brother, is quite worrisome. Everything have changed. Like all these, our brother also talk about polygamy. For me, I can't condemn everything, though I'm a Christian. If you want to do polygamy, you are just a young man. Just start it at the early stage. Not when one woman have suffered for you, support you for many, many years, and then you are bringing a stranger into the marriage. You're not going to have peace. The children have grown up. They are going to turn back on you. You are not going to take control again. That's just the danger. I have to be honest with this modern life. So if you start it when they are young, before the children know they are left and right, they will now understand that they have a half brother, so they can carry on. So those men who started at the early stage, well, I give credit to them. That's just my own submission on that. But if you have gone far in your marriage, that is not a solution. Try to make sure things work for you. Like this woman's submission, women should be careful. She was very lucky to meet the type of man that can, that fit a kind of person. So for that, she want to be proud about it. Most of the things she mentioned there, man, if you try it, forget it. It's not going to work. I have to be honest to you. You will push a man to a point where he cannot even sit down with you and discuss with you. That's why some women will tell you there's no communication. Sometimes the error you have made can just make this man to make decision like that. And at the same time, some women are really good, but they are just victim of circumstance. Some men are very useless. If you see the character of some men, you as a man, you could wonder which home they bring this kind of person up. I'm telling you, that's what it still be for women. So look for your type and be very vigilant from the beginning. Don't be carried away with this emotion and all those kind of things. Because in the nearest future, marriage is marriage. Two of you may be good. When you start raising children issue will come in. As your children cross to some certain age, another issue will come in. It's a very big institution with all manners of things you never prepare for. But the ability to manage it, if two of you understand yourself, you will be able to manage it. And men should avoid unnecessary argument with your wife. It doesn't help. It doesn't help. It brings disrespectfulness. Even sometimes your quietness can become so dreadful to her, more than just talking. I'm telling you, that's just the truth. So this is my own submission on this issue. Polygamy, I can't condemn it, my brother. The reality on ground is, with what is going on today in Europe, it's as if we Africans, we have lost everything. I'm not saying is something that I will support 100. Who want to do it? Once you have missed it from the beginning, there's no need of doing it again. The Northerners they refer to, don't you see when they marry they wife 2 years, 3 years, they take another one. That is how it was in the old days. They all work together. Not when one have labored so hard and so certain stage you go and get a fresh wife, forget them. That man will never have peace. That's just my own submission. Thank you, Nigerians. I give space to another person.
All right. Thank you very much, Midwest people. God bless you for putting on your voice to this. Okay. Let's come to Mr. Jonathan, the former director. Mr. Jonathan, I beg talk to us. Good evening to you. Wait till your take on this 8 minutes.
Mr. Elvis, I greet you once again. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
I greet all the fellow panelists. I greet you all. Welcome. I hope you guys are having a blessed, a wonderful weekend. Great Mommy Diaspora. God bless you abundantly. And all those on the comment sections, all the callers. I greet everyone. Welcome. Yeah, on this topic, I would prefer to speak from my own situation, from my own experience. And I think that's what it should be for when people are talking, because you cannot generalize. There's no way that your submission or your opinion could be 100% accurate when you the moment you move into the territory of generalization. At some point you will end up being faulty, and that's where I will fault the lady that's on that interview. I do not disagree with her. I think she was speaking from her own experience and she was generalizing it. That's why all these, when they talk of marriage counseling, 6 things to make your marriage successful, 10 things you have to do to make, all those things are crap. Because whoever that is saying it is saying it from his or her own experience, pretty much from his or her own experience. And even some of them are not even in a relationship that you can admire, that you can say is you can take as a model, as a role model, and they will come out. So it can be very, very dangerous when you just listen to people that are pretty much prescribing general prescription. It doesn't happen, as it is in every other area of life. Nothing is you don't go to a doctor and say you have headache and then they will just give you. You can have headache. They may give you one medication. Another person could go to the same doctor, complain of headache, and he will get another medication different from yours. So that's what marriage is. But when we come to the issue of submission, for me, I think it is all encompassing, and that's where the woman was coming from. It's about practicality. That's what it is. And there is no big thing, there is no small thing. I'm talking from my experience, from my own personal experience. I've been married for over 30 years, and I can say that it is all about practicalities, where you talk about little things that we think doesn't matter. All those things add up at the end of the day. So that's why I really don't have a problem when she was talking about things about remote control. See, all those things, they add up. Little tiny things like that. And at the end of the day, they end up being the big issue, because it's an addition of so many little things. That is why when you now listen to couples sometimes, at the end of the day, you will see that the problem, you cannot really pinpoint the real problem. Or at the end of the day, you will see that the problem is so minute, is so insignificant, is so something that is just so minute that you will say, how could this kind of an issue become a problem? Because it's something that has been adding up over years and it's been building up. So submission, to me, being submissive, to me, is an all-encompassing thing. To me, submission is being to be a listener, a woman that listens to her husband, a woman that does not oppose her husband or compete with her husband. That is, you are being submissive. You are not competing. You are not opposing. You are not competing with your husband. A woman with that, that display respect, and the husband is also giving respect back. So it's a mutual thing. This is submissiveness, to me in the practical sense of it. So when you listen, when you respect, when you display patience, when you are not opposing or competing with your husband, you are being submissive. In fact, when you like what your husband likes, when you want him to succeed, when you want your husband to succeed, when your husband comes and say, I want to do this, this is my plan on this, I want to do it. You are not competing with him. You are not opposing him. You want him to succeed. You want him to prosper. So definitely you will go along with him. You will plan with him. That is submissiveness to me. You see, that's why when Madam Busy Brain was talking, and I asked her, she was talking when I asked her about, behind every successful man, there is a woman. It's very straightforward. And this success that we're talking about is not only financial success. When a woman it's not only financial success. Again, it's all encompassing. That's why we go back to the Bible. We cannot throw the word of God out of this. 3 John 1:2, behold, I pray that you may prosper and be in health, just as your souls prosper. Some men some can have money, but they are in shitty health. Their health is so bad. It's part of the relationship, and it is you see so if you are rich, you have money financially, but your health is bad. That is not success to me. That's not success. And in most cases, you will find out that the reason for this health is the relationship issue. So when for every behind every successful man, there is a woman. That's success. That was success. People perceive it to be money, financial alone. No, it is not. It is not. It is all encompassing. All encompassing. In fact, money has very little to do with it. So I just want to, say here today that we should, when it comes to submission, it's those little things that we think they are insignificant, because it is a day-to-day thing. It's a day-to-day thing. When you have a woman who does not listen to the husband, when the husband say 1, she has said 10. That's a problem. A woman who you will see her competing, literally competing with her husband, especially in this age and time. I mean, competing. It cannot add up. There cannot be submission when a woman is competing with her husband. A woman to be successful, fine. Financially successful, fine. But to be competing, there can't be submission in that atmosphere. So that's what I want to say. But with respect to the issue of polygamy, see, I think I interrupted someone earlier, and I said, for me, I see it as a matter of choice. In this age and time, is a matter of choice. You see, polygamy and monogamy, has been embedded into the law, so it becomes a legal thing in this age and time. But when people have mistresses and concubines, they are not embedded in the law. So a man can have 10 mistresses, is free. The only thing that will suffer will be his relationship. He's not going to pay anything. But when you are in a marriage, and then you cannot go and marry another one without getting out of the first one. If you do that, you are entering into the legal terrain, and there are consequences. So it's a matter of choice. So in the Western world, they have mistresses. So I agree with Kanayo on that. He just spoke the fact and the truth there. Come to the Western world, they have mistresses all over the place, but they will have one wife, and they will still be talking about monogamy. So for me, is a matter of choice. So the essence of my submission is just that when it comes to submissiveness, is an all-encompassing things. Those little things, they all add up. Things that we perceive as being insignificant, they are the things that end up to be the big issue. Sometimes they become insurmountable, and the marriage will collapse. Thank you, Mr. Elvis. I leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. Thank you very much. Your own side of this topic. Anyway, no fair here for Madarita first. Madarita, it's good to have you on the show. Good evening to you. I beg, talk to us how you see this matter.
Mr. Elvis, you just deliberately decided to drop an earthquake, and it's okay. Good evening, Mr. Elvis. My lovely mama, my lovely mommy diaspora. You know I'm the only one that loves you in the whole wide world, and I'm saying it. I love you very much. And good evening to Mr. Black Panther, Midwest people, Domo sir. Mr. Jonathan Kinsey, good evening, sir. Mr. Odua, Domo. My lady Busy Brain, you know I love you. The love I have for this lady, I can't explain it. And Mr. Omashola, good evening, sir. Good evening to everybody in the comment section and those watching from home. Madam Deborah, God bless you, ma. And I was waiting for our cheerleader. She didn't call today. I hope you're okay. And yes, today's a great day. Today's a great day. And you see, they say marriage is for matured people. So far, I have heard matured men and a very, very intelligent woman speak. All matured people. Yes, marriage is for matured people. And there's no one answer that is the perfect one. Everybody is unique in their own way. It so applies that every marriage is unique in their own way. There's some marriages that are open marriages. There's some marriages that are polygamous. There's some marriages that are monogamous. There's also some marriages where you have people on the down low. And there's an understanding. Please Google what down low means. And it's an understanding from the spouses why they're in their relationship. People get into marriages for different reasons, economic reasons, personal reasons, or reasons best known to the two people making the decision. Based on your topic, I would like to ask all the men, and please be honest with yourself. You don't have to answer it to me, but you know what? In your quiet time, define what I'm going to ask to you. What does it mean to you as a person? For example, I'm just going to use Mr. Black Panther because that's the first thing I can see up there. What does this mean to you personally? If every man can answer that to themselves personally, they don't know how to pick their spec. Now the question is, and Mr. Elvis, including you, because you've been pondering about this submission thing, and I think there's some kind of confusion, and because we have not really been asking ourselves, what exactly does this thing mean to us? Please, the question is to all the men listening to me. Please share this program, by the way, because a lot of people need to listen to this very educative and inspiring program. What is your definition of submission? Mr. Elvis, what is your definition of submission? Forget dictionary submission, forget your religious submission, how they describe it. What does you, Elvis, as a man, how do you define submission that it will apply to you as a... Don't answer it all. No, I'm just using you because, you're the anchor of this program. When you guys go home tomorrow, next year, or this night, ask yourself these questions. What is your own definition? I'm using Elvis because if I use another person's name, they'll say, I am being selective. So let me leave Black Panther now. Let me use Mr. Elvis. What is your definition
Madam Rita, I think you will exclude me because I answered your question.
I know, Mr. Jonathan. I am asking everybody. You can also ask every other man that you know. In fact, from the comment section, I'm going to pick Mr. Johnson Emmanuel too. I believe that's a man because people answer different names and they're not. It doesn't match the agenda. But Mr. Johnson Emmanuel, I know that you are a guy. Well, I'm assuming I don't know you're a guy because I never met you before. And Mr. Elvis is in the real program. Please, what is your own definition of submission? And what is your own definition of being respectful in the context of you being in a relationship with a woman? If you can answer that to yourself and you are being honest with yourself, be honest, forget about how you have been, you trained or what your father saw as submission or what your uncle saw as submission or what your grandfather saw as submission. Today, 2024 now, or Mr. Jonathan, because you say 30 years, so I'm not assuming you're an old man. No, I've seen you're not an old man, but all the other APAs here, please.
I'm not an old man.
No, you're very young.
I only married early.
It's good. That's perfect. But please, if you can answer those questions yourself as a man in your own quiet time, not what you think was how you were raised or how your father treated your mother or your other wives or how your father treated women. Don't use that as because your father has lived his life. What is your own definition? Moving along, I just put that out there for every man. If you are being honest with yourself, because in most cases, human beings do not like to be honest because they don't want to be judged. But I'm saying it because as a woman, I understand what submission is with my own definition. I understand what it is to be respectful in my own definition that suits me and what you want. And then this woman that spoke, this grandma that spoke, beautiful woman. She said something before she started. She said, I am not a marriage counselor. But one thing Mr. Jonathan said, which I agree, is like, you don't use your experience to generalize and say this is how it should be. Because the people on the receiving end would assume that is what it should be. That's people who don't have experience or people who are looking up to you will assume that is what it should be, forgetting that everybody's experiences in different relationships, it differs. And that is a fact of life. But however, I understood exactly what she meant. But you see, over the few days, and Mr. Elvis, thank you very much for showing that full video because I really haven't had time to really look at the full episode of that video. But since you captured that, I really appreciate you for that. And I understood where she was coming from. However, she said, I am not a marriage counselor. However, this is how I see it. So it seemed like, and the media also played a role by generalizing and just capturing it like, she doesn't submit. I mean, come on, this woman is married for over 40 years. Her first child is in their 50s. Hello? And she said they're married and still in their marriage. So it means that however she raised them, it's working. Those men that her daughters got married to, they come from different families. So however those daughters were being raised, and they're still in marriages now, it means that this woman raised her daughter, her children well. That's what it means. However you want to say it. I'm not there, but this is the impression that I'm seeing. So when people judge and say, oh, she's just talking, oh, grandma. No, she's been successful at it. Hello? But it doesn't mean that her own method will work for you. Find yourself. She just told you her experience. Find yourself. Be inspired by that and really look within yourself. And that's why I ask those questions like, what is your own definition of submission as a man? Because I know for sure there's one thing I was raised with, and I've also heard a lot of men say that what a man craves, desires, is to be respected. What a man desires, among any other thing, from a woman especially, his wife, is to be respected. When a man loses his respect, he loses a lot of things. Men hold on to that so well. So sometimes some men confuse submission and respect. So that's why I'm asking that same question again. What is your definition of submission? How would you say your wife is being submissive to you that it pleases you? Or how does your wife respect you that it pleases you? Some men, they don't even like a woman that is soft. Some men love women that are soft. So everybody's unique in their own way. But let us not generalize. Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan. I learned something for that. And I don't believe everybody's submission it's wrong in a way. It's everybody's unique, just like marriages are unique. And this lady, she expressed her own uniqueness, and we should respect that. And I don't think she said anything wrong. I understood where she was coming from. There's one thing that she said also. She said, before you get into a relationship, before you start a relationship, ground rules has to be established. Mr. Elvis, I was just starting, but it's okay. I'll stop here.
And Rita said she's just starting. After you don't talk everything, finish. Bata.
Am I going, Mr. Elvis? Am I going? Okay, it's okay. Another round. It's all right.
You asking me what's my definition of
Mr. Elvis? I don't want to know it.
She want enter where go cause a lot of argument too. I know where she want enter.
You want Margarita?
I'm not talking again though. I know the topic. They don't ring bell. They don't ring bell. I ain't talking no more.
Everywhere. As we all day our whole JJJ, so you don't want to make it be like that. Hey, all right, let's move on. Abdul Malik, we know you're on the backstage. I never see you. If I see you, I'll bring you in. But meanwhile, let me go to the next person so that we can quickly iron this. Let's hear from Mr. Oduwa. I'll come to Omashola. Mr. Oduwa, if you're there, sir, talk to us.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Najawash. Good evening, everybody in the panel. Good evening, the commenters, the listeners, and the viewers. Good evening, Mommy in Diaspora. Happy Eduzola. Thank you very much for all you're doing. We are grateful. We appreciate. Thank you. Well, the listeners, the viewers, and the commenters, please help us to spread this good news. And it will be helpful to everyone who heard it or who will hear. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, anyway, I hear that people are talking of submission, or marriage or not. Please, so the woman talk about marriage, or I will not be submissive to man or men. My 6 children will not be submissive to men, because the topic I saw there did not say marriage. It said men. So that is where when people are talking of marriage, or the woman say about marriage or submit to men. Because if you say submit to men, they might be the woman is the head of her office. So man is not the head of her office. And the children will not work under people. So they cannot submit to a man who will lead them in the office. Because if you say men or man, whoever that lead them in any positions, because submission is not our language, neither will anybody want to shift it to the direction he feel. This English language is totally explained that submit to the authority. And even submission must not, it doesn't really come from willingly. Submissions come because you are under command. So you submit to it, whether you like or you did not like, because it's under command. You have to accept. That is what submission means. So if we now goes to marriage or not go to marriage, some said polygamy was our custom, monogamy is not the new custom. Well, there was nothing like polygamy as a custom of marriage, or even this they call monogamy as a custom of marriage. Everything depends on decisions of life. That time that people call polygamy, there was love. People were existing because they were love. Now they call monogamy. People exist now because there's no longer love. That is why today the mother will be against the father. The father will be against the mother. The daughter-in-law against the. If you go to the book of Matthew, for the people who even bring this religion that they call monogamy now, that marry one man, one woman. He said in book of Matthew, I think Matthew, Jesus Christ quoted that, I did not come for peace for the world. I come in the place where family of 5, 3 will be fighting against 2, mother-in-law against father-in-law, daughter-in-law against mother-in-law, son against this. That is the problem. That is what people face today. There's no longer love. And that is why a woman who cannot take care of her man well, we said, no, I don't want another woman to come into my relationship. for me, I don't even really know what they call marriage, because this thing they call marriage is manage. Let us manage each other. And woman said, I love the woman. The woman, did he love herself? Not to talk of the man to love the woman. Or the man said the woman did not respect. Did the man respect himself? Not to talk of the woman giving the man respect. We are just managing each other in this life. Everybody we are brought up with different character. But what matter is, let us come together in understanding. Put what you have before me, and let me put what I have before you. Let us see if we can bring out a better life in it. When people talk of, I will not submit to my husband, I will not submit to this. Do well, bena biba, tiba marry the human. Na yeke levi, no mana gyombo. Right from time immemorial, there are women who their head is koi, and why there are some men who their head is also koi. According to the Bible, it said the woman were caught in putting leg in her side. Why the people wanted to stone the woman to death? But why do they not ask of the man also to stone the man to death? So people have different children today. In this time, they say they are Christian marriage, or one man, one woman. The woman will be in the marriage. The children is raising is out of another man children. Even some can be from one man, some can be from different men. But the man will be raising another man children in this house. Do they really marriage? Do they really love? All these things that people are stuck. Do they really submission? Life has just go the way we feel. The life is controlled by money. Then the love of money is the root of evil. So people doesn't have love to exist anymore. They just exist because evil is in charge of everything. So when people say they don't submit, leave them. That is their lifestyle. And that is what they put in their children. But with the children, if they have the fear of themselves and have the love to themselves and love others, they might not do what their mother says. Don't you know that there are families that father will be OG, the mother will be Azem, but the children will not be part of their father and mother. If we say, no, I hate what my mother is doing, the other will say, I hate what my father is doing. So life is just a decision of yourself. The woman, you don't know if it is the man that, she is the one that bought her husband at home. So she's the one that pay her husband dowry. Or even if the husband paid dowry, the woman have another dowry that she pay in one corner, that the man now become remote control. So people have their lifestyle. Nobody will come and tell you, this is how I live in my house. I don't know why I am a guy. So when people doesn't, it can just come out and dress. People can come out in a different way of life. You say it's well educated, it's where this, is where that, but you don't know the other is in this other the cupboard. So my life and my submission is the word polygamy is a choice, monogamy is a choice. Whatever people feel to have life with, submit to a man is a choice. Not submit to a man is a choice. It depends on how you want your life to go. That is how it will go. And it's not the one to take decision for children. Life, even today, women doesn't even need marriage. It is men that need marriage because they say marriage is a bondage. So they cannot be in that bondage not to have chuku everywhere they want to. So women doesn't really need marriage. They only just need who will survive them. That's what they are looking for now. This is our children era. They're just looking for who will survive them, not just because they really want to be there. So my people, let everybody take it easy, because polygamy time was good. Monogamy time is good because we are not living in the era of money. We are not legally living in the era of using your power to make farm. Even if you want to make farm now, you go there, you buy tractor, you do everything, you make money out of it. You make crops and whatever you want. So we are no longer living in the life of love. That is only what we have to say. Thank you, Mr. Nanjawa. Thank you, everybody.
All right, Mr. Odoa, thank you very much, sir. Thanks for your, Mr. Odoa, your submission about this topic. You always laugh, finish me, but meanwhile, I would like others to also give their opinionism to this, so we take it from there. Thank
Mr.
you.
Odoa, thank you.
I can see you on the comment section.
I learned a lot from your submission.
Pardon?
I said, Mr. Oduwa submission. I learned something out of it.
Exactly. And Iris Finance, good evening. Oh. Thank you very much for joining us today. Everyone right there, appreciate you all. Just do your part by pressing on the like button. Help us to share and take us far. Let our voices go far. Florence, oh yeah, I can see you right there. Thank you. Okay, let's hear from the next person on the panel, which is Amashala. Oga Amashala, are you there with us, sir?
Yeah, Nigerians, I'm here.
Good evening
You
to
can
you.
hear me.
Yes,
Good
I can hear you.
evening.
Talk to us, sir. What's your take on this?
Mommy Diaspora, I greet you. I greet my fellow panelists. My take on this, let me start with the first video you showed about her not being submitted to, she can't submit to a man. It's only an arrogant woman that will always say, I can submit to a man. And when a woman is so successful, that's the attitude they put up. And they want to transfer it to the next generation. There's a saying that says, if you want to marry a woman, find out how the daughter, the mother is treating the husband, will let you know how the lady is. And from experience, it is true. It is what you see growing up. You tend to believe is the right thing.
You wanted to say how the mother is treating the father.
Yes, how the mother is treating the father shows the kind of woman you will marry. That's the lady. And I've gotten to that kind of marriage before. I got out of it. And it was in the process of finding out, I got to know, okay, this is the reason why. It is what you see growing up, you put up. So if a woman in the house is always arguing and wanting to be the one in charge and she's always right, the reason for all this marriage divorces and all we are seeing now is women have refused to know that as a man, you will say your opinion to the man, explain to the man, not being in charge. There's a way you put it, the man will understand, and not putting his own opinion less higher than your own. So most times, you are talking to your husband. The approach in which you talk to your husband determines if he will listen, because he already has his own mind of his own. And then the woman is talking about remote control and watching. I agree with her to a certain extent. What it means is there must be communication between the two partners. And that's why when you're getting married, I always say, get married to your friend, not your girlfriend. Your friend should be able to speak freely. You should be able to talk about your past freely without having a quarrel. Some men cannot discuss about their ex-girlfriend where their wife is, because they can be a trouble. They can be wahala the next few minutes because you are not free. And when you're not free to talk freely in the house, it opens the space for guilt and distrust, because you're not trusting the husband is not trusting the wife. That's what happens. And most times our women are always doing the wrong thing, because what they see on social media, they want to bring to the house and practice. The reason for all the divorce you are seeing is all the rubbish we have been watching on social media. Because an average Nigerian is now watching foreign films, foreign lifestyle of people, and then you think it's the right thing. Kamala said it. It is in those days, women get married. After getting married, they feel that they need helper. They will be the ones to go and bring the second hand to come and help them, which is our culture. But of course, it's not our culture. But right now, an average Nigerian man has a side chick. I know all of now go shop me raw now. An average Nigerian man, an average black man has a side chick because he can't marry the second wife, but he prefers to have a side chick. So why will you have a side chick? Because the wife has not made the house conducive for him to come. That's why we know that there's some man, even though the woman has made the house so interesting to come back to stay, they will still go out. It is in their character, and it's in the character of a man to cheat. It only takes the grace of God for you not to cheat. And we say we love. Love is patient. Love is understanding. If you understand each other, there won't be reason of divorce. If you understand each other, the wife can say, okay, you want somebody else, go and bring, no problem. It is understanding that's just the main basis of marriage. If you understand each other, you are compatible, you can understand each other's pain. Even though he's not talking, you know when he's happy, you know when he's not happy, you know what to do to make him happy. That is the solution in marriage. Most times our women do not study their mind. And majority of them get married because of what they see. Men too marry because of what you see. You're not married because of the character. You're married because of what you see physically. And then the women marry because of financial gain that they see. And after getting into it, it's a different ball game. So it is left for us, those of us in marriage. The woman said something before. It said you have the same boundaries. While I was growing up, I said boundaries. If I'm in a relationship, I'm not married, and I'm toasting you, I will tell you this is a relationship. If it leads to marriage, God help you. But if it doesn't lead to marriage, but my own is be sincere. So when you fix rules and you do not break the rules, it is obvious that this relationship will work. Thank you. Naja Watch, I'm done.
All right. Amashola, thank you very much, my brother, for your submission. I appreciate you. Thank you. I would like us to hear from Abdul Malik. Abdul Malik, thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Good evening to you. I beg, talk to us on this topic.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Nigeria Watch.
Thank you, sir.
And good evening, everybody in the panel. Good evening, Nigeria. You see, women, they mostly submit to a man because, you know why? In a relationship, no matter how, man is the head of the family. Yeah, that is the reason why women, mostly they submit to their husband. If really you want the marriage to be last, because marriage is not just girlfriend and boyfriend. Marriage is forever. Unless one of you guys depart from the world, that is how the marriage will be divided, right? Okay. That is the reason why before you marry, that's why they tell you watch very well. And don't just marry, because marriage is just like forever something. Nobody pray to marry and divorce, understand? Mostly women, it's not even mostly, women need to submit to their husband. Yes, because if you take a look, when woman married, probably you will bear that your husband family's name, or you will bear your husband's name. Yeah, you can never bear your father's name when you are in your husband's house. No. Immediately you marry, you bear that your husband's name or your husband's family name. Yeah, that one is submission too. Yeah, that one is another submission, but people don't know. Because no woman marry, bear his father's name from her whole family. No, you must bear your husband's name. Yeah, you see, that is the reason why women they mostly submit to their husband. If you really want the marriage to be last. Yeah, and the other hand, as a man, when you marry, even though you are not responsible, you must be responsible then because you have many responsibility to counter. It's just like challenge to you. Yeah, you must be responsible, even though you are not responsible before. You must be responsible. According to what Kanayo say, in an Africa, men, it's not even 50-50, it's like 80-20. Yeah, men, they are the one that counter for the family, not woman. In Africa, in our culture in Africa, because as a man, you are the one that we take care of everything in the family. What really matters is this: you make sure your wife is doing something to be, but just to support the family. But you are the one. Every responsibility is for you. Yeah, it's for you as a man. Yeah, but your wife must be doing something, but that one is just for support in case, yeah, just like that, it's like 80-20. That man, he must be the responsibility of that family. Yeah, something like that. But in the Western world, that is the reason why they are doing those kind of things, because women too, they are working, and men, they are working. It's like 50-50. They are counted for the family like women 50, men 50. That's why they have the right. Even women have the right more than man in Western world. Just the way they are their culture, it's like their culture. Yeah, but in Africa, we don't have that culture because now, but mostly nowadays, now, those women in Africa nowadays, they are imitating Western world. That's why they don't respect their husband anymore. Even though their husband counter for the family, but they have egos, understand? They feel like they are pompous, they have egos, understand? They don't respect their husband. Even though the man is counting for the family, it's responsibility for the family, but they don't have that respect for the man. That is the reason why you see most of the marriage nowadays is not last. Yeah, because if you take a look, our all those father marriage, it lasts forever. But nowadays, we in Africa, it don't last. Because most of the nowadays women, their eyes is in outside. When you are married, and when you are married, you cannot go to another man. That is it's an abomination, it's forbidden something. But now, if they can do anything they like, just because they are imitating Western world, that is the life we are living now, which is not good. Yeah, somehow, understand? In a polygamy, according to even a Muslim, in a polygamy, you cannot, even though you marry 3 women or 2, it's just like according to Muslim, you will, like, you buy something for this, you must buy for the other one. But mostly, you cannot love the two as you cannot love the two the same. You must love one than one. But if you buy something for this, make sure you buy for the other one. You cannot do like sentiment, no. According to the Muslim, if you have money to take care of, you are able to marry 2. Yeah, you can marry 2, but if you don't have that money, don't do it. It's forbidden to, but if you have the money to take care of them, it's allowed. But if you don't have that money, you cannot do it because you cannot buy something for you don't buy for the other one. It's not allowed, it's haram. You understand? Something like that. Thank you very much, Mr. Najawo. That is what I have to contribute on my own.
Thank you, Abdul Malik. I appreciate you, sir. Thanks very much for your submission. And God bless you. Okay, the last person on the panel is Oga Chris. Oga Chris, thank you very much, sir, for your time with us this evening. You know what we're talking about today, Oga, not the politics, but we're talking about polygamy and we're talking about submission. You know, you hear that woman we talk and say she can never ever be submissive to her husband, neither her 6 daughters to be submissive to her husband to their husband. Then Kanayo said that one wife is not good for a man. While Bakassi backed it up by saying one wife is not good for a man. So these are what we're talking about today. So Baba, how you see him? How you see this matter?
That was a happy Sunday.
Happy
Sunday. That was a good evening, everybody. Mommy Diaspora, special greetings to everybody on the comment section. I greet all of you, and especially the returning Madam Busy Brains and Oga Jonathan. It's good to have both of you on the panel today. And of course, Midwest people, the others are just, they've been here every day. Mr. Njao, you say this one will be politics, but this is the highest politicking you can ever think of. Now make me they laugh. Now this one will be politics. It is the highest in the finest form. Now for me, you know, this thing, I no go answer whether yes or no, or I support Canada, or I don't support the woman, or the woman. Okay, let's do it like this. First of all, let's start from the unknown. Everybody agree, everybody, that marriage is an institution. Of course, nobody could doubt that. And everybody also agree that in every institution, there has to be a leader that every other person will have to follow. Everybody also agrees to that, even in a country. Now, in a marriage, who is supposed to be that leader that every other person will listen to, that should take the lead? That is the big question. So, if it is it the man? Is it the woman? By design, it has to be the man. So that already puncture several holes in whatever that woman has said. Several holes. Because in every institution, in every organization, you cannot have two leadership. Immediately you have two leaders, what you have is a monster. Anytime you see an animal with two heads, it means that animal is a monster. The same applies to marriage. Anytime there is struggle for power, competition between the man and the woman, instead of working in synergy, then that marriage automatically becomes a monster. And if it becomes a monster, it now have a negative impact on the children. And it doesn't just end there. These children will be raised in a toxic environment, and they are going to transfer this toxicity to their future spouses. And it just becomes a recurring decimal. It will not be something like they call generational curse. So that is the impact of power struggle in a marriage. And let's not forget, it is from marriage that we find the component of the society. So if we don't get the marriage system right, the society will be in shambles. The society will be, there will be a lot of questions to be asked about the kind of people that you raise in the society. That's why you can see men, they can do anything to women in public, assault any person they want to assault, talk to whoever they want to talk to. It all lies in their background. So let's come back to the issue of submission. Now, having laid that foundation that it has to be a head in the marriage. So the thing is that if a woman must submit to the husband of the marriage in the house, what makes a husband? Is it just because you are a man and you married a woman, automatically you become the husband? The answer is no. The answer is no. Submission is the easiest thing for women because naturally women are designed to be hypergamous. What it means is that a woman always look up and above and respect that person that is higher than her. So if you are a husband, you have not shown that, yes, you are a husband, that title is befitting to you, no woman is going to submit to you. No woman. No woman. I didn't make the rule. I'm just playing the games. I'm telling you what the rule says. Respect, submission naturally are things that they are natural instincts of women when the right environment is created. So as a man, if you must be the leader, you must have, how do I put it? As a man, if you want to be the leader, if you want to be that person that your woman must submit to, you must have to show her. You have to demonstrate that. You don't just wake up and demand it. It's not an automatic right. It is not an automatic right. So the responsibility for you as a man, the onus is for you as a man. The onus is for you to look for that woman in your own category, or prop yourself up, develop yourself to that extent that you become that kind of a man that a woman can easily submit to. And also, we must understand that as men should dwell in the manosphere. Just like you have the atmosphere, there is supposed to be an atmosphere for men. There are things that men should do that qualifies you as a man, not just male. You know, male is quite different from man, being a man. That is why you hear in the common parlance, they will say, now man you be. Now man you be has so many things that goes along with that name. It means you have demonstrated courage, character, leadership, everything put together that actually makes you a man. You need to have your frame. Immediately you do that, every other thing will fall in place. And again, we just talk about wife. Wife is not synonymous to female. Say man, see woman, marry, and for us, automatically that woman becomes a wife. No. There is a concept of wife as defined by the Bible. He that findeth a wife, findeth a good thing and obtaineth favor in the sight of the Lord. That wife in that context don't mean say any woman at all. No. Have you found a wife? A wife is that woman that knows her place in a marriage. So, for example, take a lady, for example. A lady can be a wife to Mr. A, but that same lady can be a knife to Mr. B in the marriage. Because if that lady finds Mr. A worthy of being submissive to, the marriage will just flow naturally. But if Mr. B is that man that has drifted away from the manosphere, you wouldn't expect that same lady that was good in one marriage become something else in another marriage. So the wife in that context is interpreted wrongly. The pastor, they just preach it as if, okay, if you want, may God bless you, just go marry. I've heard that preaching several times. No, you have to find that person that will be a wife to you. You look before you leap. There's a woman for every kind of man. You cannot be somebody that you love going to clubs, party, and stuff like that, which is okay. Then you think you can just go and marry any girl that doesn't like things like that. It's going to result to trouble, quarrel in that marriage. Women naturally look up. And it applies in any way you look at it. The way the thing is structured is this. God is the supreme being. Man look up to God. The woman look up to man. And the child looks up to the woman. That is how it is. So for that lady that was talking about submission, see, she's just talking from her own personal experience. Everybody knows that in every organization, in anywhere, we all have to. Take, for example, here, this YouTube where all of us, they talk so. If any person is moderating, to a large extent, we all follow the rules of that person. As long as the person is behaving and doing what he's supposed to do, and immediately that person tries to do anything. How many times people don't tell Mr. Nanjawa to give this 10 minutes, so they give me 4 minutes? People will always speak up. But by and large, everybody listens to what Mr. Nanjawa says, and any other person that's moderating for that matter. You know, so that is just the summary of what institutions are. And marriage is not it's not different from any other institution. And again, if you look at the most successful marriages, it is always well defined. You can see one is very outspoken, the other one is calm. It can be the man, it can be the woman. It is very rare for you to see a situation where both of them are very competitive and you see that marriage succeeding. Even if it is succeeding, and you guys should know, Staying together for 15 years, for 20 years doesn't mean the marriage is succeeding. It is the joy inside the marriage, the sense of fulfillment. Some people have decided to just live through the pain because of their children, or because of whatever is happening, or because of family consideration, societal expectation, religious consideration, or personal norms. Even from friends, maybe some people have sworn, they have vowed that I'm not going to marry twice. So if they're in a toxic marriage, they just remain there. So the point with that is that marriage wey don reach 30 years, don't mean say na it better pass the one, or you use that one as a standard. Do you have joy? Is your partner actually your partner? Are you people working together for one common good? At the time there is already competition in marriage, then there's problem. Husband and wife can be together in the same house. They are competing against each other. And again, when your spouse becomes your prayer point, you know there's problem. There's a huge problem. And if we must, any angle you look at it from, any angle, religious, traditional, science, it puts the man as the head of that institution called marriage. Throw away the Bible, throw away tradition, throw away everything. Let's look at the beauty of a man and the beauty of a woman. Look at the way a man is designed. A man is designed for strength, for physical. Because in those days, long before the advent of any form of technology, when you have a man and a woman at home, it is the man that goes to the bush to go and gather fruits, nutrients that he will use to feed his family. Because this man is going to encounter things like elephants, antelope, tigers, lions, all dangerous animals in the forest. But look at the way the woman is built. The woman is built to nurture. That's why they have the pairs of mammary glands. A man doesn't have that. That is why the woman has the uterus. A man doesn't have that. In short, the uterus, the Danish name for uterus is life giver. If you translate that to English, the womb of a woman, if you translate it from Danish to English, it is life giver. That is what they call it. So that is who the woman is. There's a reason for that. So if you leave religion, leave everything, it is clear that nature designed man to be the head of this institution called marriage. But a lot of people will take that as patriarchy. No, it's not patriarchy. We cannot be bigger, wiser than nature. We can't be. Even if you go further, the hormones in men and women, those in women are quite different, despite the fact that we are humans. Even when it comes to blood group, everything, the percentage you allocate to men, not technically, ordinarily, physiologically, that of men are somehow higher. That if you do the normal range of, for example, that's just too much. Let me not go too much into the nitty-gritty. As in, if you do some tests for male and female, you see that there's a range for man, there's a range for female. Who designed that? If it is not God, let's assume it is nature you believe in. So there's a reason for all those. And we can't just see the facts and look the other way. Not until we come to that realization, then I don't think we are really ready to discuss this. And again, this caveat must be stated. It doesn't mean by any stretch of imagination that the man is more important than the woman. Not at all. We need to get that clear. The man and the woman, they are both humans designed for specific purposes. Designed for specific purposes. We must get that clear. Your role as the man is no more important than the role of the woman in a marriage. It's just that as the man, you really need to provide that leadership. That is why I say men should be in the manosphere every time. Remain in the atmosphere of man. And that is called the manosphere. You build a frame. See everything. Because I see, for example, some men, they want to react to everything. that their wife says every single thing. Bill has gone off, and I know I've used so much time. Let me not stretch my luck further. Mr. Njaush, thank you so much for the time, and I hope I'm able to talk to the second. Thank you so much, sir.
I don't see.
I feel like Mr. Chris spoke more than every other person. Because the rate at which you press bell for me.
Na Naija wash, na him do am. You know what they do.
I don't see Mother Iris fine less, Mr. Johnson, the man, all of them don't scatter me for comment section. Say, I don't forget Chris.
See as Chris they talk like say that they go classroom for the marriage. They sweet for your mouth, Abi. Yes, I talk.
In a chop fried rice, just they continue like
Na Mahmoud Yakubu style.
No, Mr.
Jonathan, you said
mind now. He don't bring classroom come here. Classroom come here.
Wetin make me laugh? Wetin make me laugh? That Mr. Johnson, man, he say I don't go Lekki go buy suya. Oga Chris, I just say I enjoy the submission of Oga Chris now. That's why. See, who's one be Mahmoud Yakubu again for here, Oga?
No, Naija what the submission is sweet. If it is sweet, but the question is it practicable?
We are not talking about practicality here. We are
it is Black Panther. Just say maybe it doesn't work for you, but it is practicable.
It's not practicable, my sister.
Okay, let's do our final submission. Now the same Oga Chris go help us take the final submission now. You know, move or close. This will not be politics. Before when I go, let people like Mr. Jonathan turn out to politics today. Muna hold am or beg. If you want that vibe, muna your hold am there. You know, this matter when I will still day. Anyway, thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you. We're going to start from the first person on the panel, Oga Chris. You know, we are having our final submission. Our final submission. They say you don't talk, so you are not talking anymore today. Oga Chris, are you there?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, okay. I want to say you want me to talk. Well, thank you, Mr. Naija. I hear. I could just keep quiet, make them talk the matter.
Exactly. They say you don't.
Finish.
They say you don't talk everything finish, so you are not saying anything anymore. But just allow them give their final submission while I'm here. But Madam Rita, I know they call my name again. Leave me alone.
I have to, Mr. Elvis.
Why are you calling my name?
I have to because you don't allow me to speak for more than 3 minutes. I just heard bell. I've not even started. You just pressed Mr. Elvis. That was deliberate. I'm beginning to think because you knew I wanted to say some things that you might not
Rita, your time was strictly adhered to.
I know that. Madam Rita,
you have to say the thing you wanted to now. It is time to say the thing you wanted to.
Okay, no, what she wanted to say, she have opportunity to say it now. No wahala. You know, Moku give her final.
I should talk now.
Okay, maybe your kukuma, your talk.
No, see, we have to go by the rules, Mr. Elvis. You cannot break the rules because of a woman today. So let's just go by, you know, how you've been calling. I mean, my sister Busy Brain was before me, Mr. Jonathan and Midwest.
This one is shuffle around. Me shuffle around like that. Okay, Chris, you have the floor.
Okay, well, Mr. Njaush, once again, thank you so much, everybody. Once again, special apology for the time I used. So just go on to the meat of the matter. Let's begin to flesh it out from the bone. Let me call on Midwest people. Midwest people, you need to open your microphone and talk to your audience. Let's have your thoughts on this issue. 4 minutes, Midwest people. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Midwest, my brother. Good evening.
Midwest people, happy Sunday to you. Welcome to the show.
Mr. Chris, my brother. You know, I've listened to you carefully. You know, this one is a very big topic. The thing is this. What I agree with you about is that people should look for their spec. All men are not the same. Look for your match. So it will go a long way to help the marriage to work. And when I'm talking about match, I'm not talking about how wealthy you are, how rich the woman is, and those kind of things, but I believe marriage.
Midwest people. Mr. Jonathan, Midwest
someone
people.
breaking plate to do that, not be me.
Mr. Jonathan, okay. Midwest people, talk. You don't off your mic.
Okay, so the institution is this. It's very, you know, it's a long institution. So even I think nobody can graduate from it, the way God described it. If you started it newly, na different challenge go dey inside. As you are raising your kids, different challenge. It get age that those children will get to. You will also have another challenge inside. But if both of you have understanding, those differences you can easily, iron it, and marriage will continue to go. But the major issue is submission. We are not English people, but we understand English. Maybe opposite of submission, I can say arrogancy. So I don't think anybody can practice arrogancy in their marriage and expect that marriage to work. So that is the truth, the way I'm saying it. That's my own submission there. Somebody want to really practice marriage as a woman, be submissive. And if you are opportunity to have a well-disciplined man, then it's going to double that submission and return it to you, and you're going to enjoy it. Why do you think some men, before they take decision, they go and meet their wife and say, honey, come and help me to check this issue? It's because of the way you presented yourself. And other women will see it as a charm. So the real charm is submissiveness. It's very important. If you are opportunity to have a man that is well disciplined as a woman, so you're hearing my voice, be ready to be submissive. And that submissive means respect. It's natural for a man to have it from their wife. And once the man like that sense of, feelings that this woman no longer see him worthy to be a man, the head of the family, the man will be very, very uncomfortable with that. And it can easily lead to problems. Submissiveness is very important. And that woman said, oh, our daughters. Well, for me, any man that marry a woman, if you are a married person and your mother-in-law is the one that will now be telling her daughter to marry, that means you have two wives. So already, that polygamy is already, although you cannot take her to bed, but now two wives now you get to. Decision making is going to, that wife is going to be in a very big confusion, state of confusion, because the influence of her mother is going to determine some certain things and not for the good of the marriage, based on her experience or her behavior. So that's it. One have to be very careful. So submissiveness is the root. If you want to enjoy your marriage, be submissive. Submissiveness to a very well-disciplined man, there's a reward for it. I keep repeating it. So, but if you want to do arrogancy and competition in your house, well, there's going to be problem. And again, look at our culture as well, because the way marriage are, the way people are losing their marriage these days is very worrisome, particularly in this abroad. After all, those we are imitating their culture, it didn't even work for them. It's not even their culture. I've asked somebody even here from Scandinavia. There was a time, olden days, they have history of polygamy as well. It is when the Roma culture came in, everything started changing. So, and when they changed it, they gave many power to their women. Suddenly, they discovered that today, as we speak, I think marriage is already like something of the past. Who want to do that now? Apart from to go and sign document, we are living together. That's what they do now. 90% here is like that. So nobody want to sign that. Those something where their ancestors agree upon what they call marriage. So it's very unfortunate that we in Africa we copied everything, and there's no balance. So it's leading to serious problems. That's why the marriage are crumbling here in Europe suddenly, and too much stress too. Some people are just a beginner. Some people want to put themselves in things that are not realistic. Just everything that is in imagination, they want to enjoy them in the process. Their marriage will be the first to suffer from.
Midwest people, 10 seconds.
Yeah. Okay, that's why I said the best option is women should be submissive. So particularly those of you that perceive that the man that is with you have some sense of discipline, be submissive. It's going to return everything to you. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Midwest people. The borderline there is this submission. Well, thank you so much for your submission. Thank you so much for your submission. It's so funny, the use of words. Paul Dua, please talk to us. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Happy Sunday, sir. Well, I want to talk on this thing, and I prayed this 4 minutes to get me up to, because you see, people are talking of marriage is not 50-50 in Africa. No, right from time, marriage has been 50-50. Right from our forefathers, marriage has been 50-50. Brother Kanayo, our Baba Kanayo said he don't know how to cook. Why did he not know how to cook? Because it is 50-50. Men married as many women they married that time. Doesn't matter. Then they were no value for money. They were value for strength. Your riches were the children's and the number of land you are, the environment you are able to help, you are able to take control, you are able to feed. That was riches. And the main farm, clear the bush, put fire. The woman went and plant. That time, Gary has not even come. Let me not use Gary era. Now, what we have, cocoyam, plantain, yams, pepper. Now, who plant the pepper? It is the women. Who, okra, we hear of. So, those are fun. Now, who dig the yam? It is the men. Who cover the yam? It is the women. Then, who take those things to market? It is the women. Who cook at home? It is the women. Who harvest the pepper? It is the women. So when people are saying marriage are not 50, marriage was remember this things, the men you have to no right from time. If not 50, 40, 60. So man doesn't cook because they feel that was the duty of a woman. Just like this time now we are now using money, that the women are not even making the money more than the men. So that is why the men are saying, because of this another man way of life that we are living, we have to still share it the way the men of these people who bring this life live their life. So let people not say marriage is not 50-50 and men are not looking for 50-50. No, right from time it has been like that. And it will still remain like that if we never change. But because our people practice what they did not know, they all feel that their mentality is just looking for who will support them. That is why the women just come in. This man have friends, he can have connection, he have money. So let me just go there and become leakage to his pocket. So that is not really marriage. It is anyway, it is managed. So thank you, Baba Chris. So let on understand that it's 50-50, whether from the black practice or the white practice.
Mr. Odua, you see that 50-50. That 50-50 in today's context, they only look at it from financial angle, just money.
Because today it is not life of money. It is not life of money.
10 seconds.
That time, our papa, there were no money. They doesn't use money. It is what we call trade by barter. They used to do make life. So there were love of life. We are there. Now there is no love of life. It is love of money. So the world are now using money. So it is 50-50 of money. We have to do it the same thing. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, everybody.
Domo Padua, thank you so much for your wonderful submission. I would like to call on Abdul Malik. My brother Abdul Malik, happy Sunday to you. Open your microphone. May you talk to us. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, good evening once again, Mr. Chris.
Welcome, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, well, good evening, Mr. Chris. Marriage, we have to look it in the other way around. This polygamy you are hearing about is that most of the men, it's not their wish to marry second wife, but just because the way the woman is treating at the man, that is the reason why you see some of the men, they use that anger to marry another wife. Because some women, not all, even though you are treating at them good, but they will, in the other way around, they don't respect you. It's not that you are a bad man, just that because their behavior and character, everything, or somebody is giving their advice. Just know what somebody's saying, like they are your in-law, you understand, your mother-in-law, something like that. That's why some men they marry another woman. It's not their wish to marry another second wife, but just because of the way their wife is treating at them. Yeah, that is the reason why most of them, not all persons, like to divide his family. Yeah, because every man wants peace in his life. Because if you don't have peace in your life, you can never last. No, you can never last because you think many things before you know heart attack. Yeah, that's why everybody need peace. Yes, this polygamy you are hearing about, not every man wish to do that, but because of the woman you marry, some women don't give man peace because they believe man always cheat at them. That is what they believe, but you don't do it, but they don't have that belief. Yes, something like that. Marriage for me is just like something that you really be one like two couple. One must be a fool if really you want the marriage to last. Yeah, one must be a fool to be submitted to the other one. Because if you take a look nowadays, no matter what you tell women, some of them they will not accept. They will believe the advice is the best. But at the end, they will see what you are telling them, what you are saying is the right thing. Now they will say, okay, understand. They will now accept. But at that particular time, you are giving them the advice. They don't take it. But they believe no, what they are saying is the best thing, which is not the best. Yeah, something like that. We need this Western world we are following. Most of them, they don't do what they are preaching. They are hypocrite. They don't do what they are preaching. Even them, you see, they have wife at home, but they have many other women to even their wife know. You understand? Just like their culture. Yes, but they have particular one that is at home, but they have others at other outside. You see, but okay, why can't you have only one? Why what are you looking for others in outside? Why you have one? If it is not hypocrite. You understand? Thank you very much, Mr. Chris.
Because what you have said, I think you captured everything essential. But when you say one has to be a fool, yeah, I understand the angle you are coming from, and that is simply what I also said in my submission. There has to be a leader, not fool per se. So let's just continue with the broadcast. I'd like to call on Oga Black Panther. You did there, so.
I did, my brother. What's up?
If you know they there, skip. You know they there, go to the next person.
Black Panther.
You want me to break table?
Black Panther.
Okay, now. You know, thank you.
How your side?
Happy Sunday to you. My side that day, you just feel the cold here.
So you are fire.
Thank you very much. Like I will start by saying that marriage is a unique institution that doesn't have a playbook. The only playbook that was designed for it, and which we human always sometimes we are stubborn against the playbook, is the man, the creator that created the institution called marriage. Now, our brother, Pastor, I say Pastor Chris made a very sweet explanation. Those are explanations that the people will always counsel you on. But it's not something, it's not as smooth as it is. Because if you have written those things you spoke now, without not making a reference to a prof, the prof will take your book and put it aside and call you to go and finish up with your submission on the institution of marriage. Because you didn't make a reference. You must have a reference. You must have a proven reference, so that you don't just talk on the periphery and the laws, but you must have a proven reference so that the professor can dig into that reference and look at your own analogy and make a headway and give a pass mark or whatever. Now, there is no law. The law, like I said, is written by the Creator himself. And the law is the wife, be submissive to your husband. And the husband, love your wife. Those two things. If you can, submissiveness is not like Madam asked a question. Madam, that question you answered has different, that question you asked us has different definition. That's why we said experience matters a lot, because everybody's experience can never be the same. That is why you see, when you are talking about marriage, you have to put reference of people that are in it, that are still in it, or people that are not in it, that got out of it. And one thing again, marriage is not it's not a compulsory institution you must get into. And one thing again that I would like to say, instead of the women trying to rewrite the institution of marriage under their own laws because of the factors that is affecting a lot of the marriage, we might not work, because we as humans, we always take advantage of everything that is written. That is quite clear. That is why you need to be in it. The person that is not in it, that decides to be a counselor in marriage, cannot be a very good counselor, because marriage are of different kind. We have different kind. What goes for you might not go for me. That is why counseling, the probability of counseling working, you and I know. Because if it worked perfectly, a lot of marriage will not have broken. A lot will not get broken. So where I'm coming from is that we should be very, very careful, and I would advise that we should take, to me, marriage, I've been married for more than 15 years. So my experience, if I tell you what I define as submissiveness, might be quite different from this other man. My own is, if you respect me and I do the opposite, you will be submissive, because women naturally they take the man as a protective personality. Like what somebody said here, a woman look up to a man as somebody like a guardian angel.
Put myself on the path to bring Mr. Alex.
So that is how, Lord, and me, respect means submissiveness, quote and unquote. There are so many factors surrounding that thing, but to me, I categorize it as respect. Mutual respect means submissiveness. And me loving my wife, which I will do if I have the respect, which I always do, and I give her some kind of responsibility that if I did mention here, some men will revoke. But because of that respect has made me to trust her with something that I will not even tell my own parent that I've entrusted into her. Now, which many people say is my own responsibility, but I trust her with it and I give it to her because if you respect me and I trust her. It's a mutual relationship that it is designed by the Creator, and everybody has his own role to play. And if you want to be rascal or you want to rebel to form your own law, you will get yourself in the coven of divorce, and that might be a bad experience. And finally, to the woman that said, "Oh, I will not allow my children to be submissive," that means in English time, that means the children are not married, and not every of our children, the ladies, will subject themselves to what the mother has spoken. That one is very clear, because when they get in there, they will see a different picture that their mother have seen too. The mother have seen a different picture. They will also experience a different picture. So that word that the woman said, the children might rebel against those words, because already the English terms you use there is "I will not." That means the children is not yet
Black Panther
into marriage. Thank you.
And Black Panther, thank you so much. Those minutes, you don't finally use strong guy to collect them. It's okay.
Which of is strong guy? You go you go let us land now.
I don't tell you where you land. I make me quiet now. Last. I just allow you to land.
Thank you for giving me extra time.
No. It's just one of those things. Thank you so much for your perspective. F. Emmanuel and Alex, Oga Alex, they are just joining us. But what we will do, let's quickly go around. We'll come to F. Emmanuel and Oga Alex. Let's quickly finish this second section. Please, Mr. Alex and F. Emmanuel, we'll come back to you shortly. Madam Busy Brains, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Happy Sunday to you. It's good to have you on this broadcast today. You don't tell, Madam, welcome.
I know. Thank you so much, Oga Chris. Your submission was my exact sentiment, to be honest. What I would now be asking us is, I'm a lot of the panelists say it is is it a symbiotic or a reciprocal relationship? Oga Black Panther said it, used the word. I'm trying to remember now. It is a give and take. I don't know how. I can't remember.
It's just like you can say give and take. That's give. Both must be give and give. Like that. Give and take. Like that is the same thing.
Yeah. So my question would be, if the man is demanding submission, then the woman is demanding love. So which one should be conditional? Which one should go first? Which should go first? Because from what Oga Black Panther, you said something. It sounded like if the woman respects you first, then you can give her the love. So for me, it is coming across as conditional.
No, the love goes first.
Okay.
Because you are the one that find the woman.
Yes. Thank you so much. And that is it. Once that, like I said in my previous submission, it is only if the woman is demonic, she's not prepared for marriage, and she is just not on the table for marriage. That is the only time that you give her that love, that leadership, that sense of direction. It is only when that is missing, that when she holds on to her own, when she does not submit, or when she does not submit after all that has been put on the table for her, the woman is the problem. And when we are having this conversation, it should go hand in hand, the love, leadership, and submission. Because a lot of the times when I've come across this kind of discussion, the men tend to run with the submission and forget that they also have a part to play in getting that woman to submit to them. So when they went to the garden to look for the flower, they must have shown certain kind of quality that would make the woman to agree to follow them, to go out of her father's garden, to go into their own farm or well. It is either she's going into farm, fire, or well. So it depends on how the man is able to sustain what attracted her, what caused her to agree to be submissive to him. Because being submissive to somebody, it's like I said earlier, it is your own will. That is your own personality. You will not have any personality. Yeah? You are to submit to your husband. If your husband says this, then you should be able to believe him, trust him, that he is not going to lead you astray. But in this day and age, a lot of the experience that I have come across, I'm not saying, see, listen, I'm the first person I'm not I won't be deciding gender blindly. No, I try to be fair when it comes to my gender. In fact, I will be the one that will tell you my gender should not be in a position that will determine, somebody's life, because we go with our emotions. Majority of us, that is not to say all of the women are like that. So women, for me, a man has a lot at stake to make that marriage a success. A lot depends on the man. When in this day and age, When the man is sitting down using his own wages and going to the club, carrying women up and down, the woman is the one that is raising. That is a lot of women's experiences. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it is above board. I mean, men, there are no good men out there. Of course, there are lots of them. But the ones that we tend to hear a lot are the ones that we hear the bad news. And then we see them on social media throwing the man out. But I'm not one that would throw. I hate that kind of scenario where a woman will be chucking the man's property out. That is because submission has failed, love has failed, and then they've gotten to that level of woman throwing the man out of the house that he has bought. But I don't want to just jump and say that is the case, because a lot of the times we see such videos, men and some people would be quick to say, ha. But let us step back and look at the bigger picture. What has been going on? There are other situations where the woman has given it her all, and all she gets is the hatred. She submits by putting her wages in his own account. That is also another way for submission. And she's the one that is doing the work. And he's the one that is abusing her, giving her body, marking her body anyhow. And then the day that she decides to demonstrate that, no, I refuse to do that kind of submission, then she now kicks him out. Then it becomes a different matter altogether. For me,
if you kick him out in another land or not in some other land, there are two different things.
Sorry?
Kick him out in another people's culture.
Yeah, it is happening mostly in the Western world.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to say.
Believe you me, in Nigeria, if the logs also flip in that way, a lot of women will be flipping their men out of the house. Let me explain something. I grew up very naively, and I was the first person to say a woman that would cheat, God forbid. Men, I've come to realize that it is the husbands that, not all, please, I'm not saying all. I'm just giving another dimension, another angle.
No, you are right. Don't just be scared. You are right.
I know
what she's right.
Go and do hookup. A woman is in her married home, but there is no food in the house, no school fees. She's sitting down looking at her children. No food, no school fees. She's down to do. The man is priming her to go and do hookup. He comes home and expects to eat, but he did not put food on the table, money in her hand to go shop. So where does he expect her to get the money? And because she wants to keep home together, she goes and do hookup to get food on the table for her children and send children to school. So a lot our men see. I am a big factor. Marriage is key. Marriage is the miracle world in our. God created marriage is one of the biggest and most sacred institutions that God has created, because he created marriage so that we can replicate Christ in our marriages, so that we will bring out forth new generation that will grow in the image of Christ, in the knowledge of Christ. We are supposed to
round up.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Anyway, this, like I said earlier on, this is something that will go on and on. Different perspective to this. It is a brilliant topic to be discussing, because a lot of marriages, a lot of homes are being destroyed. Our children are growing up like animals in a world, most especially for those of us in the diaspora. Such topics are really, really necessary for people to hear. And this 50-50 matter that we are talking about, it is around the finances. But when we are talking 50-50, the woman tends to do more than the 50-50, because she is doing the work. She's coming with the same wage to the house. She's also saddled with responsibility of cleaning, cooking, and raising children.
That's our responsibility.
It is not your responsibility to bring 50% of the wages. It's not. That is where that is a lot of the reasons why marriages in the diaspora fail.
That's why it's not 50-50 now.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Sorry. Because for me, any man that would be talking 50-50, automatically, that is part of where the submission. I will struggle to submit. I am one for submission. I will struggle to submit because I want you to lead me. To be honest with you, for me, a lot of women that I know would want to be the ones behind the husband. Let him succeed, and let me go on his arm and say I'm his wife. That is what a lot of women will want. But the men have shied their responsibilities.
Mama.
Bitter men. And then
Mama.
Is it for where?
Mama.
Mama,
please, the 50-50, let it be clear. It is not only money, but the house choice and everything is 50-50. That is why the white people practice it. So that is when people say 50-50 must be so.
That is white people, but our own African people. I know I'm African, I'm Nigerian. Let me bring it down. A lot of my Nigerian people, the 50-50, that is the man is quick to tell you we are in Obodo Yibo. So you go to work, I go to work, you will bring the money 50-50. But we come back together from work, you are sitting down in the couch, and then I'm straight in the kitchen cooking. I'm the one that is thinking of what is going to happen, cleaning, doing all that. It's not 50-50 when it comes to domestic.
Mama, that is why you go make go assist you. He go come.
Okay. It's okay.
The man go come assist you now.
Then I should be assisting too when it comes to paying the finances. I shouldn't be expected to bring 50% of the money. That you understand, it's just a matter of being fair and also getting me to respect you, to submit to you. How can I submit to you? When you are not showing me
Madam Busy Brains, it's okay, so that we can move on.
Sorry,
yes, a very quick addition to that. If you make finance 50-50, so it means if you, the man, if you are working 8 hours, you must allow your wife to work 8 hours. And if you go to work by 9 and come back by 5, your wife goes to work by 9 and come back by 5. The both of you should enter the kitchen at the same time, do everything, share the house chores together, and do everything. No, not be laughing matter. Because if you expect...
No, exactly, that is how white people do it. Yes. Exactly.
Now white people, you be black now. That's what you do. Why they always override that?
Wait. If you expect, say, the total bill for the house now $100, then your wife will bring 50, you will bring 50. And at the same time, if you work, you must allow your wife to work maximum. You will still work maximum. You know, if you come back, say you don't tire. And so now go share the bill 50-50. She go work. If she do night shift, she go go.
So you think that one a marriage?
Thank you for that question.
No, wait. You know, this is always the problem. This is always the problem with all this discussion. I wasn't trying to say that's the standard. I started with a caveat that if you expect your wife to contribute 50 to the finances, then blah, 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 before I started talking.
Baba Christ, that is why people call it marriage. That is why I told you it's marriage.
Chris, you know why people caveat there? It can never be 50-50.
Yes,
now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. This, what I just said, it wasn't a support for 50-50. I'm saying you as a man, if you want 50-50, that is what you will get. And for God's sake, that was not how marriage was designed. I've said earlier that there are specific rules for the male and specific rules for the female. I'm not even using the husband and the wife now. But as a male, you're already designed for specific rules. And as a female, you're already designed for specific rules. And those roles each of you are designed for, you must occupy that role at least maybe 70-80%. It's as simple as that.
And that is sorry for cutting you short, because I am designed to be the nurturer. Yeah. I'm designed to be the one that does the cooking. I'm designed to be the one that look after the home. So automatically, I'm already doing 100% to 80% of that. And then you top it up. You are expecting me to go and work.
No, it's not going to. It's not going to.
But that is the norm. Oga Chris, that is the norm. That is what I'm trying to say to you. Maybe the men on this panel is not true, but by the nature of what I do for a living, I have access to a lot of people's experiences, and that is the norm. That is the norm. Even with the Oyubo, when they talk 50-50.
What's the demographic of those people you are talking about that practice that? What's the demographic of the people that practice that as a norm?
As a norm, majority of them are Black, African, and within the ages of from around 25, nearer 30 and above, female.
To me, that's quite strange that amongst the African community, man and woman, they contribute the same amount financially.
That is what I'm telling you.
Wow.
That is what I'm telling you. In fact, in my first submission, I said that somebody is in the process of leaving the wife because the wife was trying to put her feet down and reduce the 50-50 to at least 40-60 because she is doing more of the house. This man is throwing the towel that he cannot.
It's okay. Let's just continue. I know these issues
like this 50-50 thing.
Yeah, Mr. Jonathan. Mr. Jonathan, yes. It's your turn. Just
okay.
Yeah, it's your turn. Right. I was going to call you.
Okay.
Welcome to the show, Mr. Jonathan. For 2 days, we not see you. We really miss you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You see, let me quickly jump in here. Just let me make my last submission for the day. See, this 50-50 thing is even here in the Western world, they don't even call it marriage. I know different countries have different names for it. Where I live here in North America, they will call it common partner. And it's in the law. That's where 50-50, when you talk of 50-50, real one.
Exactly.
The way you've described it, where everything is actually, shared between the man and the woman. They don't even describe it as marriage. Because marriage, when you get into marriage, you have to make some compromises. There has to be sacrifices and all the rest of it in marriage. Any marriage that is based on strictly 50-50, I stand to be corrected. That marriage won't last. Marriage is like
that's cohabiting.
Yeah, they call it. It's not last. That's why even the white people, have structured this 50-50 thing, call it common partner. And they are on the way they do their taxes, they can file their taxes together, they can, do things together, but they are not married. So they do, when they buy their property, the man contributes 50%, the wife contributes 50%. When they are paying their mortgage, they share it. So it is this, the law accommodates them. And that is what we're trying to bring into our own, where we do not have laws when it comes to the African setting. Nigeria, to be specific now, we don't even have laws that support all these Western practices that we are bringing in. So that is why it's all commotion everywhere. You have somebody, you want to say 50-50 in Nigeria. It's not going to work. It's going to end up in chaos. So, that's just what I want to say with respect to this 50-50 thing. In the Western world, it can work, but when it comes to us, blacks, or specifically in Africa or now in Nigeria, it cannot work. It just can't work. But this submission of a thing, I think one of the problems that we're having with it, that most people are having with it, is the meaning that we give to it. And I believe it was Madam Busy Brain. She gave us the definition of submission. That is the dictionary definition of it. And I think we tend to use that. All of us, either consciously or I think subconsciously, we arrogate that English definition. And that is not what it is, because this submission of a thing, we derive it from the scripture. It's from the Bible. It is not outside the Bible. If the Bible had not said it, you and I will not be here talking about it today. The reason why you and I, we are not talking about common partners is because the Bible did not say it, but it's existing though. It's everywhere. I know in the Scandinavia, they have something like that. I know here, at least in North America, the same thing. The reason why we're not talking about it is because it is not in the scripture. Why we're talking about this submission of 18 is like, when it comes to men, some men will want to use the Bible, even though when they know it is not fitting. A man that is not even supposed to use because when it suits the man, he uses submission and it goes to the Bible. Even all his attitude, his character does not even show that he's a man of respect or a man that even earn it. And he will be using the scripture because the scripture is there to go there and say, woman, So I think it is the meaning. And the meaning is not the English meaning. And that is especially men that does not know what the Bible is saying. Let's get it straight. We derive this from the Bible. Nowhere else. There is nowhere else on earth. It is from the scripture that this word submission, wives, be submissive to your husband. And so we must go back there and know what is it that the Bible is saying here. Submission to me is in the marriage context is a voluntary virtue. It's voluntary. When a woman submits, I see it as I've grown in my marriage for 3 decades, counting, that it is voluntary. It is not, because when I look at it, thank you, Madam Busy Brain, because you got me thinking when you give the English meaning, the dictionary meaning, use the word force. Force is something that is involved, force is whether you like it or not, you have to do it. Whether you like it or not, you must do it. That is the submission of the English definition. But it is not the definition of the Bible. That is why, again, I come to the example given by Madam Busy Brain just now, that a woman will agree to having the same bank account with a man. That is a classical, the scriptural definition of submission, because the woman can also decide if the man is not, the behavior, the attitude of the man is not what it should be. The woman can also decide that this must stop, and she will do it, and she can do it. So that means that it is voluntary. The submission in the first place to agree to having the same bank account, with her husband was voluntary. So the Bible was talking in the context of a voluntary act. So the mutual respect that we men, we must not take it for granted. The woman is not like the weaker one. No, it is not. But we especially men, most men that does not even know what this thing is, they just jump to the scripture. The origin of the word submission in the biblical context is voluntary in the marriage context that you and I were talking about. So we must look. So when we understand this, we will not bandy this word around. It's not like when we come to it's the same submission when we come to Niger Wash, give your submission. It is not that definition of submission. It is not the same submission like
Mr. Jonathan.
Yes.
Thank you for that thing, because I made mention of that. Submission might mean different things to different people.
In fact, in the Greek, this is, I know it's very broad. I think panelists have agreed. I think it was Madam Busy was saying it's very broad. It's something that is very broad, but we just have to say what we have to say here, given the time permitted. But even the Greek word, the origin of that word, it has several meanings. Several meanings. If I'm not mistaken, it has at least nothing more than 4 or 5. If it is even not more than that, 4 or 5. So which one in this context, in this Ephesians 5:22 that we always talk about, wives, be submissive to your husband. Which one is the Bible? Which of the meanings? Which of these meanings is the Bible referring to? Is the one I've just explained. it is the voluntary submission. It is not the English one in the dictionary that describe it as a superior, yielding to a superior force. Far from it. It is not yielding to a superior force. So we must not jump to the dictionary. We will miss it completely, which I believe is what most people always looked when it's submission. That is, is an English word and it has an English meaning, and then we give it that meaning. It is not what the scripture is saying, because that's where we derive this submission. That's where we derive it from. And we must give it the correct meaning. At least we must work to get that correct meaning of it, so that we will not just be, brandishing this word all over the place and in an incorrect manner. So marital submission.
Oga Jonathan, thank
Yes.
you so much. The way you broke it down, even to palatable, for easy digestion. You see, the way you said it, right? It just it will make men think in a way that it will reorientate the men, the way they think, because that is the problem. If they think that submission is a must, is a total, then they will act in a way and in a manner that they must get it. But if they understand that it is a voluntary thing,
Madam Busy Brain, you know one thing I want you to be doing? Always be speaking to the women, because we have a lot of things bad out there. And a lot of our children, a lot of our kids, female kids are falling into it.
I speak, like I always tell you, me, in fact, I will bash, they will come and say, maybe I'm a woman hater. I'm not a feminist. I respect the order of a man and a woman, but that fairness, if a man loves me, there is nothing, there will be no hierarchy.
Do you know what? You know that on the part of women too, even though the biblical meaning here is a voluntary submission, it does not give women the room. It doesn't give women the room to say, okay, I have to, because it is voluntary. Then that means that you are disobeying God.
Disobeying God, exactly. That is because for me, I think we've gone so far off. We are about to fall off.
Mr. Jonathan,
please.
You know why God said there's liberty?
Mr. Jonathan, 10 seconds, I beg.
Yeah, I'm just done. We're just having an interactive one here, but I'm done. But the message I just want to pass here is that we need to get. I think the reason why this word is being, brandishing all over, even people that knows the Bible and those that does not know the Bible, when it is fitting for them, especially men now, and women too. When it comes to the area of women. When it comes to, men too, when you say men love the women will quote that one too against men. That the Bible also say, men love your wife. That love, the Greek word of that love there also has at least 5 meanings, probably more. Which one of it is it talking about? So it is for both men and women. So the message I'm just trying to put out there is that we need to know the meaning.
Thank you.
And that this...
Mr. Jonathan, before you leave, let me drop this one to you. We should have also stated here that, look, the marriage institution is not under compulsion. The scripture also say it. So that our women will learn a lot of things there. It's not compulsory. Don't get yourself into something you cannot submit yourself to. Simple. Likewise, the men too.
Yeah, I think the distinction is made. But yeah, I don't even think it's rocket science as per the context of and the submission. But it's not just you have a woman in your house, then the next thing you expect the woman to be worshiping you or whatever you call that. I don't know how that works in the first place. I think, Mr. Jonathan, I think the Bible, is it Ephesians 22, 5:22 to 24, 20, something around there?
It is 5:22, 23.
I think the kind of submission was also explained there, because it says like 5, but I think the Bible went ahead to talk about. If I remember the quotes, like the way it is, I might not get it very right. He said, "Wife, submit yourself unto your husband, as unto the Lord, as unto the Lord Jesus Christ." Now, and they went further to further explain what this kind of submission. He said, "For the husband is the head of the wife, or the head of the home, even as Christ is the head of the church." So it's like the relationship we have with Christ, that ought to be the kind of relationship the wife has with the husband.
The same way. Do you know that? Do you think that God does not have the capacity, the ultimate power to make every human being
I'm coming there. When you said it's not voluntary, you capture the essence, because now, see, okay, it said the relationship between man and woman should be just the same relationship with Christ. It's supposed to be your duty to submit to your husband, just like it is our duty to submit to Christ. But even if we don't do that, God will not just tie your hand, you must be a Christian today. In short, somewhere in the scripture, it is clearly written that I have given you the opportunity to choose between life and death. That is to either choose to submit yourself to Christ or not. And he went further to say, but if I were you, I would have chosen life. You see, it is completely voluntary. It's a choice thing.
Exactly. But
if you don't do it, there will be consequences.
Consequences, yes. And that is why God said he is in control of everything. But the only thing he's not in control of is our will. He has given us free will.
Yeah.
Free will to do what we want.
But if you don't do the proper thing, there will be consequences. Christ, he made it very clear that what Christ will want is for the wife to submit to the man voluntarily. If you don't do it, it's fine, but there will be consequences. If you don't do it, it's not the man's responsibility to tie your leg and your hands to submit. Just like it is not Christ will not force any person to become born again, to submit to Christ. I think the Bible further went on to say that, therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wife or
Mr. Chris, you see, you said something good now, but the world is not subjecting themselves to Christ. That is why you see there is an attack on marriages.
Yeah, you see, that's the point. No, the point here, I understand the black man. The point here is just to buttress what Mr. Jonathan has said, that this thing we are talking about ought to be voluntary. But be that as it may, there's a consequences for not doing it.
And it's not just submission. There's a consequence for not loving your wife.
No, of course. When we say this, it's both ways.
Not submitting.
It's
and
both
there's
ways.
a consequence for the children not obeying their parents.
It's both ways.
Yeah,
it's an institution.
In fact, for me, the one that I consider most dangerous out of them all, they are all equal, but when I want to put them in order, the one that I consider most is a man not loving his wife. It is the most dangerous one. It is like a man.
Exactly, Oga Jonathan, exactly.
Like a man literally taking a GUN and shooting himself every day all his life over and over again.
Mr. Jonathan, in order for we to progress, you see this thing you just said, it's not your words. Even the Bible, this thing you just finished saying, the Bible, there are many chapters in the Bible that advises a man. You cannot live with a woman that you don't love. It's better you go and stay at the corner of the top of your roof. And so many other chapters like that. So that underscores the fact that if you don't love your woman, you are living in the same house, it will ruin everybody for that matter. The Bible has so many chapters about the the problem of a woman that is angry. And why would a woman be angry? It is when she's not loved. So it underscores it. You are perfectly right on that. It's there in the Bible. Like Black Panther just said, this marriage thing is not a do or die thing. You get angry wife for house. Go listen to what the Bible talk. about living in the same house with an angry person. You just have grenade all over the place that can explode at any time. Please, let's continue. I want to call Madam Rita. Madam Rita, if you are
Mr.
still
Chris,
yes.
Please, can you give me 10 seconds?
Please do. 10 seconds, quickly.
Okay, so thank you very much. See, there is something you said now. You say, if a woman did not submit to the husband, there is a consequence. That she tells you is must. Woman must submit to the husband. And
No.
there is another one you said. You say you must, husband must love a wife, right? That is true. Even your Bible say, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Talk less of your wife that you have common thing to share with. You understand? You must, that one is must to, you must love your wife.
Yeah, the point you are making, you say it's very, very well taken, and in a very large extent, I will also have to agree with you in the sense that even if it is voluntary, as long as there's a consequences for not doing it, or there are consequences for not doing it, then technically it's also compulsory. In another way you look at it, if we have to be retrospect and tell ourselves the truth, from what Abdul Malik has just the point he has raised, that is it. That's so it be. Yeah, Abdul Malik, point well
yes,
taken.
now it is very clear now. Something that
I like that the angle you came from. I like it completely.
Yes, something that has consequences when you are not doing it. It's must, you must do it.
Yeah, we agree that well, in that case, Abdul Malik, this thing, whether it is compulsory, it will not look like if somebody is engaged in one habit, for example, smoking, and you know that it will cause cancer. If you want to keep smoking, no problem, because you are an adult, nobody will force you to stop. But cancer, they front, they wait for you. You understand? So somehow, so then if you just can't tie your two hands, say maybe you don't smoke again. If you want smoke, now your money go, but cancer, they front. So if you look at in pari passu, the most important thing is that we all understand what we are talking about. I think that's the most important thing in this discussion. Like I said before, please let's move forward. We have Efimano and Alex still waiting. Madam Rita, are you there? So I give you your 4 minutes talk to this.
Yeah, I'm here.
I must say thank you so much for being very patient and yeah, talk to us. Welcome
thank
to
you
the
very much, Mr. Chris. Mr. Alex and Abdul Malik, welcome. Sometimes I just wonder if we were in this, if some of us, F. Emmanuel, yes, my brother F. Emmanuel. Yeah, good evening, sir.
Good evening, my beautiful sister and my gorgeous
queen.
in fact, the number one black soup woman in the OF. Bless you.
Yes, so I claim it. Thank you, sir. Anyway, I just wonder sometimes, if we were in the 17th century, how some of us would be like. I'm just thinking, and if we were living in that era, perhaps many of our choices might be influenced by what was happening at that time, the culture at that time, the kind of advice or influences we got at that time, and we will see it as as a norm. Now, back to this 21st, well, I guess we're in the 21st century now. Things have obviously changed. But there are some things that haven't changed. There's a man and there's a woman. Man's purpose on earth is kind of defined, from the story of Adam and Eve. It said that God put man into a deep sleep and took a rib out of a man, and a woman was formed, and it's a helper. God said a man needed a helper. I mean, I'm looking at it from the biblical sense now, because I see many postulations here have been based on the biblical, from the biblical aspect. But in this world where we live in, not everybody's a Christian, and people have formed their own cultures. People have formed the way they want to live, and if it's working for them, good for them. But however, in the course of this life, whatever it is that we believe in, and we feel that is the right path, and we see that perhaps it's working against us, shows like this can also inspire a lot of people either to change or start looking inwards within themselves. So I want to say thank you, Mr. Elvis, for giving us this opportunity. Now, the woman that was speaking about, her marriage and all that, she said something that was very, very fundamental. She said ground rules needs to be established when you start a relationship. And, and it's kind of relative to this polygamy we talk about. Some men, when they marry a woman, this is not, I'm not putting religion now, forget Christianity or Islam or whatever. When you marry a woman and you say, this woman, I want to marry you because, this is the only person I want to get married to. This is the kind of life I want to live. And you get married to the woman, fine. Down along the line, as a man, you know very well. That's why I keep define submission to you, define respect, define the kind of life that you want. You can define it. It's not just for the men, women as well. Down along the line, the man suddenly wants to practice polygamy. What happens there? So you see, marriage is like what the woman said. I'm sure, many people here would agree with me that I don't believe there's a difference between how marriages were. I'm talking about the act of marriage, how it was in the olden days and how it is now. It's still the same. It's just that tolerance level might be different. Like the woman said, acceptance level might be different. And the parental advice also, and also economic, dynamics. Those are different influences. There's a plethora of them that can influence how you live, how you want to live your marital life. Now, if a man chooses now, all of a sudden, 10 years down the line, he wants to get married to another, he wants to practice polygamy, not just married, he said there's nothing wrong with, the woman in the house. People always give the excuse, the home is not comfortable enough. She doesn't take care of herself like she used to. She doesn't know how to take care of the children, or maybe, one reason or the other. To me, those are, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but most of them, and you guys, if you're really honest with yourself, most of those excuses are very lame excuses. Very lame excuses. The truth is that some men are just greedy. Some men are just greedy. When people say it's 50-50, for me personally, if you talk about finances, it has to be defined. It has to be defined by modern today's standard, whether you live abroad or in Nigeria. But in every other aspect, I feel is 100% on both sides. That is my own opinion now. It's 100%. But when it comes to the economic aspect of it, it has to be defined, because that's a very, very important factor in any relationship. In any relationship, that is a very, very common factor, because these days, the divorce rate or the separation rate is mostly, I would say, 80% based on that financial issue. It has to be defined. But, it's not something that people like to touch, because there's this assumption, a woman gets into a marriage, she does the, marriage, and it's assumed that, the man will take responsibility of the house rent, take responsibility of paying the children's school fees. She's working full time, because when the woman was being raised, she saw her parents live that way. Although her parents, she didn't know, perhaps maybe it was her mother that was a major provider. The father was working, but the mother was getting more money, but the man was coming up front as the head in terms of finances. So you see that kind of deception, sort of, that the perception, I won't call it deception, I'll call it the perception of this is how it should be. Because if you were raised in a mother and father home, you see your father taking the lead. A woman needs someone who is a leader, a protector. And how your children are seeing you now is how they will select their future partner. But however, your children will never know the nitty-gritty of how their parents were working together. They perhaps never know. Perhaps in most cases, some parents will not tell the girl, maybe an issue come out. That time it was me that was paying. Your father was not really paying, but I was giving your father the money. I'm giving that example so you can know how to support your husband. The world doesn't need to know. Both of you have to have an understanding. Why is it that those topics come after their issues? Why is it that those topics don't come prior to those issues? So you see, I believe finances, it needs to be discussed. Is that 20-80 or 40-40, 50-50 or 75-25? But in terms of other aspects of taking care of the home, it's 100% for me. It's 100% from the man, it's 100% from the woman. That's how I see it. And I'm not just saying it based on, oh, they'll say that's the white man's way. Times have changed. It's not really, listen, this divorce people are talking about in abroad is twice as worse in Nigeria. It's just that you don't hear it happening. Some people, their parents have, their mothers, and I'm only to talk about Benin, their mothers have had children from 2-3 men, or they've married 2-3 times. Yes, in Benin. But if they give you the story of your life, you understand where their path came from. Some of them is because maybe the man was maltreating them. Some of them is that maybe money was the issue. Some of them, maybe they lost their spouse, so they had to marry again. Some people, maybe some people listen to me. The other siblings are not from the same father, that their mother had from them. Because there are different issues of life that happens to them. So when people, I don't judge people. When I marry 200 times, I don't judge you. It is you. But that 50-50 thing for finances, it has to be discussed. I don't believe in that. But every other aspect is 100%. Now, okay, Bakassi and Kanayo talking. I don't know if both of them are actually practicing polygamy. I don't know. Okay, Bakassi, he talks about, as far as I know.
Madam Rita, please. I want you to rewind a little. The finances, it has to be what?
Defined. On the onset, it has to be defined. There cannot be any assumption from the woman that will say, "Oh, the way my father was the one taking care of my mother."
So which other things do you say should be 100?
Everything has to be 100%. Emotional support. Listen, yes, sir.
That finance that you talked about, is it before marriage? Has to be defined before marriage?
Of course. Definitely.
That's a different, I will use your word, it's a different kettle of fish completely. Another time. We can't handle that here.
I understand.
It is an opinion that I completely disagree with when it comes to defining finances.
Yes, the reason why I say so. Mr. Jonathan, the reason why listen, if you tell me 20 years ago or 10 years ago, I will agree with what you're saying. But for now, what is going on right now is because many of us grew up in homes where we saw our fathers financially taking all the burden in the home. However, many of us don't even know how that happened. They never knew if their mother played a major role in that burden that you saw physically, that your father paid school fees, your father paid the rent, your father built the houses, your father bought all the land. Many of us don't know.
Madam Rita, hold on.
Let me finish.
Let me give you one thought that you are saying that is not true. Many of us were advised.
Not true about what? No. What true about what? Be specific.
About advice. Many of us were advised. We were tutored when we were about to get married, and our parents were teaching us. Even in the Benin culture, we were tutored on how to even take care of a woman. So when you are talking on the other side, it doesn't make sense.
Black Panther, please, can I speak? Please. Because I'm trying to respond to what Mr. Jonathan is saying. I told you, asked me 20 years ago, I would not even want to discuss finances because my assumption is the way I grew up, I saw my father taking charge of the finances and that was it. I saw it. So when I'm not getting married, I'm not going to assume, let me finish, sir, please. I am not going to assume without discussing it. I'm talking about now, present day now. Because really and truly, women are even working more than men now. Some men and women, they are actually earning the same. So present day now, present day, I will not be thinking as I was thinking 20 years ago. Because that kind of assumption and thought will not work. You must discuss finances before marriage. It is now the reason why the people are breaking up now.
I know that a lot of people expose that now, in today's context, even churches, even some pastors, and I totally disagree with them. You see, the downside of it is so huge.
Mr. Jonathan, you say you don't agree with what?
With the idea that if before you marry, you have to discuss your finances. Then I want to know, in this part of the world where we live now, what they do now is that I want to know your credit score before I marry you.
Everybody's different. I know a Nigerian guy that looks at that credit score before he meets any lady because he doesn't want to take the burden of
There's
another woman.
nowhere in the world where you discuss finance before you get married, Madam Rita.
What are you
Please.
talking about? Oh my
There's
goodness.
nowhere.
What
I
are you
stay
in
here.
Black
There's
Panther?
nowhere.
Black
What are you talking about?
Now wait now.
Oh my goodness.
See,
But
one thing I let
Black
Madam
Panther
Rita land.
it's sounding very, it's coming across very ignorant. I'm telling you, that is the norm now.
Make
What
Madam,
marriage is breaking?
That is what I'm telling
make
you.
Madam Rita land, I beg.
What
Madam
marriage
Rita,
is breaking? You see on
Madam
social
Rita, you
wait,
want
you
to
see
round up in 1 minute, please.
listen, you see on social media where in fact I'm not going to talk about social media. It is I know somebody that her and the husband separated to date. Why did they separate? Money. You see all these child benefits they are getting.
That is
It's what I'm talking about. Finance. See, when you start
man is
it,
divorcing the wife because she's not going to do.
what are we talking about here? Are you going to wait after all the issues happen? You talk about it and listen. When both parties know themselves, when you marry your spec, see, even talking about finances is nothing. It's really everything we just is actually nothing. That's a can of worms Jonathan is talking about. There are consequences to talking about. To me, whatever it will be 20%. 20% problem of even discussing it, because we're not going to go to the aspect of prenup. That's a completely different issue. I'm talking about finances. Okay, we're moving to a place now. We are going to go and rent. We are going to go and rent. Excuse me, sir.
Let me ask you a question.
Go
So that
ahead,
you can
sir.
calculate together. Do you then believe that submission can be achieved where finances has been discussed before marriage, and the marriage is based on finances, pretty much on finances? It is not on love. Love is now playing the lesser role. Finances is playing the higher role.
Mr. Jonathan, that's a very simple question.
How do you think submission that we're talking about, which is the core to this?
Can I just
okay, go ahead, busy brain.
It's okay, please. It's okay. Let's do it like this, please. Wait. The question has been asked. Madam Rita, you ordinarily have 1 minute. Now, Madam Busy Brains, in 10 seconds, say what you want to say so that Madam Rita can round up.
You see, what Madam Rita is just trying to say is setting boundaries at the very beginning, identifying where the hiccups will be, and manage your expectations before you enter the marriage. That is just it. So manage expectations around finances, because I will be thinking I'm going in, my husband is going to pay all the bills, and I'm going to take on my own woman role. But when I go in there, the script has changed. The goalpost is changed. My husband is now saying you need to go out and go and fend. Go and bring 50% of the money in. And then when I bring it in, he's still expecting me to do 100% of the household. So it is just managing those expectations before you enter. So those discussions. Yeah.
Thank you. Madam Rita, please round up.
Yes, Mr. Jonathan, you see, in the beginning of this discussion, I said, what does being submissive mean to you as an individual? I'm not saying you should answer the question, but really and truly, I know where that question is coming from. Does providing your financial status affect how you be submissive to your partner? The answer is no. See, that's why I said, there are two things, respect and submission. I said, what is the definition that suits you as a person? Forget religion or how your parents, what does it mean to you? So whatever it means to you, finances. Whatever it means.
Sorry,
you said something.
Black Panther is out. He's putting a message.
Yeah, okay.
We'll come to that. Madam Rita, please, 10 seconds, please.
Yeah, so see, I have a lot to say, but it on me, that question, it doesn't match the kind of answer that you expect, because I said, what does submission mean to you? It's completely, they're two different things. The state of your finances and how both of you agree on how things will be done in the house financially is completely different from submission. Completely different. Because if both of you discuss, listen, if both of you discuss as husband and wife, okay, this is your I know there's some couples that will have 3 bank accounts. They have their own then they have one where they put money to pay bills, and both of them have agreed, and they say, okay, this is what's going to happen. The man has already taken charge. The woman is just following the lead. So that finances and submission, those are two different things completely, sir. Very different. And there's no, finances does not inflate how you be submissive. That is in the case of your definition.
Madam Rita, thank you.
Mr. Chris, let me, Mr.
I beg 10 seconds. People they wait.
Madam Rita, before you can say that definitively, you must also know. You must also be able to know which one comes first here from what you are saying: financial consideration or submission. The financial consideration has taken place before submission. Submission is after the marriage. You are not asking the woman to submit to you before marriage. So the financial consideration has been well considered before marriage.
This is in the process of dating. It should have been defined before the marriage. So you are discussing it before the marriage. In the process of dating, both of you must have agreed. This is how you want to live your life. This is how you want to spend the money.
If you stay on, and if I have time, like 4 or 5 minutes,
I am here. Because you need to track this thing very well.
I will respond.
I like
better,
that,
yeah.
Mr. Jonathan. I like that. You're challenging her to stay on, please, so that we can move forward to the other two people that are just joining us. Between F. Emmanuel and Alex, my big brothers, I welcome you to the broadcast. I don't know who came first, Mr. Alex, but you have the floor. It's so good to have you today, Mr. Alex.
Why worried me out now? I came before Alex, so
it's okay if you want to go first.
Alex, my guy, go ahead. Don't mind me. Go ahead.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you.
Alex, welcome. It's good to have you.
Thank you, my fellow Nigerians gladiators. I've been listening and I've been laughing. It's been a very tutoring time, drawing from this reservoir of knowledge from these special erudite panelists. I want to say thank you to Mr. Najawash, Mom Diaspora. I greet everybody here. And yeah, this matter sometimes I try to circumvent it, but it always resurfaces. Anywhere I find myself, sometimes I try to. I'm not an expert in this type of repartee, but I will throw my 1 cent on it. For me, marriage is a very beautiful thing, sometimes full of turbulence, and it has its own frontiers, cleavages, and mascaras, you will say. But I think it should be built, for me, it should be built on the principles of separation of power. There should be compromise. There must be a place of compromise, collaboration, coordination, cohesion, sometimes koinonia, a meeting point, that is, for marriage to work. Because these are two different entities, two different individuals coming from different backgrounds with different idiosyncrasies. So it's going to avoid the war of attrition, marital war of attrition or belligerency. There must be, for me, compromise. When I say compromise, I mean, according to Chinua Achebe, it's only a king who is also a husband sometimes require the tactics of a slave to fulfill his duty. So also a queen who is also a wife sometimes require the tactics of a slave to fulfill her duties.
Okay,
so this
1 minute, I beg. Mr. Najawash, I forget to announce. I beg, Black Panther they backstage since. I beg, make you bring them in, Mr. Najawash. If you are hearing us, thank you, sir.
So
Alex,
this war, this hegemony war between man and woman. I need this, I need that. You must do this, you must do that. For me, I think I will concur with the panelists that said some certain things need to be defined. That's where I will liken it to a constitution. Some things must be defined. If possible, some things must be written down, signed, sealed, and pasted somewhere for the both parties. Because marriage is a very long journey. It's not 4 years election. It's not periodic election-oriented activity. So I think we should place it on a democratic ground, even if we are coming from a society where autocracy or autocratic monarchical system is a way of our fathers. There is a rub-off of that in marriages, that the men see themselves as demigods. But if you want to have a good home, for me, you need to have your own family democracy. There is a place for concurrent actions, a place for dialogue, and there is a place for executive actions. That's where the man comes in. And the woman can act as the judiciary to listen and interpret, with fairness. So I'm sorry, guys, it's a bit political, my explanation, but this is how far I can go about issues like this. So I don't believe in lording over another human being. I believe in, listening, but at the same time, put your feet on the ground when it ought to be done. And no woman likes it also when a man is also weak. When a man is always yes. There are times you say no too. And sometimes some men don't also like it when a woman is showing too many weaknesses. Like, everything is yes to you. So there's a time for concurrent discussion. There's a meaty point. For me, there's a meaty point. So I think at that point, family democracy will prevail. When I say democracy, I mean a level playground where you give this person a feeling that this person is important, both man and woman. It doesn't matter the sex right now. You must give each other that feeling that you are important. You are important. If you want to go on the biblical, typography, you look at it like the Bible says a man should love the wife, the woman should submit. So for a woman to submit to you, for me, you must have displayed some certain, democratic principles, respecting her rights as a human being when it ought to be done. She will naturally give in to her own obligations to fulfill her own part of the deal. So where you continuously bully and you continuously carry yourself as a despot, as a nepotic, and as an authoritarian person, even in your small cocoon or your small home, there's going to be problem. It always results to rioting, revolting. If children are involved, they support their mother, you are in trouble. So it's good to be democratic. It's good to treat a human being the way you want somebody to treat your own daughter. And it's good to listen. And it's good to also be executive sometimes. Sometimes you are the one that has the final box stop. Even the woman wants you to be like that. There are issues that will happen. The woman will say, go and meet your father. Probably she would have discussed it with the husband, and the children will come and meet her. She will say, no, meet your father. So I think there should be this arrangement in the house. So let me address the men here. The authoritarianism which we were brought up with, the man is the head syndrome, is a problem. Things are changing. So what you do, you adjust the bet a little bit, just a little bit. Sometimes tell her sweet words. Tell her how important she is. Make her important. Consult her when you are taking decisions. You are the executive, but she's not just a human being. She's your wife, your better half. She's not just a machine for baby making. No, this is a human being with feelings, with emotions. So carry her along, and you're going to be fine, because at some point you may not be around. You may have traveled. She will step into the shoes because she's been watching you all this while. So you also be a living example. So if you had a deal to marry one wife from the onset, don't change it for her. Don't disappoint her. If you know you want to marry two wives, have a deal, have a constitution, have a written agreement about it. Hey, because of my religion or because of my culture, I'm going to marry two wives in the future, or three wives. Are you in or out? She will tell you, no, I'm out, or yes, I'm in. Have an agreement and keep your agreements. Don't, if there is an amendment of these laws or this program, it has to be on a common floor where both of you will be there. Let her know, draw her knowledge to it. Sometimes it may result in a very bad light, but it's better you tell people to avoid explosion, to avoid civil or uncivil disobedience. So for me, I believe bringing the political cinematography into your marriage, because according to Aristotle, man is by nature a political animal. And Aristotle also went to tell us that politics is all about interest. So protect the woman's interest, she will protect your own interest, so that nobody go on a suo moto or on a despotic and dictatorial tendencies on both sides. So at this point, I'm sorry, guys. This is all I can say about it. And I will leave you guys, and I'm enjoying it. I didn't want to talk, as you noticed, but Mr. Chris, I had to fulfill all righteousness. So on this is my humble logomaki, and my logomaki I live here without logo apacha.
Thank you, my brother.
Logo apacha.
You go use no man, Mr. Alex. First of all, you go use logomaki, then later you use logo apacha for the
why are you laughing at me now? You see, this is why I kept quiet. See, so
what did they make me laugh? You go use logomaki, you go still put humble journal, then you're going to use logo apacha for the same sentence. Diplomacy at its finest. No more, sir. It's good. Your submission, well, is well taken. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chris, can you give me
what I beg? Black Panther still there backstage, oh. May you open door for him. I beg.
Make you stay there first for a while.
So
Nigeria is eating black soup. Nigeria is black soup, oh.
May you talk to us. Nigeria open door for Black Panther. I beg.
You know, on the camera now, go to open door for person with inside black inside black soup.
Black Panther, open your camera. F. Emmanuel, continue.
Don't play games, forget me.
Mr. Jawosh, thank you so much for your intervention. F. Emmanuel, talk to us.
Now, Mr. Alex, now you eat black soup.
Once again, good evening.
And I don't give them black soup now.
See, Black Panther, you don't come. I beg.
You see why I say
F. Emmanuel, continue.
Anyway, good evening, everyone.
Good evening,
Once
sir.
again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm not going to speak long anyway because I have another meeting to join shortly. See, I have listened to virtually everybody. Wonderful submission. Great discussion. Great, how will I call it? Both scriptural, great insight, both scriptural and not scriptural. But me, I'm coming in this area, in this angle. Originally, marriage is whose idea? Marriage is God's idea, right?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Now, the one that brought this marriage, who constituted this marriage, he also brought the modus operandi in which this marriage will thrive. He laid down principles in which this will be a success. He laid it down. While we are dragging here, because we have violated the flow. We have not kept to the terms of who brought about the marriage himself. Every car producer have its own manual. Toyota have their manual. Lexus have their own manual. Hyundai, G-Wagon, call it whatever it is, they have their own different manual, different manufacturer on how to enjoy your ride. Here comes our maker. He came and instituted marriage, man and wife. Let me just say something. In 1 Corinthians, you guys are familiar, you guys are Bible students already. 1 Corinthians 13, 4-8. Say, love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends. As for prophecies, they will pass away. As for tongues, they will cease. As for knowledge, it will pass away. But the only one thing that never ends is love. My people, joint account or no joint account, for me, love is 100%. If you give it 100%, husband, you give it 100%, wife, you give it 100%, both the submission, both the love, everything is at 100%. We won't be having issue of whose account or whose joint account or 50-50. No, if once you bring about the idea of 50-50, my brother, that is when the beginning of problem starts. Just tell yourself you are in for one another 100%. When one is down, the other one will lift the other one up. Finish. All this idea of this, that we have borrowed westernized world way of doing things, leaving the real thing. The one that instituted the marriage has told us, showed us the path in which we should follow, and we'll have a healthy marriage. We have ignored that. That is why we are struggling. So, my people, I don't want us to argue much on this. If we can argue till tomorrow, the most important thing is that we have left the principle of whom that brought about this marriage, who originated the marriage from the beginning, and we have, raised a principle that we just got from somewhere in the name of westernization, or in the name of socialization, or in the name of Africanization or something. I don't think God saw Africa in picture or saw westernization in picture when he was instituting marriage. All those other things you are saying, they are traditions of men. As for us, those that say they are Christian, please follow after the pattern of who the person, the one that instituted the marriage. Otherwise, we will keep struggling. That is my case. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, F. Emmanuel. Well, you are taking us back.
Mr. Chris, can I interject him a little bit?
Yes, you can.
Yes, my brother, for me, that idea of 50-50 for me, I think, as you said, is like a ticking time bomb. Women are not wired like that. Any man that wants peace in his house should always take the lead. The woman will definitely follow. Women are beautiful. They are wonderful people. A woman will give you 10 times anything you give to her. If you tell her a word, she will give you a memory later on. If you give her money, she will give you savings. For me, so a woman do not need that kind of arrangement most times. Take the lead. She will join. The day you can't do it, she will be there for you. All those financially, especially, they are not wired. It has been proven they are not wired like that. But when you need help, she can be there for you. But don't remind her about money every time. You take the lead as a man, and she will join. Women are kind people. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Alex.
Mr. Chris, can you give me 10 seconds?
Okay, Abdul Malik, 10 seconds.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chris, for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
You see, marriage is not 50-50. All aspects. All species, marriage is not 50-50. Let me draw an example. For financial aspect, man is the one that will take the responsibility of finance. Example, just like you want to buy stuff in the house, food stuff. Are you not the one who buy the food stuff? Can you say, okay, bring just like example, you are living in Europe, you tell your woman, bring 500 euros, 200 euros, you bring 200 euros. No, it's not done that way. You are the one that will buy stuff in the house. Like you want to pay as well, you tell your wife, bring it. It's not done. You are the one that will pay. That is for the financial aspect. No, there is no one inside 50-50. Just like for the kitchen aspect, woman is the one that takes the responsibility. Yeah, for the kitchen aspect. You cannot tell me now you are at home. Your mama is at home. You go to kitchen, go and cook. To do what? You can assist her sometimes, not every time. If you feel like, just like if she's busy with the baby, you can assist her. But the woman is the one that take that aspect, even for the house cleaning too. It's the one that take that most of the house cleaning. But you can see assist her. It's not that you will not do. You will do, understand? There is no one of the expressions 50-50. Thank you very much.
Can I
say something
on the
there?
back
Okay.
of that?
Yeah,
Yeah, on the
Madam
back
Bisi,
of that,
please.
Mr. Abdul Malik, when you say is just to assist her, so in terms of bringing in the finances, are we also agreeing that she is just going to assist? That is when she feels like it or when she can. Because when you assist with the house chores is when you can and when you feel like it. Are you going to say that is are you holding forth too in terms of what she's bringing financially in? Is it something that she can do voluntarily, or is it something that has to be standard that she will bring in? When you, I don't know if my question is clear.
Abdul Malik.
It's like you don't get. It's Madam Bisi, right? It's like you don't get what I'm saying. Let me tell you. Listen very carefully. I'm telling you that there is no one of the aspect. Marriage is 50-50. For example, in that financial aspect, you the man, you are the one that will take responsibility. If it is 100%, you are the one that will take 90% of it. You understand what I mean? Just like kitchen aspect now, cooking aspect. You are not woman. That is for woman. That is woman aspect. That is. You say?
So what you
Let me add this to rest the case.
So basically, Mr. Abdul Malik, what you are saying is we should just go back to our gender roles, God-given roles that is given to our gender. And for me, I'm not going to argue with that. I think if we are to go back, that is where that is the order that it should be. But man has changed it and moved it far away from how it should be. I don't think a lot of women, yes, there are a lot of women that would want to go out and also work, not just to be at home, but to be useful to society. And while she's doing that, okay, then things can be adjusted in the home front, where the husband is saying, it is not that I'm forcing you or asking you to contribute or to help me, but because I want you to be able to achieve for yourself, to have that self-actualization. But whatever you are able to help me with, and then there can be a balance there. I agree. But one thing we are not also
Okay, Chris.
Distance.
Yeah.
Can I have 10 seconds?
Yes, Black Panther, quickly.
Yes, you see, let me just crown this all. You see, the reason why we are saying all this, I've told you people, told everyone earlier on, we cannot write a new manual for the marriagehood life. It is not our property, it's not our own. And the maker said one thing that will crown this all. He said, a man that cannot feed his own family is worse than an infidel. So the responsibility has been stated there. Not that the woman cannot contribute. No. The woman have a role to play because it's a mutual stuff. It is stated there, love.
Is it really possible for a man not to be able to, or rather for a man not to feed his own family? Is it possible? If not,
it's possible now. It's possible because some people are bound lazy.
If we have money, he will allow his family to suffer or what?
No, there are some factors that might make you not to be able to fulfill that thing.
You have a job.
If you don't have a job, why should you go into marriage? That's the question.
This is where reality comes in. Yeah, there are certain.
It's reality I'm saying now.
Yeah, Oga Black Panther, I'm trying to get there with you. There are certain situations where, yes, a man is not able to go out and work, maybe because of one thing or the other, not because he's lazy, but he does not have the work.
But can you not be a man and lose your job?
However, the wife is the one that is going out and bringing it in. Now, a lot of the situation, how the man. Sorry.
That's a peculiar situation. That is why it's an helper. That is why it was tagged an helper. In case the other one cannot provide.
Can you not be in a marriage? Can you not be in a marriage and lose your job? Can you not be in a marriage and lose your job? That's the question.
Exactly. Ask Campbell.
Okay, Mona.
Exactly.
Yes, now I have an answer to that now.
Give us a mandate. Mr. Chris.
Yeah, Mr.
Please,
Jonathan,
let me respond to
10
Madam
seconds,
Rita.
I beg. 10
Please,
seconds.
no, please. I need a little bit to respond to Madam
Okay,
Rita.
let's say 1 minute.
Yeah, based on what Give Us a Mandate just said now. Thank you for saying that. See, for a person, I disagree entirely with the idea that you have to look into the finances of the person you want to marry before both of you get married. Why?
Mr. Jonathan, I said discuss, not looking to discuss about it. When you are dating somebody.
No, what is the purpose of discussing? You want to know whether there are holes.
No. You don't know.
I said you have to.
That is the reason now.
No.
See, wait, okay, let me finish. Let me finish.
No, let him finish. Jonathan, beg. 1 minute, round up, please.
What I know is this: financial consideration of finances before marriage, you should look into it from a futuristic perspective, not from the current condition, from a futuristic. For me as a man, having sent my daughters to colleges, giving my daughters the best education money can buy, the top 20 universities in the world, will I allow any of my daughters to marry a non-entity, a man that has nothing? Of course not. I'm not going to succumb or agree to that. However, I'm looking at a man that I know that this man has a future. Women, so many of them, they go into marriages today, and at the end of the day, 5-10 years down the road, the man that is financially balanced today. In fact, who tells you, or where do you get the idea that a man that is financially balanced today will be financially balanced 5-10 years from now?
Mr. Jonathan, I would like to interrupt you there. You see, you said something very significant. After investing in your children, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
If a man wants to marry one of your daughters today,
yes,
one of the first questions you will ask him, what do you do for a living?
No. I'm saying that.
I'm asking you now. That will be one of the questions.
However,
because you're trying to see.
It has nothing to do. Wait.
Oh God.
Wait. But it has nothing to do when you talk of being financially balanced. The way I looked at that, and I know so many people are taking that into consideration.
Mr. Jonathan, you asked that question because you want to see how financially balanced the man is for you to able to marry your daughter.
That are already made. They are looking for men that are
But Madam Rita, you are saying that they should sit down and discuss it. That's what you are saying.
Yes, listen, Mr. Jonathan, even men that are already
discuss that
made.
kind of a matter now.
Let's move forward.
They are looking for ready-made men. That's why they are 35, 34 years old. They are
that is not true, Mr. Jonathan. That is an unfair statement to make. That is not true. I asked you a question now, sir. Excuse me, sir. Mr. Jonathan, I asked you a question. What is the purpose of a father asking a potential fiancé of their daughter, what do you do for a living?
It's just to know that
what is the purpose?
Is to, first of all, to know that it's responsible and that at the minimum, it can put food on the table. The type of finances that
you see what I'm saying? That is an indirect way of trying to look at the guy's financial status or his educational status. How is that bad? How is that bad?
The kind of finances that you are looking into.
Because in actual fact, some women don't even have a job before they get married, although they have potential. But for the man, you ask that question as a father because you know the man's financial status and his.
Madam Rita,
yes, sir.
Wait, Madam Rita, wait. See. Unless you want to clarify it and make it clear and open, then you and I may be on the same.
How have I not been very clear, sir?
This is what
I'm not trying to be ambiguous here.
Is that the type of finances you are talking about is that in this Western world, let's even leave Nigeria alone. In this Western world, you want a man, he has no loan.
Excuse me, sir. It applies in Nigeria. In case you don't know, it applies in Nigeria right now.
Okay, then fine. He has a sterling credit score. He's earning, he has a very good job. But I don't succumb into all of that. Because why? A man that is already, who is well educated, who is well balanced, but today, okay, is not earning much today. But I know that I look at it in the future. Most of us who are here today, what we have today, when we got married, we didn't have it. Of course, I can say that.
Mr. Jonathan, do you realize in Nigeria today, guys do not want to get married to women who don't have, they need to see a bank account. They need to know what the property the woman has before they get married. Please go and do your research of the women in Nigeria today. Forget about diaspora now. That is what men are looking for. Women who are financially stable in Nigeria.
Madam Rita, that will not be true. I beg.
No, please. That part I don't even. Please,
that will not be true, Madam Rita. I get example. Yeah, I get example. I'll give you
examples. Plural. Live examples.
Can I interject?
Just somebody just came, please.
So just to interject to say
Madam,
something,
what
we do not know should not just be categorically said that it is not happening. I know people that have written like a contract, a marital contract, what they are expecting to happen, and they review it every other year to see if they are meeting their goals, if there's anything that they
not
need
a
to
marriage.
Do you know what is going on today?
Please. What works for people?
Please.
That's no marriage, my people. I beg.
Give us our mandate. I beg. Give us our mandate. I beg.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Okay,
hear you.
thank you very much. I do appreciate the timing and everything that we do here. Thank you very
Give
much.
us our mandate before you continue. Please, everybody, after give us our mandate, we have the opportunity to continue the discussion. Okay? We just give our thoughts. Please. Give us our mandate. Continue.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chris. Thank you for always helping and doing the second session of this platform or this media house. Thank you so very much. God bless you. In the day you need helper, God will send you millions of helper in Jesus' name. Mr. Elvis, I greet you. Thank you for all that you do. Mommy Diaspora, I appreciate you. Madam Iron Finest, Abuazi, Peggy Modi, Johnson Emmanuel, and every other person in the comment section, I greet you. Panelists, I greet you all. Thank you for always coming around every time to do this. God bless every one of us. Mr. Elvis, this one a special prayer for you. God bless you. God really, really bless you. And the reason I say that is because so that people can know when you say Nigeria Watch Media is the best of them all, people need to really understand. Now, I think because you are human and you have the humanity to your humanity, being human. That's why you are bringing this kind of topic up. Because people think that all that we do here is just politics. This topic is very, very vital, even if not for us on this panel, because maybe most of us we are married. But the coming generation and people that are maybe younger than us, we can learn, and we can learn from the older generation. Thank you very, very much. This topic is very, very vital, very, very important, very, very significant. Thank you. God bless you. Now, I think when it comes to this issue of marriage, submission, finance, and everything, there is a manual. Now, the originator has a manual. And there is no way we as humans, sometimes our little brain, there are things that our brain cannot fathom. And that's why God gave us a guide. So that guide can be can lead us, or maybe serve as a compass whenever we need to navigate the issue of life. Marriage is very, very wonderful, very, very great. Marriage is where it is today because human is trying to use their little sense to figure out what the Almighty put together. Now, when it comes to the issue of submission, and I think Mr. Alice, you made a very salient, wonderful submission. Now, in the beginning, it was like this. That after God made the man, he said, let him make for him an helpmate. it is not maybe okay, God said, okay, after I made the man, let me look for the person that will share the responsibility, maybe 50-50. It goes back to what one of our panelists quoted on the platform. A man that cannot provide for his house is worse than an infidel. See, when we talk about submission, submission comes with a lot of things. But the hiding place for most of us men is that submission. But you forget your own first responsibility to love. To love. When you see, there's no woman that you show love. I come to realize there's no woman that you show love that will not submit to you. There's this man that did one thing for the wife, and maybe in the course of their 10 years marriage, that little act of gesture that he did to the wife went to the market, bought clothes for herself. After everything and done, he now bought one good outfit for the husband. In the course of their maybe they are married, the man have not seen that before. But that's just one gesture of kindness to the wife. So I think all of these things come from the place of empathy, the place of love, and the place of care. That woman is an helpmate. So don't turn your responsibility to the cold share of the helpmate. And don't misunderstand me. Women are there to support you. They are there to help. But don't turn your own responsibility. Do not turn your responsibility to their primary function or their primary role, because that was not how it was in the beginning. Women is to submit, great, but as a man, are you doing what it takes for a woman to submit? That's number one. Now, if a woman really now understand, okay, this man I'm married to, there are things that I expect from him that he's not doing. What am I still submissive to him? We go back to that manual that's been given to us by the Creator. See, when it comes to this marriage thing, because we are different people, because we have different religion, because we have different belief system, I speak from the aspect of a Christian, and that's my guiding principle and my guiding compass. That what is the foundation? How was it laid down? Now, when you now talk about if a man wants to marry a woman, you check his financial status. Very great, very wonderful. But do not make that in its entirety. In as much as the man is able, he has a place to live, he can take care of the woman, he is able to perform his duty. I think for me, and if it's God's will for that person, it's good to go. See, as marriage develops, and most of us here that are married, you can't tell me that where you are today was where you are when you got married. It's a working process. As you go by the process, things are being added, maybe children are added. You are living in one room and parlor before, all of a sudden, the man came, you both put your heads together, work together, you now live in one mansion. Marriage has its blessing. And that's where most of us we are missing it. We focus more on the things that don't really matter and throw the main thing, we throw them away. Most of us probably started from one single room, you moved to a two-bedroom apartment. Now maybe you now live in your own home, even in a foreign land, in a wonderful community. It didn't happen all of a sudden. The man brings her idea, the husband brings his idea, and we put them on the table. How can we navigate life? I have seen people that it was the wife that said, my husband, you have been trying this kind of job. Why not try this and that? And why not try this? And the man just, you know what? He put away his ego, listened to the wife, did a certification exam, and boom. The man that was probably below 6 figure before now begins to earn in the high figure. In the high, maybe he was not 6 figure before. So I think for us, this marriage thing has to do more on the husband than it does on the wife. Because one, the man, you are the head of the family. And so I see it also as a triangle. God on the head of a triangle, and the husband and the wife taking authority from God, and then they are making their life better. Submission is very, very easy. If only we as men we do all it takes to see if you can one act of kindness can change a woman, can put a woman on her knee. So submit. It is because women we are not doing that function. That's why we keep crying and say, you are not submitting to me, you are not respectful, you are not doing this. Are you doing your part? Are you doing? And then for our women, on that I go back to that issue of if I want to get married. And that's why what you said is very, 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 very vital and very, very important. You see, most women now they are in their 30s, they are in their 35, in their almost 40. They are normally why they are looking for the ready-made man. That is their intention. Meanwhile, there's a story of a woman that's been crying for husband, and God told her that gate man you are seeing is your husband. She said, "Wow, how is this possible?" A director in a company. Until she did that, there was no husband coming. As soon as he gets married, things skyrocketed. So I think also, and I'm speaking as a Christian, that's my fundamental this thing now, that's my guiding principle. That's where I'm speaking from. That we have a guiding manual, and how we navigate that manual determines how successful our marriage can be. Little things have destroyed home, whereas the husband on the other can just sit there and say, you know what is going on? You trash it and then you keep moving. So in summary for me, even before I get there, I think Black Panther was saying earlier about job. See, I'm saying that I think you said something also to that is very, very important. A man can be you can be a millionaire before you get married, and as soon as you get married, things crumble. The human didn't bring bad luck into your life. Sometimes things happen. Now, how do you figure out, okay, what has happened? How do we move from here? Situations happen in life. You can be in a marriage today, you are well blessed, you are doing well, you lost your job. That does not mean you cannot provide for your family. What you have to do as a man is dust yourself, pick up yourself, and go out. There are billions of jobs out there. In this part of the world that we now live, see, I was telling somebody yesterday that America is a leveler. This is it. You have people that come from Nigeria as an accountant. You never believe that they can do nothing. When they come and they tell them the option that is available, they run for it. You don't ask yourself, say, I'm an accountant in Nigeria, until I get an accounting job, I will not book. Hey, Oga, you go take for the year. So when issues happen in life, you sit down, look at what is next available for you. It may not be what you are doing before, but Oga, you have to provide for family now, you have to pay the bills. So for us here in America, we say America is a leveler. You can be a CEO yesterday, and today you are cleaning Walmart. But must you remain there? No. You do something until the next level of job comes. So you can be in a marriage, and that marriage there's a situation. That doesn't mean you can't provide for family. It now comes to the point where what is the woman doing? Hey, my wife, you know what's in the happen? Oh, you go free help me for this period until maybe things get better. See, women are wonderful vessels. They are blessed. No woman want to see a child, more so a senior child, which is the husband, suffer. I can bet you that. No woman want to see her husband suffer. If that woman is already working on her own job, she will say, Mama, God, don't worry, we are in this together. But it comes in the place of mutual understanding. So you can be in a marriage and things happen. Pick yourself up, my brother. Pick yourself up, my sister. There are a bunch of jobs out there. What is killing us, Africa, in the foreign land, is our ego. I am too big to go and work in Walmart. I am too big to go and do Uber. Hey, if they foreclose your house, then go throw your load for outside. Even in Nigeria, people are land that they are chasing out their tenants. So don't let ego destroy you. Pick up yourself, brother. Pick up yourself, sister. Go do the needful. Submission and love. There are things that we need to do for that woman to submit. Are you loving your wife? Are you doing the needful? And woman, once your husband is doing his bit, please do the best to submit. do the best to even love your husband. I think that's me for me. That's where I will end tonight. Thank you very much. Mr. Elvis, God bless you. God. Mommy, that's where you have a wonderful child. And I don't know if you know it, but God bless you and thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, I give us a mandate, and thank you so much for all the for your words and your prayers and your angle you've brought into this discussion today. Now, everybody has spoken. I know all of us, we have something to say. So if you just have that thing to say, you just indicate so that we call you so that you can.
Of course. Yeah, of course. I have something to say if you allow me.
Yes, please.
Why?
No, Mr. Agnes, you have something to say. People wait there and never sleep for that side by this kind of time.
If I still sleep now, you say I don't come to the platform. I don't come to the platform. You want chop me raw. Now I'm here now doing my Lord's work. You are still saying I go and sleep.
Because I
If
can.
Nigerian go challenge somebody, go back, he go enter hole, he go come outside the challenge person.
Mr. Elvis go chop suya, just a form.
No mind him. He go enter hole, he go come outside of the hole.
Chop suya.
Nigeria, you have to avoid these carom errors you are always doing on me. You have to take it
kind of it too much.
The language that I understand, my friend.
He's going into the pigeon hole and come back from the pigeon hole and start accusing us.
That was last year. Lao go tell me ata. Say I speak language where you go if you understand. Naija wash. If na media now, I turn him away. Why do we not feel go?
Once more, regardless. Your grammar,
okay.
Go to grammar. Small.
No. I'm not on that platitude. So we are different entities. But anyways, go ahead. Just now.
Like a House of Rep member.
Oh yeah, Black Panther, leave my main talk. Oh yeah, fire on.
Okay. For me, I just feel like I said before, be democratic. Be democratic. You know, every country has their own system of democracy. In Spain, they'll tell you they have their Spanish democracy. UK, England will tell you they have their English monarchical democracy. The Greeks will tell you Greek democracy or democratia. So everybody, you are unique. When you know yourselves to a large extent enough to stay together, then have a way of mixing it up with democracy. You must, at some point, have compromise. It cannot work without compromise, especially from the man. You must bury your ego. When you are a husband in that home, when you step out of your home, you become the man again to everybody else. But to your wife and kids, you are a father, you are a husband. At some point, you show some spots. Don't be a despot at home. That's my own point. Just be democratic. Listen to people, carry them along. When it's time to also have the executive way of doing something, stamp your feet on the floor, and everybody follows. And even your own lifestyle should also tell. People can easily follow. I mean, the wife and the children can copy that. So remember, the wife is not your slave. She's a human being. She's somebody's daughter. She's as human as you are. So, and yeah, let's forget about the old school way of African way of dealing with women, like our forefathers did, which was not totally bad, but things are changing. So if you have an agreement, like a constitution that you both had before you got married, that you're going to have 2 wives, 3 wives, okay. So if you have an agreement that you are going to marry 1 wife, don't break it. If there is an amendment, it should be done on the floor of the parliament. That is between you and the person, this lady. If she wants to stay or she wants to go, join another political party, let her go. So everything should be on democracy. Nobody is anybody's slave. And also, instead of resorting to violence and killing, if you are tired of the marriage and your life is in danger, or you are tempted to murder somebody or somebody wants to murder you, if I don't run away, fly away. It's very important. You can settle from distance. You can talk from distance. Consult the family, call for help if you don't understand your woman or your husband's character again. Because many people, they keep managing, and they died in the process, both male and female. So if you know your life is at stake, you notice a sudden change and it's life-threatening, fly away from that place. And if need be, maybe at some point, you can also come together again when everything is fine. So I will leave it here and I say good night. Mr. Elvis Ikpane, when you have here.
Can any person hear me at all?
Are we still on?
Yes,
I can hear you very well. Very well, yes.
Okay, yeah, okay. Mr. Alex, thank you so much for that final thoughts. Any other person? Final thoughts?
Yeah, I have a final thought here.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, sir. There's one thing
I trust you, Black Panther. You must get final thoughts. Not be you again.
I beg, Oga, you don't talk, go house, go sleep. You say you be outsider, so we will be inside and we will talk now. You see, one thing I wanted to say is that when we are coming in to speak on these issues, we know that a lot of people, like I said before, people take advantage of the laws that even God or men make. A lot of we humans, we are like that. We are rebellious. You see, this is a simple law. Then what about when we create our own law? We are about to create our own law now. Check the financial aspect. I will put it forward to Madam Rita. You see this thing you are talking, they've already taken advantage of it. The women have already taken advantage of it. That's why I see a lot of girls now, what they do, they look at the monetary aspect before they can jump into any kind of marriage. That is why they jump out. The reason why you shouldn't hide that aspect of it, but you look into it, but you shouldn't put it on the round table. Because when you put it on the round table, you are not talking about contract marriages, because that's the way they see it over there. That is why our mothers, before we go into things, we seek advice from our grandparents, our mothers that have been in there before, so that they will tell us what the little that they know. Then we will, apply it in a way of wisdom into this modern system that we are living now. But not, regardless of that, we are not throwing the old system away. It's because one thing that we are doing, especially in Africa, we try to subdue our own tradition instead of refining it. We throw it into the trash can. They will bring another one that most of the people out there, they are taking what the modern world is giving them. And now look at what is happening. I can tell you categorically clear, I have a sister who refused to get married because the person was not even any to her own expectation. She forgot the future. We were advising her. That is not the future. What you see today might look like a mirage, but the future matters a lot when you are going into a relationship. You look at the prospect of the man. You talk it out. That's why you have the courtship. So most of them, they don't want to hear. Look at the marriage that are broken now, that are broken every time now. You see the VIPs, they marry before you know it, it has broken. Those that don't have money, before you know it, 2 years, it has broken. So the terms called financial aspect of it, we don't need to go into that. But normally, you must be working before you can feed your family. That's why the Bible said it. It said the man that cannot feed his household is worse than an infidel. Those are wisdom that God has given unto us. That word makes us to even work more harder so that we can provide for our family. But when man start to bring his tenets, his own law, to subdue the law that God has written, we begin to have a lot of fractions in marriages. People no longer respect. The men no longer love. They look at them. Some men, like what you were saying, some men look at a lady because he's having money, then you can just jump into it. These are some of the laws of men that they've adopted. That is why we say we need to go back and restructure. And every person, the man, the male, need to look at themselves. The female, most especially, need to look at themselves, because the institution, like I always tell my mom, she told me too, I said, women are the best managers that you can ever think of. They can manage from nothing. That is what I've seen. I learned it. I saw my mother doing it. That is why I concluded on that. And that thing that I said, a lot of people are seeing it. And I've seen it every day of my life. So we need to throw away and let us adopt religion. Religion has a big role to play. And our culture also has a big role to play. We need to throw this sentiment of throwing away your culture. Edo people, if you want to get married those days, they will look into the family. It's the family. They will even look at the money. They will look into the family. Does the family have a bad name, has a bad record? They will not call, they will not go and meet the parents. They will talk it out. If they see that it's okay, it's blessed, it's okay. They don't say because you are not financially very, very buoyant. They don't look into that. What they look at, you are okay, you are well to do, you are responsible, you can feed for yourself, then the future is brighter for both of you. So this modernization, we should be very careful because it has its own way of destroying we human if we don't think inward on our culture and how we can refine our culture to make it more good for the next generation to pick from. Because if we deplete our culture, what are we going to give to the next generation? Nothing. It's Western culture. So please, I beg everybody, let's look inward and look at how let's throw monetary aspect out. Because if you are not working, then you cannot get married. Because you need money to sustain your marriage and you need money to feed your family so that you don't look like an infidel. So that is there. It's natural. It's not something you can start sitting down and start debating. Debating, men and women are taking advantage of it because if they see this woman is not boy and they won't marry. So look at many women in Nigeria. Most of them go to the east, go to Benin. You still get 35, 36, 40. When you talk about marriage, they go to verse with you. You just talk, say marriage. You want word, just say marriage. They will just verse. Why? Because they've missed their time and they are bringing that anger into anybody that asks them, how far? How is your husband? He will just
to
catch
interrupt
fire.
you, Black Panther, that is completely wrong. And I'm so disappointed that you are making such statements. Women above their 30, but they've missed it.
No, I said both sides. I said both sides. Both sides. Both sides. Don't understand me. I said both sides. I said both sides. Even okay, let me round up. What Madam Rita is, you are always speaking from the ladies' side. The women also have a problem. The men also have a problem. They look for financial benefit in a woman. They jump into it. They don't look at other aspects. That is why they jump out. They don't look at the character. They don't look at the family. They don't take the factors, consider the factors. But when you stick to the financial issue only, you see that it is not rosy when you get into the marriage. It's not rosy. That's why I say the marriage is an institution whereby you need to be in there to learn it. It's a continuous learning. It's not something that you just place a law above the law of the man that created the law. You can succeed. That is it. Thank you.
Yeah, before we continue, Madam Rita, you're going to have your time. Everybody, Black Panther, don't talk. Madam Busy Brains, are you still there?
I am.
Madam Rita, you're also there. Now, there's a specific question. No, it's a thought I want to pose, and I'll be very glad if Madam Busy Brains and Madam Rita will give their opinion on this. And two people have mentioned something consistently. The first was F. Emmanuel, he's left, who talked about manual. We should, if we want to talk about marriage, we should go to the creator of marriage and look at his manual. And give us a mandate, repeated that manual again. Now, the question is this, or the submission I want to make is this. When we are talking about the creator of marriage, what led the creator to create that institution, marriage, in the first place? I think I remember clearly that it was written that he saw that it is not good for the man to be alone. Therefore, he made him a helpmate and created, of course, we know the other part of the story. Should women be seen like that in a marriage?
So for me, right, there is nothing to improve on the Bible, nothing to add, nothing to take away. Yeah. For me, God created, like I said earlier, that is the greatest institution that God has created, marriage. And that is the unit for the replication of who Christ is. That unit is meant to replicate Christ. So somebody read Ephesians and broke down what love is. Christ is that love. I think it's Ephesians, is it Corinthians 3? As in, love is kind, love is patient. That is what marriage is supposed to be. In a marriage, we are supposed to show the love of Christ, where we those characteristics is what we should live by, what we should exemplify. When we reproduce, our children should be able to have that. We should be able to reproduce. We should be able to impact in them that Christ-like. They are supposed to we are supposed to replicate ourselves in our children, so that our children can take forward. Because one of the mandates that God gave when He created Adam and Eve was to stay. We should multiply. It is not to multiply in evil and in no order. There is an order to the multiplication, and it is to multiply within a unit of a family where we multiply Christ. So we are supposed to be seeing everybody. The Bible says, "Don't you know you are gods?" We are supposed to be. We are to be walking in that knowledge of who we are in Christ, in that knowledge of the power that is within us to do good. We are a force of good, and because we are
Madam
that
Busy
force
Brains, please, I just need to interject. Yeah, you are right. The Bible says, "Don't we know we are gods?" But the Bible continued. He didn't just stop there. He added something. He said, "For ye are gods and children of the Most High, but yet ye all shall die like men and like one of the princes."
Yeah.
So there's a very big
because we are on earth. Because we are on earth.
Exactly.
Because we are on earth.
Exactly.
But we have the power of God, but we live on earth. So definitely there is an expiration date. But for the human flesh, but for the human spirit, not human spirit, but for the spirit, for the inner man, we live on. So for me,
so the point there is that you see that the godlike part of us, that's going to live, but the flesh part of it, you shall die like man, like one of the princes. It only shows that as long as we are not attuned to doing what is proper, the consequences will always come.
And that is why.
One of these consequences, it has to do with, as a man, loving your wife, providing for your family, and as a woman, submitting.
As a woman, be the helpmate, support, be submissive. That is the order. And okay, so when you look at the virtuous woman, when you read, is it Proverbs? In fact, it took me a long time because I was like, if the woman is the one that is waking up at this crack of the morning, doing this, basically the woman was the one that was running the show. If you read the virtuous woman, I think it's Proverbs 30, it is the woman that is doing everything. And I'm like, what? Why would the woman be doing everything? But then, when you look at it, she is able to do everything because the man who is sitting at the gate of his compound, showing everybody his wealth, what he has accomplished, the woman is the engine room behind that is doing it. And he is the one sitting in front and showing everybody what he has accomplished. And what did he do? He gave her all the praise. He appreciated her. That is love in itself. So why will she not carry on? Why will she not even do more? If there is more that she will do it. That is the highest form of submission. You acknowledge her, you appreciate her, you love her. Women are wired to do more. They are wired to multitask. For a woman to carry a baby, do you know the pain, the decibels of pain that she has encountered? The impact that her body goes through, what the hormonal changes in her body, what it goes through. God knows why he gave that woman the power to be able. It is immense power. Men do not know how to carry stomach ache. When their stomach is paining them, you will think, honestly, it's like death has knocked on their door. And the decibel of pain is nowhere near.
You are so funny.
That one are true.
I agree with that now.
It is nowhere near what the woman will carry. So you can
Madam
imagine
Busy
what,
Brains. Madam
yeah?
Busy Brains. You see, that was why I said earlier that the Danish word, if you translate that word to the womb, the uterus of a woman, if you translate it directly to English, it translates to the giver of life.
Of life.
I cannot see any other more responsibility greater than that.
And that is the person that God has created to be the helpmate.
To be the help, it calls it the giver of life. And the help itself is part of the help is replicating the man, ensuring that the man's progeny continues.
You see, so there is, I think that is why the Bible says, yeah, he who finds a wife finds a good thing. And it went to say, and obtaineth favor. So if you treat your woman like rubbish, like garbage, if they say the what is abuse, the abnormal use of a thing, when you do not know what your woman, what your wife is there for, you will abuse her. You will use her abnormally. And when you use her abnormally, you are bringing curse onto yourself, because you've abused her to the point that what has been put in her, that woman that is created to be a creator, will not be able to create in your life, because you have brought death to that spirit in her that was brought to help you to manifest to the glory that God has intended you to be. So you need to know how to use your wife. When you know how to use her, then you'll be able to enjoy the fruits that will bear forth. That is just one thing I want men to understand, not because I am a woman. For me, my husband to succeed and excel, and for me to be on his hand to say, that is my husband, that is what I think I am there for. That my children will see in my husband the person, that the leadership that he needs, that they need to be, that they will able to go out in the world. The man should be able to be, to raise children that are able to go out into the world and stand firm and hold forth and watch his gate. That is the kind of man that a woman would want to have as a father to her children. And automatically that respect, that submission, whatever it is, I will do the 24-hour work hours and come home and do the everything. I will be re-energized because somebody is there saying, yes, this is my wife. I appreciate her. I love her. I thank you. Without you, I cannot do it all. Look at a lot of these men that know how to sweet talk their wives, even though they are doing nonsense. But the moment they know how to praise their wife, they know how to show her, well, whatever fake love it is, as long as she is not feeling the fakeness, she's feeling the real love, you are going to benefit from that.
Madam Busy Brains, whether it is fake love or not, that is why. If people understand, I completely agree with this aspect you are making. If people understand that women are very emotional, then you have a way of navigating yourself around every woman. Just like you just said, let her see. Let her just feel. Just do what you can for whatever it is. They are emotional, unlike men. Men are very strategic by nature. They are calculative by nature. So, yeah, you've made a solid point. You want to round up in maybe 30 seconds?
Yeah, I think I'm done. I just think that to be honest, I just want, not because I'm a woman, but I think that is biblical for any society to succeed. We need to have sound reasoning men. And if a society succeeds, it's because the family succeeds. So we need men that are sound in their reasoning, and not, you know, the woman that you have in your house, don't abuse her. If you abuse her, that is the end of you. Your progress or prosperity, whatever it is that God sees as progress, as prosperity, you will not enter it. You will not enjoy it, because that is somebody that God has created, is a human being. Treat her well. You will not see the other side of her. Let me give this short story and leave it at
Make
that.
her happy all the time. You
Amen
see the
to that.
blessings of God.
Amen to that. My sister, busy brain. Amen.
Amen. Let me just give this short story, and it is very resounding. A man married this woman, and this woman, every day he was mistreating this woman, mistreating her, and his wealth, he lost everything slowly and slowly and slowly, but surely he lost everything till they moved to a one bed, a face me, I face you. And this man was shocked at the change of his the circumstances of his life. He now went to one Babalawo. Babalawo told him that, it is your wife that is the cause of it. This man said, I knew it. I knew it. He went home, beat this woman, beat this woman, beat this woman, and then left her, that the witch. Everywhere he went to, he never succeeded. And he went to another Babalawo. Babalawo now said to him, it is your wife that has caused you to be where you are like this. And this time around, the Babalawo now explained to him and said, the way you have treated this woman, God is not happy with you. You've so abused her that her own spirit has withered and given up, even on you. The only way you will get yourself back is to go and seek peace with her, because she is the reason why God has not blessed you. So can you see? At the end of the day, yes, the woman was the source of his downfall. But why was it the source of the downfall? Not any juju or witchcraft. Because he abused a being that God has created to help him. He abused her. I hope men will take it with them and just think of the person that they have next to them. They might have fallen out of love with that woman that is next to them, but they should go back to the drawing board. Love it's not about emotion, about having butterflies in your stomach. Just go back to the Bible and look at what God says love is, and just start it. It will become a habit. You can pretend to be patient. You can pretend to be gentle. Continue. It will become a habit. God will see your efforts, because God has also said.
Madam Busy Brains.
Madam Busy Brain, I agree with you 1000%.
Oh, wait, Black Panther. Where I talk this, Madam Busy Brains. I hope you have rounded up. See, we have to get something clear.
He doesn't say that you must stay there and.
Can any person hear me?
Should I come?
Fire on. We can hear you.
Okay. So for me, I really want marriages to succeed, because the devil is attacking marriages. If you hear left, right, and center in every circle that you even amongst your own friend, our own friendship group, those of us here on the panel and those of us in the comment section, at least we will know one or two people whose marriages is hitting the rocks or has hit the rocks. You understand? There is so much attack against marriage.
Thank you, Madam Busy Brains. Madam Busy Brains, you want to say everything you have not said all these many days that we've not
No, she's talking like a mother now.
No, wait, Black Panther will come to mother this thing.
I love her speech.
Ogasa Naija, I beg, Madam Rita is at the backstage. If you can let her in to give her final thoughts. Naija, sir, I beg, Madam Rita. Well, Madam Busy Brains.
Yeah.
You see this thing, I completely agree with everything you said, but you see this thing. And the part we are saying you have to give more love, more love, more love, more love. See, and you've mentioned the kind of the area you work in. I will assume that it has to do with family and everything. See, from my own personal experience, somebody that has issues, love will never cure that issue. No matter how much you try to give more, the root cause of the problem must be looked into.
Must be addressed.
Yeah.
Because somebody, see, people, they've gone, when people lose the capacity to even appreciate love. If you have a man or a woman at home and there is issues, for example, let me just say, for example, as a wife, you have this man that is abusive or just treating you anyhow, and you think that you love that man to become good. It's almost impossible. The same thing with the woman. You as a man, if you have a woman that has become totally disrespectful, that she has lost everything, she can leave the home without telling you, come back at any time, there's something, you cannot love her to change her ways. There's something that's driving her. There's a driving force that needs to be addressed. Not until those things are addressed, anything she does will be artificial.
Yeah, so that is within the marriage already.
Yeah, within the
marriage.
So
what would you advocate?
Anything she does will be from a place of pity. From a place of pity, not from a place of, no, what I'm doing is wrong, I have to change my ways.
After being abused, Abi?
No, what I'm saying,
Mr. Chris,
saying is this.
What you just said now can be two ways. It can occur in two ways. From the family perspective, children learn a lot from their parents.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. See, people that have experienced, you see, people don't just become who they are. It's a combination of their upbringing. They can't.
Madarita, don't go ahead and say for backstage again. Madarita, what did you do for backstage?
I beg, make you open door for our beg.
Mr. Elvis, I don't know. Maybe some people monitoring spirit, so they just lock me up.
She pressed the wrong button.
I panicked.
Welcome, Anita. So the upbringing, everything in totality. Everything in totality. And the sad part is that people think that marriage is a correctional facility. It is not. It is not. That is why the background of the person you want to marry, as the background of the person as an individual, and the family tree she's coming from, they are all so important, because all these will have a bearing on the marriage that you are going to, the marriage relationship you are going to establish with this person. So if they are
Chris, why marriage is not a correctional institution? Marriage is a learning place. It's a place of learning.
There's a big difference between learning and correction.
It's a school now,
No, correction in the sense that, okay, I didn't want to use a psychiatric home. I didn't want to use that word. It will be too harsh. You understand? Marriage, every day we keep learning. You keep learning different things from your spouse. You keep learning and knowing about your spouse every day, and you keep managing the situation. What I mean by that correction, imagine somebody that has unresolved issue. Take, for example, I would like to use women in this respect because, and imagine a woman that has been subjected to some form of abuse in the family where she grew up, so abused, bashed, and those things have not been resolved. And she came with all those baggages to her wedding, to her marriage. The same thing with the man. Imagine a man that has, just imagine a very toxic environment. That was where the man grew up. And again, this man gets into marriage. What can the wife really do? No matter how much the wife tried to even submit, the more you try to submit, the more the beast in such people will just come out. So it's very critical that people go for counseling if there are issues. So just wishing any family issues away, that, okay, if I keep loving this person or if I keep respecting him, that's from the side of the woman, he's going to change. it doesn't just work like that. And again, lastly, the reason I've been hammering on women, Madam Rita asked a question before, and this will also be for you. Between men and women, Madam Rita.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, between men and women. Between men and women. I just want you to add this to your final thoughts. Who initiates the most divorce between men and women? So
women.
Give your final good. Give your final thoughts and impute all this into the discussion.
See, the thing is not even a question of who it. I don't think the who initiates.
After Madarita don't talk, I'll finish. I go ask the men.
After Madarita, Mr. Chris.
Between women, between women in Nigeria, Nigerians in Nigeria, or Nigerians in diaspora, which one better pass as a wife?
Mr. Elvis, don't go there. Mr. Elvis, don't go there, please. You're just gonna cause. You're gonna open a can of worms.
That one is easy answer.
It's not easy answer. I know why I said so.
Not easy in the sense that in terms of helpmate for the wife.
No, helpmate. Anybody can be a helpmate now.
No, what I'm saying, in Nigeria, at least you have helpers, like family members can help you with childcare.
No, Madam Bishop, you don't understand the question.
Oh, what did he mean?
Mr. Elvis, okay, go ahead.
That's not the question, Madam Busybridge. The question is getting married to a woman, getting married to a Nigerian that live in Nigeria or a Nigerian that lives abroad. Which one is better?
There is no subjective question. There is no
the Nigerian that lives abroad, not the Nigeria waiting for Nigeria. Straight answer, not the get any answer.
Black Panther. Black
Panther.
Black Panther. Madam Busy Brace. Wanna let Madam Rita fire. Madam Rita, your final thoughts.
Okay, yes, before I go to your question. Okay, I'll try to be as fast as I can. The question you were asking Busy Men about, the creation of man and woman and all that. For me, when God created man and woman, there are certain things that was defined. This is my opinion. One, there are only two genders, a male and a female. Two, a man has his role, a woman has a role. Because man was created first, and then God saw that it wasn't good for a man to be alone. So he put him into a deep sleep. This is the biblical story now that everybody knows, and took a part of his rib and molded a beautiful woman. When they were in the Garden of Eden, the man played his role as usual, the woman played her role. However, there was a third party that came into their life through the woman. And that is when we talk about the sensibility, or rather the sensitivity and the emotional state of a woman is different from a man. A man takes direction. We tell him something is like, okay, this is the way to go. Obeyed God all this while. And then the woman came, easily cajoled by the snake, because like, okay, I have something better than your situation now. Do you just want to just live on the status quo? It's boring. Let's get something fly. It caused a lot of problems. We all know what happened. But I said those two things are defined. The role of a man and the role of a woman, and the existence of only two genders, a male and a female. Everybody knows their role. Now, going back to the marriage aspect, I say, anybody can choose or define how they want their marriage. But however, I'm still going to go back to the beginning. You need to be clear, honest, precise about what you want from a woman and what the woman wants from a man, especially when you want to go into a union called marriage. In most cases, people are not honest. In most cases, people are not honest, either with themselves or within themselves, or they're not honest with the person that they are with. And that's why potentially there will be problems. And that's why we hear all this advice or how they grew up. And I agree with something Mr. Chris said. There's a lot of people, both male and female, that have traumatic childhood experiences that still date. You see, men in their 40s, women in their 40s and 50s, it's still like affecting them. It has not been addressed. When they go into marriage, even if the woman is submissive, does everything, if that person is just toxic because of where they are coming from, there's going to be a problem. Potentially, the marriage might not last because one person cannot take the toxicity, or it's even affecting the health or even their life. But the other person is just the way it is because that's all they know. But they would never, ever admit that they have a problem. It is the Nigerian framework. We hide things. We've been trained to hide things, put things under the carpet. Do not allow the public to know. This one will laugh at you, or people will not define that, oh, maybe you have a mental problem, or your family, this is what your family is. That's what, but we start talking. Many things will be healed. Many things will be corrected. People are not even aware that they have problems. They have mental health issues, traumatic issues. It doesn't really matter the age. I've seen 50-something-year-old men and women having issues that stems from how they were raised. It's affecting their relationship. There's some men that don't say anything hitting a woman because they saw it all through growing up till they were adults. Their father beating a woman. They saw their brother beat their girlfriend. They saw their friends beat. So it's normal. They don't see anything wrong. Same thing applies to women. They've seen their mother being beaten. In this, let me use this submissive word now. There's a big word now in this program. Because they felt that it was normal. They saw their father beat their mother. The mother was I'm using the word submissive now. Was compliant. So if they go into a relationship and the guy is abusing her, she feels it's okay. That's the way to live. And I thank you for the prayer, Lady Busy Brain. I think even Midwest, he's left here now, but he said something, related to what Busy Brain is saying. When you are destroying somebody's life, as this is either a man or a woman, not just for the men now, women as well. When you're destroying a man's life, when you're taking advantage of his love and his kindness, same thing, when you're taking advantage of your wife's kindness and love, you're just going to hurt yourself. I think it's First Peter in the Bible that talks about, the curses that come onto a man that abuses his wife, or a man that does not love the wife the way he ought to love the wife. And that's when somebody is putting the verse of Ephesians 5:23 to 24. I always say, please give us the full text. Don't give us a deported text halfway. Because Ephesians 5:25 talks about a man should love his wife as Christ loved the church. Please, let us stop. I think it was Jonathan that was saying it. Some people just put some biblical text just to suit their thinking, and they just put it out there and think people will just accept it. We have gone past that right now in our life. We should go past that. Give us the full text so people will understand where you're coming from. Now, back to your question, Mr. Chris. You said something about, who initiated divorce. The question is, what are the circumstances that led to that? And in most cases, to answer your question, it is women that usually initiate the divorce. For a woman to initiate the divorce, there are several factors that she has entertained, tolerated. And if it gets to a point where, in most cases, because the woman is I don't know, when people use the word lesser being, no, the woman is very emotional. Everybody is different. There are some women that develop, I know few women that have developed high blood pressure. They're taking those pills to today, as we speak, just because they were in a toxic marriage with a man. They have to stay for their children. No people close to me, they still take high blood pressure pills. Now, if a woman is going through that and she say, you know what, for me to get sanity, for my children not to have this PTSD when they become adults, I need to go to a safe place. And in most cases, the women that take care of the children, so they have to step out. They have to step out just to save themselves and to save their children. Because in the end, if the woman passes on, the man won't blink an eye to take another willing female. Yes, that is what happens. But if the case was reversed, if the woman goes and marries another man, people will start to wag tongues. Men and women will wag tongues Oh, she this is what our plan. Oh, it did not even reach 5 years. It is just the way, the framework, especially in the African Nigerian setting, the mentality, it's always like that. Now, my final thought is this. Marriage is a beautiful thing. Please, can somebody mute? Somebody's typing. I'm hearing your keyboard. Marriage is a beautiful and a wonderful thing when you are with the right person. When I mean right, when you're with somebody that can complement you and you can complement the person, when both of you can tolerate each other, when both of you can respect each other, and when both of you are kind to each other. Be kind to whoever you are with. Kindness, K-I-N-D, the big K word, is very important. Be kind to each other. Because when you are kind to somebody, they never forget. And another thing, a woman comes into your life. I repeat, a woman coming into your life is a gift. And for the women, a man coming into your life is a prize. Take care of it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Rita. You see, it all still boils down to one thing. And like what you said, appreciating your partner, that if you show kindness, they will never forget. Or you see, that is for normal spouses, normal partners. There are some people, they have lost those abilities because of their traumatic childhood experiences. Some of these people, I don't even want to use the word narcissist. They've gotten to that stage that the more you
use
try
that word. You need to
yeah.
say those words so people can know.
Yeah, because when people get to that level of narcissism, no matter what you just do, no matter what, in fact, the more you try to show that love, the angrier they become at you.
Yep, you're right.
Because you are not getting it. They are trying to do these things to you so that, see, there are some, for example, people that intentionally want divorce. So they are misbehaving. And instead of you, they're expecting you to act on that misbehavior. But yet, you are not sensing the message. You are still loving them the more. It will make them to even do worse since you are not getting it.
And that is why busy brains prayer, what she said, that person, and even what Midwest was saying, you think you can just do that and go scot-free? Karma doesn't forget your address.
Whether the person goes scot-free or not, it doesn't really, that's the issue, is that that person is damaging another person.
That is why you won't go scot-free when you do that. You have to be kind to somebody. You have to be honest with somebody. If you have a mental problem or you have some traumatic experience that's affecting your relationship with people, because as a man or a woman, if you do that to somebody, the next relationship you want to enter, you're going to do the same thing. So you are the common denominator. You are the problem.
The key word there is insight. Insight. Because why I use the word insight? Most people, not most people, when people get to that level, they don't see it that they are doing something wrong. Because they don't have insight to what they are doing.
Going on. That's why. And it's not discussed in our community. Because
that's what I'm
men
saying.
will never admit to it. A woman will never admit she has daddy issues.
That's what I'm saying.
She has traumatic issues. Many men have daddy issues.
If you have
issues.
A spouse like, if you, before you get married to somebody like that, if it gets to that level, it's not something you come and correct.
Do you know that some people do not show those traits because they are going for something?
They are always there. They are always there.
Oh, they are there, but you have never. Oh, maybe God forbid.
They are always there. It's just that we want to see what we want to see. We want to see what we want to see. And again, maybe because some people, they are not, is it strong enough? I don't know how to put that word. They are not strong enough to make that decision, especially when you have influences in the church and stuff like that. You can see people, clear character defaults. But when some preaching go on, don't worry, with time, everybody, the Lord will continue to, some talks like that. Don't worry.
You are very right. You're very right.
You pray for them. The Lord will intervene. This is what marriage. See, what I'm saying is practical experience. Don't worry. You want to.
Do you know that?
There was
a friend of mine. Sorry, the last thing I wanted to say. is there was somebody that I know very well and I respect, is the quite older person. I think he's almost in his 60s now, and he's been married for over 30 years. And we're talking, and he said, you know, that many of his friends, including himself, they are not happy in their marriage. They stay there because of obvious reasons. And so I said, so you mean that uncle, when you see husband and wife, you wear the same clothes and all that, and maybe if obviously the children are seeing two together and they feel everything is okay. I said, so I said, is it really worth it? Is it really worth it? If you look at Alakija now, over 40 years, is it really worth it? Like somebody said, being married for a long time doesn't mean that you're successful. Many people are managing themselves. Okay, you said that. Many people are just managing themselves. But my question is it worth it? But if I say it's worth it, some people will say, oh, they are attacking the marriage institution. Because many people are in marriage with different.
If we continue, we are not going to end. If you ask that question, if it is worth it, that is why I said earlier, before you get into that institution, be very sure of who you want to marry. Now, if you ask if it is worth
change, Mr. Please. People change.
There's a difference that you made the right choice and the person changes than dealing with the past that you don't know before. There's a huge difference. Now, if you ask if it is worth it, the reason why some people will stay, it's simply because of the children. The reason is this. Maybe they saw that their own childhood or whatever they suffered as children, it was because of the divorce that their parents went through. Maybe they now had a stepfather, or they now have a stepmother, or they now grew up with one aunt or one uncle, and they just resolved that no matter what it is, they are not going to allow their children to be brought up by another person. You understand? So that's why. So if you ask whether it is worth it, at that stage, the person is no longer looking at himself or herself. He's just looking at what the impact of that divorce will have on the children.
You know what? You're right, because it will be worth it if children are involved. It will be worth it because you want to give them that mental sense of, being in a, not being in a single parent home. But I just believe it's just I don't know, if I say something, people will say, okay, I'm thinking like the Oyibo way. It's really not the Oyibo way, because I don't like to bring, whether you are in Kafanchan or you're in Russia or excuse me, you're in Canada, you are still you. I know environment can influence how you think, but at the end of the day, you are still you. You are still you. So, it's even related to Mr. Elvis' question. You are still you, who you are. If you have a person who has grew up in a toxic environment, you will still be toxic, even if you go marry an Oyibo or Chinese woman.
Let me give my final thoughts.
Okay.
Before you come in, Black Panther, please wait. You've
Black
been
Panther,
on this
after
for...
our guy Jonathan,
Yes.
Black Panther. Mr. Jonathan,
let
your
me
final
just give
thoughts.
let me give my final thought here, for the day. I still want to stay on the issue of the reason why I stay behind is because I was trying to give a submission, but I wasn't allowed. I was responding to Madam Rita because I believe that people are listening, obviously, and it is either they take one or two things away, or they don't, or they are better off listening or not. So it is better to always, put things out there in a clear manner. So for me, I still want to stay on this issue of finances because I've seen from my own experience, it's one of the issues today why many people are not even getting into marriage at all in the first place. Why some people are getting even much older before they even get into marriage. Because a man, when it comes to marriage, finances should not be the sole consideration. It shouldn't be at all. It will be a faulty foundation if finance or the issue of money was a major consideration or a major part of factors considered before marriage. You know, it should be amongst others. There are other things that should be considered before marriage. Does that mean that a man will be a non-entity, useless, having nothing, even money, no nothing? Why will you even consider marriage in the first place if you don't have money? I'm not talking of being rich now. So it is important that that part of it is there, but it should not be the major consideration of marriage. I want to know how much you have. That is why from where I come from the southwest Nigeria, we have one Yoruba adage. You want to call it an adage? I grew up to be seeing it more of a slogan, but it's a factual one. They will say the only thing women knows is money. That's what they say. That the only thing that if you want to get a woman, just display some money, display some level of money. And it is depending on the type of woman you want to get, the higher the type of money you will display, you will get her. It is part of the southwestern culture in Nigeria, and they will say it. And women have grown up to dislike it because it doesn't display character on their part. So women dislike that statement. They don't like it when you approach them on that front, that all you know is money. And you don't even want to train your daughter to be that everything, the first thing she wants to consider in life when she wants to take a decision is money. It shouldn't be so. So for me, I think when it comes to marriage, you look at a man, you look at the future of a man. Men can, I think someone alluded to that fact. In fact, it was even Madam Rita. People can hide a lot. People can hide. And you will not know. Both men and women, especially before marriage. Not to even talk of when they are in the marriage. Before marriage, they can hide so many things. Some people have some abusive characters. Some people have some things that they do in the secret that will not be exposed. They can hide it very well. Habits. These are the things that one should look for before marriage. Some habit is what will kill that finances, even if the finance or the finances is buoyant before marriage. You see those habits, those secret habits will wreck those finances if it is not dealt with or addressed even before marriage.
Okay, let's close.
So I think it should be. So I think people should learn.
Okay, but before you close, more talk small.
So
no, wait, Mr. Jonathan, quickly round up.
Yeah. So people must look.
Okabuna want get more time.
Anyway,
no, we just the round up now.
We're just rounding up, Mr. Elvis. So I think people must.
Oh, not true.
Okay, take your time.
Mr. Jonathan, round up.
So finally, I think people must look beyond finances, especially unsustainable ones. There are so many unsustainable finances that men will show up. They will display before marriage. Many of them, unsustainable ones. That's why so many women will fall. They fall into those traps. They will end up marrying 419. They end up marrying a crooked man. End up marrying a Yahoo guy. The finances.
That is what is going on now. That is what is going on now. That's the culture.
Wait.
And then you
Mr.
get,
Jonathan,
yeah.
Before you round up, take a position. You said in Yoruba land, when you grew up, when you were growing up, there's this
It's
feeling
not when
that
I'm growing up. It's an adage. It's just
there's
an
an
adage.
adage that women
It's still
they
there,
pander to
citizen
money.
brother.
Mr.
Yeah.
Jonathan, take a position. By today, by today, Mr. Jonathan, is that statement correct or is it just merely an adage? You want to take a position on that?
It's correct, though. The statement is correct. And
One
women
million times correct.
is correct. Women don't want to agree to it, especially in this age and time where there's this woman is a woman. Sometimes there is a woman world. Some women wants to be on their own. So there are so many successful women, and if you tell them, they will say no. That is not it. But you know what? When the chips are down, when the chips are really, really down, you will know that adage stands the test of time. It will continue to stand the test of time. That the only thing women knows is money. You don't have it, there will be problem. So, but again, we should look beyond money. Look beyond money or finances. As I said, especially those ones that what you want to get in a man. Madam Rita asked me a question. Said, if a man comes for my daughter, won't I ask if the man has a job or he has something? I want to know if he has a sustainable future, a sustainable job.
That is also looking at, the finances of, that's an indirect way of assessing his present financial status and perhaps his future financial status.
What did you just say? Indirect.
It's indirect. Yes. So that's it. It's nothing wrong in asking.
It's not direct now.
For example, for example,
indirect. It's not direct.
What I mean by future, is like, what I mean by future is like, a man comes out today and I looked at him, and today the man is well qualified, well studied, come from a good home, and today, as of today, the man is doing a $22 or $25 an hour job. And then I will say it's not a man. He's doing a $25 an hour job. I know that the $25 an hour job will not cut it for you and your wife today. Even if it is my daughter, I know it will not cut it today. But I know the future.
Is there a future? Is there a future?
I know that you have set yourself up for the future. You see? So I look more into that. And I will advise young ladies to be more futuristic. Don't be a dummy, but be more futuristic. Look for men that when you look at that man, this man has a future. This man, if I work with him, I love him, I work together with him, I stand by him, I support him, the sky will be the limit for both of us. So that's that. And then I want to say this finally, when Madam Busy Brain said some men, when they have stomach upset alone, you will think that everyone wants to fall. I agree with you. That's a fact, you see. And when you said that, I was laughing. I remember this episode. There's this reality TV show called Trauma. They call it TV Trauma. So they show this hospital crisis or whatever. I saw a man, when the wife was at the delivery point, the man pee on his pants. Literally. The man pee. I said, look at the man. The man was scared to death. I saw it on TV, on a reality TV show. As the wife was delivering their baby, their newborn baby, the man just
tear.
All his pants was full of water. You know what?
May we continue? The truth is that
I give kudos to women.
Mr. Jonathan, thank you.
Yeah.
The truth is that
Thank you.
if men experience the pain of childbirth, they will never remain the same again. They will go mad.
That is why men should experience it.
Black Panther, give us a final.
You see,
give us your final.
Thank you very much. You see what Mr. Dr. Jonathan just said? That is why men should go into the labor room with their wife, so that when they come outside, their brain will reset. Because that thing has a way of resetting the brain of the man, the pomposity in the man will just collapse down. He go now increase the respect for a wife. And
Black
there's one
Panther.
thing I want to
I'm hearing the music in the background. Somebody's playing the music.
Somebody's playing music.
Please, somebody should mute. And Black Panther, will you say that if our fathers, when the labor and wind, were giving birth to us, perhaps our fathers wouldn't have been, some of our fathers wouldn't have been polygamous?
No, some of our fathers were in the labor room too.
No, come on.
Some of them
What are
were
you talking about? Inside the labor room?
Madam Rita, we get different grandfather. You get your own grandfather.
They were not inside. Please, I beg.
Madam Rita, you see,
1%.
Madam Rita, you see, I will always uphold the culture of the black man. Nobody can talk me away from it. The reason why we're having problems with our marriages today.
You are mixing culture. I just
no. I don't forget that one you talk. I don't forget that one.
You are advocating that men should be in the labor room. I'm not saying perhaps if our fathers, our forefathers were actually in the room where the white woman was pushing us out, you think that the attitude of men would change?
Yes, you are right. But what I was trying to tell you is that some of our men wanted to go in because even some of our men during those days, they are outside, they almost the peace for body too. You go ask anybody, go tell you now. Some of them, they fear. They know the future. If you talk to them, they'll say they want to know what is going on in there. So that is another way of saying they themselves, their brain, they reset when they see their wife, they cry, they shout from outside. So, we have this native way of giving birth those days. So they also experience it indirectly because that's their way, because the culture is like that. But there's one thing I want to say here, that many of us are doing that. Sometimes I don't really concur to it. You see, the reason why Africa is as it is today is because we are allowing people to submerge our culture. We do that all the time. It's not fair. We should stand on our own side and try to refine our culture to make it, people should come and learn from our culture. That is another big way of selling our culture to the world. Not always we buying their culture. Look at what is happening in our society in Nigeria now. Our children only look at money before they go into marriage. It is quite clear that adage, Mr. Jonathan, it's what is happening today. And I gave people experience. I have my own experience from my own sister's side until she was talked to before her brain reset. This thing have a way of creeping into every child in Nigeria now. And it has gone from 75% of them, they look at money first. It is there now. We always see it every time. You think it's a mirage? It's there in our society. It is because we have lost our moral, our culture. We lost it. We always buy the ideas of this Western world. Their own thing is perfect. It's perfect. Look at the way marriages are, divorce is happening. Okay, now just oppose it with the Jews. Their marriages. Go and look at it.
Mr.
You see
Black Panther, the Jews uphold their culture. The men take their role.
Wait now, Madam Rita. Now culture they talk so I know they talk say men. I don't want to fractionalize them. I'm talking about culture. We have dumped our culture. We have adopted other culture. Look at the Jews, because they are glued to their culture. They refined it. That is why the men and the women they uphold it, and that's the beauty.
Black Panther.
Black Panther, you need to understand.
Their culture upholds superiority of the patriarchy, and they still maintain that.
That is what I'm saying. We can refine it.
Listen, where the man takes responsibility.
That is what I'm saying. But what is happening
men
today?
are not upholding to the culture, Black Panther.
Madam Rita, I will tell you one thing. Madam Rita, let me tell you life now like this. You got to clean your own house first. Don't always stand on the ready of the men. The men are they clean their own house too.
Black Panther,
always try Always try, always let me tell you, Madam
Black
Rita.
Panther,
See,
you keep
Madam
talking
Rita,
about
hold on, hold on.
culture. Are
Madam
the
Rita,
men respecting the culture?
Madam
Because the
Rita,
men are
hold
the
on
head. No,
now.
you hold on.
Make I
I
finish
believe
now.
a
Let me
man.
land.
Okay, go ahead.
See, this culture, now both sides. It's not marginalizing anybody. I'm not marginalizing anybody. It's both sides. So when you start
You were
shifting
talking,
it,
you were talking about if it's just women. I was like, what is this guy saying? Like, because you made reference to your sister.
Madam Rita, if you have a mindset of always standing and saying somebody is always against women, that mindset is wrong. That mindset is wrong.
That is not my mindset, Black Panther. That is
See, what I'm
absolutely
speaking,
not.
I'm always saying it's on both sides. Culture is not for one side alone, it's both sides now.
You did not mention both sides or your submission. Listen to what you
If I
said.
say
You made
culture, not
reference
be
to your
both sides.
sister.
Now only man they carry culture. Now both sides now. So when I'm speaking, always know that in this side, when I'm talking about culture in general, it's both male and female. We should not forget our culture. But there's something we are doing, especially in diaspora. We are always throwing our culture aside. Look at women, even in that white women, they so like our culture because the way our culture treats the women is different from the way their own culture treat their women. They love it.
Okay, can I tell you why they love the culture? While the white women love the culture, they are seeing from what they are seeing. They are seeing a patriarchal society where the man takes leadership, where the man pays the bills, takes
Can
care
I
of
tell you, in fact, God bless you, my sister.
That is, yes,
Most white people, if I let me not even say this,
that is
because
our culture now. That is how we are brought up.
But majority of that, the men are moving away from that culture.
That is what I'm saying too.
Women
we are neglecting it.
They are giving that power to women, to more of their women. They are making the women to take the role.
Okay, madam, look at the Igbo. Let me tell you now, the Igbos, look at them. If you see the way they do their thing, they are still maintaining that cultural part of it. They treat their women as their queen.
I agree.
They treat, so that is what I'm saying. If we as an African women and men,
you get Mongo
if we
among all of them, among all the tribes, you still
if we refine our culture and start speaking on that trajectory of our culture, we will have a way of not, this whiteness of all this Western world is not going to tear us apart. But if we continue this dimension, we will regret it because our children are learning rubbish in internet everywhere, and we are not even we are not firing on the causes
Black
of it.
Panther.
Thank you, my brother. God bless you.
Black Panther, Randolph.
I don't round up.
Well.
Our culture is paramount.
This matter,
We should uphold our culture and we should refine it so that it can be a plus to the next generation, so that they won't forget it, because it deals with all these issues we are talking about today. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Black Panther. I think if you say our culture, yeah, I'm all out for that, but we have to look at the good parts, and we look at the good part, and we have to kind of just oppose it with current reality and see how it can be fine-tuned to
we have to refine it. That's what I said. We have to refine it, but not forget it.
Yeah. No, it's wrong. It's wrong to forget it, because if you forget it, any other thing you are choosing, any other thing for that matter, you are going to choose, be rest assured that is the culture of another person you are choosing. As simple as that. And it makes no sense. It doesn't. Give us our mandate. If you are still there, you want to give us your final thoughts on this. Give us our mandate. I think he's not there.
Mr. Chris, well, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I just say you're not there again. Give us our mandate. Please
No,
give
I mean,
us your
I'm
final
here.
thoughts on this. Yeah.
It was a wonderful time today. And I thank
Sorry.
everyone, especially Mr. Elvis, for putting this together. This is very, very nice and interesting. I just hope that our listeners across the world have been able to learn one or two things. We're not saying we're perfect here, but we are just rubbing minds together just to make sure that this institution called marriage um, is wonderful. It's a wonderful institution. It's a wonderful union between a man and a woman. I think we all should just go back to the drawing board and see how we can fix our various homes and then also be an encouragement to the younger generation. But I think above all said and done today, I mean, for me, the few part I joined, it was a wonderful discussion. I think this probably we can do this maybe once in a month or maybe once every 2 months, just to enlighten people and then also to get advice from the elders. I think it was very, very nice. Thank you very much for allowing me. I do appreciate it. Have a blessed night and a prosperous week ahead. Thank you.
And thank you so much. Give us our mandate. So, people, all of us, we don't talk finish on how to come go as
I never talk. I never talk now. I was
I'm busy, Brace. I'm sorry,
really
it's the second time. It's the second time you have to remind me. But actually, Madam Busy Brace, you don't give your final thought. Oh, yeah. Open your microphone. Talk to us, Madam Busy Brace.
I just want to shed a bit of this is my own angle between the discussion around finances and all that Mr. Jonathan was talking about. For me, I'm not looking at it like that. I think during the period of courtship, certain things need to be addressed. That is, it is not maybe not necessarily in detail of finances or whatever, but expectations of what my role is. What do you as my husband expect my role to be when we get married? Right now we are in boyfriend and girlfriend stage. We are in cloud 9, honeymoon before the honeymoon. What is it what do you want me to bring to the table? What is your expectation of me? We are hearing about bringing things to the table where the woman is the men have an expectation of what the woman needs to come with. And it is also very fair for the woman to be able to say, okay, this is my own expectations of you. And I think it is from there that they will start having an understanding of what kind of union they are going to have, because both of them need to know you are courting. What is the courtship all about? Is it not to get to know each other, to know what your expectations of me is, and to know what my expectation of you is? So basically, within that confines of courtship, certain expectations need to be set, managed, boundaries put in place, so that it will cement a strong foundation for us to start when we get into the marriage, so to say. I did cite something very controversial about people doing like a contract, where they review it. It's not a contract per se. It is just putting down pen on paper or goals. It is their own goals as a couple, where they are now, where they want to be in the next 2 years, where they want to be in the next 5 years, what it is that I need to be doing as a wife, what it is that you need to be doing as a husband. And then we check in at some point between that period of 5 years, maybe in 2 years' time or in the 5 years' time, to see where we are. Have we achieved what we have said we wanted to achieve as a couple, as individuals, for our children? Have we done that? That is all part of the setting up of goals. And it can be, and how do you set your goals? You write it down for it to be, that is the first step of you actualizing your goals. And if you see your marriage as something that you need to do as intentional as you ought to do it, to get it to be successful, I think we should start, this is time we should start making having those considerations of putting this kind of things in place, not necessarily to debase somebody. No, we are working together. We are a team. We are in a marriage. So if our goals do not align, then it is going to be a house divided, divided, and a house divided. That is where the submission now fails, and for my husband to be leading me, at least he needs to be carrying me along. this is what I want us to do. It might not necessarily be sitting me down and let us write it, but let me have an idea where we are heading. Let the leader, let the head of the home tell me, okay, I want us to build this. I want us to, at least by in 3 years' time, we should be able to put a foundation in Nigeria, or we should be able to put a mortgage and buy our own house here in the UK. That is somebody that is going somewhere with me.
But Madam Busy Brain, are those things you are talking about, are they sacrosanct?
It's not sacrosanct, but it is
No,
something that
Jonathan, you took the words out of my mouth. Out of my mouth. Madam Busy Brain, please respond, please. I just wanted to ask that question.
It's not sacrosanct, but it is something that we need to be considering. For some relationships, that might work for them. I've seen certain situations where such a recommendation would work for certain marriages, and for some it will not. But for those that it will work for, I don't think we should castigate it and make it look as if it is something that is alien. You know, there is no rule, no guide on how this marriage thing can work or will work. It is what works for the couple, the two people concerned, to make a success of that union.
If they are not, if all those things are not sacrosanct, then it is not a contract. It is just an understanding.
No, I deviated from
But Busy Brain, the financial thing you are talking about is already working against the women. So how do you do that now?
How is it working against the women?
Because most of them are taking it in a negative way now. My boyfriend must get money for marry.
No, see listen, let me explain. That is a mindset that for me, I went with the heart of love conquers all, and I'm still that naive, or should I say very romantic in that manner, that love conquers all. You know, if you
don't conquer anything, no, Madam Busy Brain.
Hold on, I know, but I cannot change who I am.
Love conquers all. I agree with Mr. Chris. I agree with that one.
No, it's the love of God that conquers all. Not
now this generation, not they agree with talking and talk.
That is what we are saying. The love
kinds
of God.
Love.
Remember
there's
when
agape love. There is erotic love.
You know, when we were talking earlier, we were talking about I don't know anything apart from the Christian background that I come from. So everything I've been marinated in that way. So my values.
See, Madam Busy Brains, Madam Busy Brains. If somebody is talking, you can almost sense the kind of background the person comes from. You can almost sense the complexity, the complications this person's life has taken from childhood to adulthood.
Yeah,
you understand. So if you are talking, I can almost I can almost put you in a box. I can see, and you've used the word naivety, and you must understand that people's experiences are so different. People's experiences. You know, if somebody has come from a background when everything seems relatively normal, you know, where parents do what they are supposed to do, no exposure to unnecessary adverse situation in life, you know, when if you put water in the fire, it will boil, just regular stuff, everyday regular things happening. You see, if I don't know how to put this. If you come through that kind of background, you must also understand that the wider world is wide out there.
It's wide and different.
It's
exactly.
so wide and different out there.
Yeah, different shades, and I get that. And
and lastly, if I may quickly say this, well, just continue, finish before
what Black Panther is saying about women that will say that, I don't think that is the right attitude to have. But
no, Madam Busy Brain. What I'm saying is that what you are saying now, you are speaking in a very good moral way. But the problem that we have in Nigeria now, the issue of finances, these youth have read it the other way around. And it's causing an adverse effect on their life.
Can I tell you something that
we want to make this we want to make this too big. Okay. CM, we've really spent a lot of time today gone past 6 hours. Yeah. And even of course, in Ireland is 1:27, but in Central Europe is almost going to 2:30. Yes,
1:28 now.
Yeah, 2:28 now. So in Central Europe, it will be before we leave here, it's going to be around some minutes to 3 a.m., which is already morning. I just want us to do it like this. Maybe one minute we'll round up. But before that, I would like to just quickly say this. You know, if when Madam Rita talked about discussing finances before marriage, I think it's also important. But for whatever it is, in my opinion, the most important thing, the most crucial part is for you to know who you are going to get married to. In the sense that if you marry to somebody that is understanding, somebody you can communicate with, you don't really need to sign anything. You don't really need to plan anything. You just take life the way it comes. Any challenges that come, as long as you know that this is somebody you can sit down, both of you talk and go for the best possible option. Because what kills most marriage, the reason you need to be putting everything in black and white is because we are just afraid that communication can break down. And when that happens, it becomes difficult to navigate our ways in our marriage. So ultimately, the choices are ours to make. For parents, like we've gone past that, but for parents, it is very important that this issue of marriage, you must have to discuss it with your male child and your female child. You must let them know. Like Madam Rita said, there are some things that our parents did. They just cover it up, especially when it comes to women playing the role of the breadwinner, but hiding behind the scene, just to give that man is it boosting his ego, or to give him that father figure and maintain his respect, or whatever it is. We must have discussion with our kids and tell them what ought to be the best. Ultimately, you ask yourself this question: as I am now, will I want any person like me to marry my daughter? As I am now, will I want any person, my son, to marry a woman like me? As long as you cannot answer yes to some of these questions, then we have to look deeper inwards. But having said that, let's just one minute, all of us, our final thoughts. Any person can start.
Make I start.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. You see, the financial aspect of marriages, our tradition has already taken care of that. The man provide, the woman subsidize. Simple. When we keep on trying to iron out one factor and try to make it very bogus to this generation that they don't think critically the way we are thinking here, there's nothing bad if the parents now said, oh, this one, is he working? Can he sustain it? Let's see. You ask him question, is working, you give them advice. Simple. But when this generation, the way they are thinking now, if you look at it, if you go and take your statistics now, call 10 guests in Nigeria, ask them, they will tell you, I'm pretty sure they will tell you that the finance, na be the cocoa, they will tell you that one. Say love don't buy for Atlantic Ocean. That is what is, maybe most of you don't know. This is what is happening. So when we put too much emphasis on money and throw the moral aspect and the way marriages should go, how you can build your marriages for the future, so that if you build a home, you know that it's your home. If you, both of you build it, you know how far you have gone. That advice is, most of the parents now in Nigeria, they buy it. They don't say it to their children again. All they know, this one they work, he get money. Look at their parents, the way they are misbehaving in public. That is what we are seeing. Our marriages in Nigeria have been monetized. So we should lay more, we should be very, very critical in analyzing this money issue, because people we have there, they don't critically analyze things anymore. What they see is paste and they just carry paste. That's what they do. So when we keep on throwing our culture out, because that's the only way to capture these people back. If we use the cultural aspect to capture them back, so that the moral impact we show in them, then we begin to build them up like that, and we'll have a very good society. But with just carrying money, say, you must talk about the monetary aspect. One small mistake, bam, the money not there again, you might not take off. That's the youth we have, oh, not me, oh, that's the youth we have now. If you doubt me, take your statistics. Anytime you travel to Nigeria, take it, you see it. Thank you, my brother. God bless you, guys.
So can I come at the back of that to say it is as a result of failed
marriage? Thank you, Black Panther. Yes, Madam Busy Brains, just jump in.
It's as a result of failed marriage institutions, where the marriages have failed, where husbands did not play their roles, mothers did not play their role, wives did not play their roles, and then they've created children that are a nuisance to the society, and they've allowed big brother to be a parent to their children, the celebrity culture to be a parent to socially engineer how they raise their children. They've allowed people like Big Bobrisky to be a role model for their children, and make them feel that money is be it and end all. And then we have to give it also, we have to clap for Tifnubu for making it possible that the Naira is not flowing, which exacerbates an already exacerbated situation. So it is the family has to stand strong, and that is why these morals, it is very, very key for a family to stand strong. And this is where I now go and I say a no to polygamy. I know there are people that will advocate for it, but I feel it is a ground for raising more traumatic children, more children that are going to be problem to the society tomorrow, because you are in a polygamous home. For those that do not have experience or do not have an idea, it is the ground where they start witchcraft, they start jealousy, they start fighting, backbiting, which I want to do better than the other woman's child or than the other woman, and then they go all out and do anything and everything. So it is a breeding ground for everything. It is fine and good as the husband who you enjoy it in the bedroom, but the knock-on effect that it will spill in 20 years time to come, this is what we are seeing in the society right now in Nigeria. We are seeing the result of those polygamous homes where children were not properly trained, morals were not drilled in, because the mother was busy trying to fight the other woman. The mother was busy emotionally trying to sustain her mind because of the lack of affection, the lack of attention she's not getting from the man. She's dealing with that. She did not have the energy to parent and be a mother to her children. This is what the polygamy causes. It has a lot of implication. When we're talking about our culture before polygamy, was there polygamy? The birth of the African continent, was polygamy birth at the same time? No. Polygamy was not birthed at the same time. Even when God created Adam and Eve, it was one man, one woman. And then when they now multiply, they increase. The man's roving eyes now saw that he can have a plethora. They want ogbono today, they want egusi tomorrow, they want stew next tomorrow. They want to try it all. But if you think that this woman that has been given to you to be your helpmate, how many helpmates are you going to bring into that situation? Are you going to treat them all equally? Or you're just going to go in and out of them, and then you don't care? A lot of them, I'm not going to generalize, there are some very, very hands-on, fantastic polygamous fathers, but they cannot be good husbands at the same time. And for me, polygamy is a no-no for our Nigeria that is struggling with societal ills, societal challenges. There is a no-no going forward because it will only compound the issues that we have. How have you dealt with one woman and you want to go and bring another one? Deal with the one that you have first. Then we will see the leadership. It is your failed leadership that has caused you to go and look for a second woman. I have a lot to say on this, but let me keep it for now. But that doesn't mean I will not jump in. It doesn't mean I will not jump in when somebody is fired.
I know that. I don't say. I beg. My God, Kai. Jonathan, you see there. Your final 1 minute. If you are sitting there, Mr. Jonathan, if you are there, your final 1 minute. I think Mr. Jonathan is not there. Mr. Jonathan, anytime you can come in for your final 1 minute. Madam Rita, if you are there, your final 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Lady Busy Brain, it has become the fact that this is your topic because I could feel the vibration of passion.
Madam Busy Brain, you say it's because of their failed marriages that make them to get a second wife.
That what? What did I say?
You said it's because of their failed marriages that made them to go and get a second wife. But you know that is not correct.
It's their failed marriage. If they can keep one, if they can show leadership to one, love her and do what they need to do, the woman will subjugate them. What do they need
sometimes it's just a cultural thing. It's just an opportunity to display wealth and affluence in some culture.
Is that not at the end of the day? Well, in the culture did not evolve. The culture evolved.
Madam Busy Brain is no longer a fashion again for them to take multiple wives. They very common again.
It was not fashion than culture. It was not fashion than culture.
Anyway, I would say, to be honest,
Madam Rita, your final 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chris. To be honest, present day polygamy is as a result of, or rather, I would say, present day polygamy is another form of poverty alleviation scheme. Let nobody come and deny that it's not, because if not, Regina Daniels will not marry Nedwoko. If Nedwoko was a cocoyam seller in Asabade, I don't think so.
In fact, that was what was on my mind, Madam Rita, when I asked Oga Jonathan to take a position.
Regina Daniels' mother will allow her daughter to marry one cocoa farmer that is managing himself, that already has several wives. So please, let's not kid ourselves. Present day. In fact, I've seen so many people, actresses are saying, right now they don't mind being third wife or fourth wife. They don't mind, because it's all part of a poverty alleviation scheme. It's not about, this is the kind of life I want to live. Because take it or leave it. There's no woman that'll be happy to share her husband. There's no woman that'll be happy for another woman to be sharing her kitchen. So even our mothers of the grandmothers of those days where you say they'll call the man like, this farm work, let's say you bring another woman, okay, I get one woman when I want bring, you just come and marry him. At the end of the day, it's saying maybe some of you, if you had the opportunity to really speak to your grandmothers, they will tell you what they went through, but they had to accept it, because as at that time, in those times, men actually took the reins of the household, and women were not educated. It was from one generation to the other. Everything was, the man takes charge, the man makes the decision, the woman bears the children, and she takes care of the home, helps in the farm, full stop. That is your role. When the boy gets to a certain age, what he sees, he's no longer in the kitchen, he's no longer attached to his mother. That was just the process. But fast forward, where are we today? Women are pilots, engineers. Women, they're doing all sorts of things that men were doing those days. Women are lawyers, judges, presidents. So that is why I tell you, there's no woman. If men think in their mind, I've read a lot of stories, even from the northern part of Nigeria, that the Islamic people that practice polygamy. You will hear of one story of like the first wife just maybe cried on her life with a newborn baby of the other one. How old are these girls? One is 18, the other one is 21. Their emotional state is not even balanced yet, so they can't even take it. Where one is being favored or the other, or another one is infringing on the same bed that they sleep with their husband or the same kitchen. So let me tell you, man, everything that you see men doing today, am I another wife because the woman she's not good enough? Okay, the one that will come again, oh, she's not good. What made you marry number 3 or number 4? Or that means you have a problem, and that problem is that you are greedy because you have the finances and the influences. You now want to capitalize and thread on women that are not in this at par with you. Take a look at it. I have noticed it. I won't say 100%. 80% of men who have multiple wives, you will notice that the quality of the woman that they get married to, is initially, it's not the same quality as they are, because they know the ones that even marry a higher quality is because of the financial connection. It ends there, and that one knows what she wants. But the other ones that he marries is because they are not at par with him in terms of influence, in terms of finances. What does that tell you? They capitalize on the poverty alleviation, and they know that these women will fall. And because the men in their own turn, they want to eat egusi, ogbolo, tuwo, they want to eat different flavor every day. So the basis of why it's not as if maybe they really love the woman or they love the woman separate. When the children come now, what happens? What happens to the mindset of the children? They don't consider those things. So you see, it's both that I'm not going to judge anybody for practicing that. If you want to practice it, if as a woman you want to accept it, well, that's your own cup of tea. Is what you want. Whatever you see there, take it like that. Don't come and complain because you knew what you were going into. For the men, please don't complain that Madam A, Madam B, Madam C are not good for you. All of a sudden, at the tail end of your life, you have this epiphany, and all of a sudden, because you want a woman to take care of you now, you now start to think of your regrets. I've spoken to, they've passed on now, people who have married multiple women, 5, 6, 7, and I think, why did you do it? At the tail end of their life, they say, you know what? I think the second one was actually the one that really loved me or the one that I really care about. Then why were you doing all those things? Because being a man is part of having a phallus. Having a phallus and having finances, and you feel you can conquer the world. That's not what it is, because you have left a trail of damaged children, traumatized children, toxic children, and you're not there to solve the situation. So please, whatever decision that we are making, take note that on a long-term basis, where will this take me to? I know some Muslims who have chosen to marry one wife. Yes, they've married for like more than 35, 40 years. It was a choice. They say, you know what? I know even the wife will not even complain if they married another wife, but they stuck to one woman. Yes. So you see, it's all those men, they use their money and influence to feed their greed, their insatiable greed, but they will not use culture and religion to cover up what is actually the nitty-gritty of it all. Their greed, lustfulness. Let me end here because this one is a 1 week's topic. Thank you very much, Mr. Chris. Mr. Elvis, thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Madam Rita. If it comes to the question of 2 wives, I know ladies are very, very opinionated.
Anywhere you carry and go, now culture. You like carry and prove, knock and down, anywhere.
They are
That's the
very,
culture.
very opinionated. But the truth, the thing is that Madam Rita said something. I think that's part of what I said before. You see, these damaged children, these toxic children, they are going to go into another relationship, probably from somebody that's coming from a very good background, and that person is going to suffer. Because the kind of things you'll be behaving like a normal human being to your spouse, not knowing that your spouse has lost that capacity to even understand the need to be human in the first place. And so that's why you'll be surprised. You have a man that earns millions of naira and he can't even do anything for his wife. Since he's just being selfish. No. His upbringing is everything. It is about his upbringing which has affected his psyche, the thinking ability, the humanity. everything about him that makes him human is lost to the toxic life that he grew up in. And so if it comes to marriage, family, it's never going to end. We can sit here like this and be talking to next year. There will be different dimensions coming out and more revelations, more and more revelations. But be that as it may, I think we've all gradually had our feel, and no matter how much we talk, we'll not end this topic. But I must thank all of you for remaining with us to this time of the day. And there's no way we can end this program without communicating with the people in the comment section. You know, these guys have been dirty now. Abuazi, Madam Peggy Modi, Kingsley Ogeriaki, and Irene, the finest. I saw you earlier, the finest of them all. Now, well done, Madam Ijedima, Kingsley Ogeriaki, Madam Ami Bright. Now, well done for staying with us to this time of the day. And all of you that has been there, patient today, Mudia, will do well. Who did they again? Johnson Emmanuel, Abe Johnny, all of una well done. And everybody on the panel today, people that have come and they've gone, and all of you that are still remaining here, Madam Busy Brains, Madam Rita, Black Panel, Oga Jonathan, una do well. And the big Oga himself, Oga Nanjawosh, thank you so much for this opportunity. And that should be say on Sunday now 10 o'clock we'll take it finish. Now it has been almost how many hours extra? 5 hours extra. We still there. I said it did some time. Thank you so much. And finally, Mommy Diaspora, I want to thank you for everything that you do for this platform. And I heard the prayer that Black Panther prayed for you. Then I want to say very big amen to that prayer and the prayers that everybody have prayed for you. Thank you so much, and we appreciate everything you do. At this time of the day, we are still sending out links for people to join the discussion. Thank you so much, Mommy Diaspora. We love you from the innermost recesses of our hearts. Sorry, Madam Rita, I don't use the word where you don't customize. Now, so it be. Finally, we've come to the end of the show. I would like to invite Mr. Nanjawas to close the program officially. But before that, Madam Busy Brains, it's good to have you today. Hope we'll see you soon again. Mr. Nanjawaj, we want to hand over the microphone to you.
Mr.
You say what, Madam Busy Brains?
I said by the grace of God.
Yeah, because Mr. Ivis is not here as usual, I know how they do. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. I understand. You know, schedules do change. Yeah. Now, so we don't reach the final bus stop. So everybody, on a good night to Mr. Nanjawas go lock door when in ready.
Good
night,
good Lord bless you.
That busy brain. Good night, too.
Busy brain. Good night.
Good night. Love you so much.
Love you.
You're a great mother, Madam Busy Brain. God bless you more.
God bless.
God bless you, everyone.
Mr. Chris, Mr. Jonathan, and everybody.
Yeah.